Live from the ESL studios in Burbank, California. Welcome to the CSGO Pro League. T-Squared and Ryu hanging out at the Xfinity desk, and we're kicking off day number 20 here. Some pretty interesting matchups, especially this first one going on between C9 and Energy Esports.
Yeah, super important for Energy to get some wins today. We will see Echo Fox or Winter Fox later, two teams that are still mathematically in the running. And then we'll see what's probably the biggest disparity in teams between SK, one of the best teams in the world, and SPLYCE, currently, I think, last place for the Pro League. So it's a lot of Counter-Strike. Some of it should be really, really high quality. Some of it might be of blowout variety. But we'll get a little bit of everything today.
All right, well, I want to throw this one over to the casters. We got Dazed over there, and we also have Moses. Take it away, guys.
What's going on? Thanks. Yes, I'm here with Dazed. Got a bunch of cool matches for you today.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this Cloud9 match versus NRG.
So they told me we had 90 seconds to get through 3 matches, but I want to know if you can just tell your Peter story.
My Peter story?
Yeah.
The squash the beef story?
Squash the beef.
Oh man, ESA LAN a long time ago. I'm sitting there. I have no clue who Pete is. Comes, whispers in my ear, "Let's squash the beef." I'm just taken back. Somebody just whispered in my ear. I have no idea what's going on.
That has got to be the most unsettling thing to hear whispered in your ear.
The next 5 minutes consisted of me saying, "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know who you are," and him saying, "You know who I am, and you know what I'm talking about."
That is some incredible.
Yeah.
That's like some crazy ex-girlfriend type thing. I don't even know. I don't know. But anyways, yeah. I mean, Ryu, Tom, how's your beef doing over there?
I mean, the only thing that may be more unsettling, and I know it's something that already got in Dave's head, is if DeBears was just like, "I want to lick your hand." That's the only thing I can think that would just be maybe even more weird at a LAN event like that. Yeah,
right.
That's an interesting story.
Well, we're having a lot of fun here, guys, but there is some serious business to talk about. Let's pull up the standings and take a look where everyone currently stands up. 17-1 for C9. They've had a really impressive start, but Immortals looking just as impressive, especially last week going up against SK, or a couple days ago.
Yeah, that was. I don't think anybody was expecting the trouncing that they laid on SK to continue their run. Probably locking down that #2 spot. Cloud9 clearly in position to easily make it, I think, top 3. We've been talking a little bit about where we think the 6th place team will be in terms of their win-loss record. We're thinking it might be 16-10, somewhere in that range. And as you can see, Liquid and Echo Fox at 9-9. Not a lot of room for error for either one of those teams right now if they want to have a chance to get up into that top 6. And we get to watch some of the teams that you see there in that top 8 discussion play today. And it's the point in the season where every single map matters. I think if you're Cloud9, maybe you don't go quite as hard knowing that they're trying to qualify for ESL New York, just coming up in a few weeks, and they're in a position where they can kind of coast. So opportunity for teams like Energy to steal away a map or 2 from them.
Yeah, and then you even have SPLYCE trying to fend off relegation going up against SK Gaming. So let's see what the maps are. It's going to be Cash and Train, C9 and Energy duking it out on those 2. Then it's going to be Cobblestone and Mirage between SK Gaming and SPLYCE. And then our final match of the night on Dust 2 and Overpass, the Battle of the Foxes. What really stands out to you, Ryan, looking at those?
Echo Fox and Dust 2. We've seen that about 500 million times at this point. So we know that they're good on it. They definitely need wins. If they go 1-1 on the night, I think they look at that as a loss. So they need to get a 2-0. Energy definitely is in a position where the way they've been playing, they can take a map off Cloud9. And I did mention Cloud9 might not pull out all the tricks in their playbook, especially knowing that they're looking at some upcoming offline events, assuming they go through successfully in the qualifier, like I think most people are expecting. And then if you're on SK, you just have to forget about the loss that they had to Immortals and just move on. They're playing literally the worst team in the division right now statistically in the win-loss category. And should be a 2-0 for them. Maybe they can get a little bit of momentum and finish out the season with a strong run that everybody's kind of expecting to see.
Well, let's talk about this first match. It's going to be C9 and Energy. 11-5 record for Energy, and then 17-1 so far for C9. Now, you think it's going to be 16, C9 already locking that down. If you're Energy, you're going to be happy just to split games here.
Yeah, I think so. If you can get a map off of C9 when C9's playing this well, you're very, very happy, especially because they're in, I think, the third spot right now in the Pro League. But they're definitely comfortably in the top 6 right now, and they just need to continue to get maps off of tough opponents like this. They're in a very fortunate time. They've got really good timing right now just because C9 is still trying to make it to ESL 1. and they know that maybe if they were to lose 0-2 tonight, it doesn't really do too much damage to Cloud9 overall. Obviously, you play every match to win, and that's the goal, is to get the wins. But if maybe you have a new setup or some executes that you haven't shown yet, you might not pull those out in a match like this tonight. So Energy has they've been playing well. They've got momentum. They're in a favorable position, and I'm actually thinking this might go 1-1 on the night, and I know the Energy would be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, based off the fact that maybe C9, like you were saying, isn't going to possibly want to show all of their strats, possibly thinking about ESL 1 New York right around the corner, possibly trying to qualify for that as well. So they don't want to show everything up their sleeve. But we saw in the interview with God B, I really liked the way that Energy was just confident the entire time. They seem like they're already knowing that they're going to be in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they put in the work. They're a very tactical team. They play a good quality of Counter-Strike. They're in a team house. They do demo reviews. They prepare. You know, they're one of the more system-based teams, and I think we've seen what happens when they're prepared for a specific team on a specific map, and I'm quite certain that we're going to see that today. Whether they have the firepower to take out Cloud9 with the strong five that Cloud9's been playing with this season, to me, that's the question mark.
All right, so SK Gaming going up against Splyce, moving over to the second match now. Again, you can see in the records, SK 10-6. They're going to try to use pretty much Splyce as a confidence booster here. And if you're Splyce, you're just trying to do whatever you can to make these close so you stand a chance.
Yeah, so this has been a season of experimentation for Splyce. We saw them not have their full five for the first couple maps of the season. They finally got Machine Gun in. Haven't really seen that kind of click and start to work yet. He'll have to come out and be the crazy hardcore fragger I think everyone was hoping to see him be when he first got here. And if not, I think we might see a pretty quick maps 3 and 4 on the night. For SK, this is something, the way that they play is very interesting, even against teams like Splyce where they're probably like 95-5 favorites in this matchup. They play every team as if it's literally the best team in the world. And because of that, sometimes if a player on the other side is playing really well, he'll have opportunities. They're not going to just try to run you over with crazy firepower. And so there's the potential, as small as it is, for at least a couple rounds to go a little sideways. It's just the way SK plays, and I think it benefits them in the long run. But yeah, if you're Splyce, you need Crucial to go and become the rock star that we thought he was going to be at the start of the season. You need Machine Gun to be the hardcore fragger everybody was expecting. And then you need big performances from Arya and Davey just kind of to round that out. Asilian, I think, has been pretty consistent for them. Hasn't been great, hasn't been bad. But you really need everybody firing on all cylinders, and then you need somebody maybe to fall asleep on the SK side.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen from SK. Sometimes we'll see mistakes where teams will actually play down to the level of competition that they're facing. But again, SK extremely hungry. The battle for the top 6 is getting pretty insane. But let's talk about two teams that are possibly on the outside looking in. It's the Battle of the Foxes. Winter Fox going up against Echo Fox. Echo Fox looked to have a good start to the week and then all of a sudden crumbled.
Yeah, Echo Fox has just been up and down. They've just a bit inconsistent. They have some really good results and some really big wins, and then you'll see them like lose a map here and there to teams that they should, on paper, be substantially better than. We've seen a lot of them on Dust 2. They're a very good Dust 2 map, so for them to come out and to play, for Echo Fox to play Winter Fox on Dust 2, I think is a pretty good advantage for them. On the other side, Winter Fox, they only have 7 losses, I think, is what the record showed. So they actually have a chance that if they click and they run off a whole bunch of wins at the end of the season, that they could actually be in that contention for a playoff spot. They have a lot of individual talent. We just haven't seen it all show in the same map. So one map, it'll be Dexter going crazy. The next one, it'll be Zeusy going crazy. It's just never 2 people at the same time. And just with how inconsistent Echo Fox has been, this is definitely a night that maybe Winter Fox can use to leverage themselves into that conversation for a top 6 spot. If they were to 2-0 if Winter Fox were to 2-0 Echo Fox, it really wouldn't surprise me because I think they have the skill. Echo Fox has shown some holes in their game, and this is a night that they know how important it is if they want to be in even in the conversation for a spot at the offline final.
So you're changing your Facebook Live predictions because it was 1-1, 2-0, 1-1.
No, I think they'll 1-1, but it wouldn't surprise me if they 2-0.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, we want to know what you think. Make sure you hit us up and always use that hashtag ESL Pro League on Facebook and Twitter at ESLCS. And don't go anywhere. We're going to have the first map between Energy and C9 after this quick break.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal. This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
There is surely no way out as they toil it. Will get the finishing kill.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to the ESL Pro League. T-Squared and Ryu hanging out at the Xfinity desk. Want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, Mountain Dew, for making this season so awesome. We appreciate your continued support. Also, if you guys were not aware, ESL 1 is right around the corner. It's going down October 1st and 2nd at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York. 8 teams competing for $250,000 in prize money. But the action doesn't stop there. The Street Fighter V Brooklyn Beatdown is an open tournament with $75,000 in prize money. Ryu, you playing Street Fighter V there or what?
Not well enough to have a shot in hell at 75 grand.
All right, well, for more information on that, you guys can go to ESL-1.com. But we're talking about the first match, and it's C9 going up against Energy. Number 1 versus number 3 should be good.
Yeah, it should be really good. Cloud9 obviously pulled way ahead super early in the season, had a really good undefeated run. One blemish to their record so far. Pretty confident that I think even if they were to lose out, I think they're still easily in the top 6. One of the best teams in the world right now. I think some people have them as high as 4th in the world, which is a pretty big accomplishment. They've played well at some of the offline events, and the switch to automatic from Slemmy just seemed to be the spark that maybe they needed to take that next step.
Yeah, and speaking of automatic, we have the rosters right here. Nothing Shroud, Stewie 2K, Skadoodle, and automatic. No surprises to their squad here. And the big thing about these guys, the reason why they are 17-1 is every single person on this lineup steps up when they need it.
Yeah, they have just so much firepower all the way through from top to bottom. We've seen huge performances from one player, and if Skadoodle's having an off game, Stewie's just having an on game. They play good Counter-Strike, and Stewie's probably the best player in the region right now, second to OD, I think. I know, I just got to make sure I say that because I don't want Daze to get mad. And yeah, and then on the Energy side, no surprises on the roster here. Gabi, Peter, Legia, Tapson, and Fugly. Tapson's had one of the best statistical seasons so far in terms of individual performance. Peter's been playing very, very well. They seem to have a good system in the way that they're using Peter. Seems to be very effective. He's having a lot of opportunities for first kills where he's taking contact on the op. And then a lot of his aggressive plays have been tempered with some good support work from guys like Gabi and Legia. It's a good overall, fundamentally sound Counter-Strike, and they're in a great position right now, sitting in 3rd place for the league.
Yeah, in 3rd place, and you think the magic number is 16. So again, they're just looking to either split games. A 2-0 here would be huge, but if they go on some sort of, phenomenal losing streak, that's pretty much the only way they're not going to make it in. But that doesn't mean that the other teams that, are looking around that 6th, 7th, 8th spot, someone like Renegades, Optic, they're not, rooting against these guys and hoping that Energy actually drops the ball here.
Yeah, I think, I mean, if you are that 8th place team, Cloud9's already in, so you probably do want an 0-2 for Energy. You want C9 to have a convincing 2-0. You want it to get in the head of Energy. You want Energy to lose every single map for the rest of the season because it just gives your team that much better of a chance to get bumped up from 7th into 6th. I just think right now it's very favorable timing for Energy. Cloud9's got a big important qualifier coming up. They're so far ahead in the season that they might not showcase some new things. They might not make crazy adjustments. They might not want to tip their hand for the other things just this late into the season with almost a guaranteed spot at the offline final. The format at that final is different where the seeding isn't as hugely important because you're in a group of 6 teams and you play every single team in that group in a best of 1. So it's a very favorable position to be in right now if you're Energy. And Energy honestly is playing really well. I don't know if there's too many people that thought they'd have an 11-5 kind of start to the season. And they've got 2 players that are doing a lot of work. They play good tactical Counter-Strike, but going up against Cloud9, they're at such a deficit in firepower that's even if Cloud9 doesn't just kind of show the world all kinds of new things in these 2 maps that are pretty well played out. They're very, very established in terms of the meta for the game right now. They just have so much firepower that they're leagues above the individual skill level, with the exception, I would say, of maybe Tapson and Peter, just the way they're playing.
That's what I
right
want to
now.
get your thoughts on Peter and Tapson. How do you think that these guys stack up against individually the players on C9 like Skadoodle and Stewie? Do you think that, obviously that duo of Skadoodle and Stewie is a little bit stronger than Peter and Tapson?
Yes, yeah, I do. I think there's a quite a big gap there. I think he's always in the conversation for one of the best ops in the region. When he's on, he's probably the best. I know a lot of people say JDM and then a few other names there. Peter has those maps where he is like, you're like, yeah, he's the best op right now in this map, in the region right now, because he just goes off and he can literally carry them to a win. Stewie, I just think is leagues above everybody else right now. Even though Tapson's playing well, I think Tapson's probably the closest like 1-to-1 in terms of the firepower on one side to the other. But then if you look at like Gabi and Legia, and then you look, like at Shroud and Automatic, I think they're just outmatched there.
What are they going to have to do strategically on the side of Energy Esports? Because they can't just go banking on the fact that C9's focused on making ESL 1 and maybe just like letting their foot off the gas.
Well, the way that C9's been playing, Stewie's almost always like super aggressive early in the round, especially on T side. He'll go look for an early fight and an early pick. And I'm sure Gabi and the guys from Energy know this. So if they can punish it, not only are you eliminating a player and taking a 5v4 for the rest of the round, but the player that you're eliminating is probably the best player in the region. So it's just one of those things that there will be an opportunity to punish, and I'm really curious to see what Gabi comes up with to punish exactly that.
So you're thinking it's going to be 2-0 for C9, but you wouldn't be surprised if it was 1-1 here?
I think I'm actually going to predict 1-1. I know that's a little bit out there. It wouldn't surprise me if it's a 2-0 for C9, though.
Well, looking forward to seeing how that one's going to go. But I'm going to throw this one on over to the casters. We got Moses over there. We also have Dazed. I know the chat, they're going crazy for Dazed. They want more Dazed.
She's got.
So let's squash the beef, guys. Let's just squash the beef, please.
No
more beef.
I was wondering where you were going to go with that one. Yeah, we're gonna be getting into this one. I know we talked a little bit about what were we talking about earlier? Cloud9 mostly. I mean, just the impact of all these players. One thing I wanted to get your idea on is, did you think Automatic was going to have the impact he's had on this team when he joined the roster? Because that seemed like such a lackluster move when it happened.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it's a good fit because Tim's always Automatic. He's always been on a team where there's actually a lot of focal point is on him and a lot of pressure is on him. But when you're on Cloud9, he doesn't have to worry about trying to get entries on T side. He knows he's going to have consistent players to get entries, and he's usually lurking for them on T side. So it opens up a lot of things for him. On CT side, he's just worrying about like playing his spot. Like if you watch on Mirage, he's always deep in catwalk, in ladder room, throwing a smoke deeper, a little bit towards him on catwalk, looking underpass and connector. Doesn't have to worry about B so much because Shroud's there just locking it down. So it's opened up a lot of things for him. Statistically, he's playing really, really well.
Yeah, I think that's the crazy thing. Individually, he's been a massive
I'm
impact.
actually really impressed by him.
Yeah.
And I don't think, like I said this before, I never thought Tim was like a star player or anything, right? But being in this system and having like just not that much pressure is really bringing out the best in him.
Yeah.
And he's playing like a star at times.
Yeah, I mean we've seen him actually carry this team, like be that top frag, which is nuts to think about. And then I mean we go over to the Energy side. We know kind of their game plan. We know it's going to be based around Peter. We know it's going to be Tapson's going to have a big game. They're fourth in the standings right now. Is that a pretty accurate representation of where they're at?
I think so. I think so. I think they're below Optic.
Yeah,
and
Optic's
Immortals. Yep. And then I think SK will probably come up. So I think. So what that would actually be fifth, right?
Fifth, yeah.
Yeah. So I think 4th, 5th around there. They could definitely end up 4th though because SK has lost some games that we probably didn't think they would.
Well, they've got a couple.
SK
today.
SK still has a tough schedule though.
Yeah, they have Cloud9 they have to play again, and then I think Optic is the other top team that they have to.
I never realized that Gabi's name is Faith. How perfect is that for a strat caller, right?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good, man. Like, this guy was born to play Counter-Strike.
He was born to be a strat
caller.
caller.
To be in a leadership role.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. How much? I mean, he seems like he's like kind of very similar to how you like to call when you were still playing. Is like the default heavy emphasis and everything like that. I mean, you had Skadoodle, so you give him the time to get that kind of a pick.
Yeah. Well, they do a lot of really nice executes, actually.
Yeah.
Dude, Gabi, like, we're going to see him play on Cash. I hope he throws the smoke. I was, like, stunned when I saw this. I'm playing with him. He's like, I'm smoking off highway. He throws it from T-spawn. So you could just, like, try to keep that highway guy there at middle and, like, throw flashes, try to keep him there, and just run outdoor. Highway's already smoked. Like, the top of highway.
Oh, that's not bad.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah,
like I'm like, what? They know the craziest things, dude. So I actually really like watching NRG. I don't think they're the greatest team in the world or anything like that, but they do a lot of innovative things.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, this is I know just from watching NRG, Cash is like one of their favorites, one of their like very comfortable maps because this is where Peter's going to spend a lot of time on top of that boost box. They're going to go for that mid control. They're going to do everything. Like the very like tactically just fundamentally strong, and nothing's gonna blow you away except for maybe a couple smokes here and there. But like it's just gonna be that kind of grind out style. It feels like.
Yeah, Is there any other team that you would like to hear like remember how in the old tournaments they would have your mumble up?
Yep.
This would be gold, man. If we could just hear Pete right now just pumping everybody
The eternal
up.
underdog?
Yes.
Yes.
We were talking about it earlier. Everything he does is an underdog story.
Everything is an underdog story.
So he's just, I guarantee he's a mumble right now like, we could do this. They don't want us to win.
Nobody thinks we can do it.
We've been here before. We need to believe in ourselves,
just every
believe
cliche
in each other.
just coming out.
Absolutely.
So perfect.
I wonder how many times he's seen like Friday Night Lights or something like that.
Yeah, that's probably his jam. You know, he like watches that as he's going to sleep and everything, just getting ideas.
Yeah.
Now we got.
It's tough to ask questions after you go from that and then
to go from Pete's motivational speeches. Where do we go from here?
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about, because we're still waiting. I don't know who's missing from the server. We're still waiting on someone to ready up.
Oh,
so
who would you think? If you just had to take a guess.
If I had to guess.
I know you don't have Counter-Strike on your computer.
I don't have Counter-Strike open.
Don't look at mine. If you had to take a guess.
I would say it's Jordan. It's nothing.
I think it's Jordan.
Oh, it figures. Everyone tweet at nothing. Tell him to get in the server.
I just saw it just open up Counter-Strike, so should be going here soon.
Yeah, well, let's touch on the next one because you know, SK they dropped the ball a little bit against Immortals, which was surprising. Now they got SPLYCE today, so couple easy games. Yeah, you think there's any danger there?
I mean, I know you're casting SPLYCE. I think it would probably be fun casting SPLYCE because I'm telling you, man, when Davey is in the server, anything can happen. Anything.
He is. He's a pretty crazy guy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like with SPLYCE, it's just like any idea you have is a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever had a conversation with Davey? He's like one of the most intense individuals when he's talking about Counter-Strike.
He told me the funniest story. I don't know. I gotta say it.
Okay.
So
I like it.
Apparently they were at a LAN, and Davey is a badass dude. Okay. Some guy tried to mug them, and the guy said that he said he had a knife, but he wasn't showing it, and he tried to mug like their whole team, like all 5 of them, and Davey was just like, no, you're not gonna, we're not gonna give you anything and all this stuff. And then the guy said he had AIDS.
Brilliant.
And Davey was like, I don't care, I'll beat him up. And like the guy just like went away. And everybody's just super, he's like a...
I would not see that. I could not see that out of Davey. He's always that like Canadian, he just looks like a hamster, I think, to me, like when I, like visually.
He's a really nice guy.
He is a very nice guy.
It's such a ridiculous story, but everybody was like, dude, Davey was so unafraid. He was just standing there just like...
That's epic.
Didn't care at all.
I like it.
Yeah.
Well, respect to Davey. I mean, that's where he gets the balls with the MAC-10.
Dude, I'm telling you, anything can happen when Davey's in the server. Anything.
So, okay, so that story gives me some excitement for that next matchup. And then the last one of the day is, I swear to God, if I hear Battle of the Foxes one more time, I'm going to lose it. But Echo Fox and Winter Fox, how do you think the Oceanic guys are doing coming over for the first time?
Well, I actually haven't really watched them play much. I played a couple games of Rank S with some of their teammates, so I'm going to be casting that. I have no idea what to look for.
Let's take another direction. What are the kind of expectations you have for like a team that like players who just come over to a new region where the level of competition is going to be so high? Like, where's the bar set for success in terms of their first experience at this level?
I think they're doing good. I think it's going to be a learning experience, and the next season of Pro League is really going to determine, how far they've come as players and what type of step they're able to take.
Well, Jordan got in the server. He finished whatever it was he was doing, and you can see there 1-0 for Cloud9 on the season. I think that's an 0-1 for Energy, which is interesting. I'd love to know who they've lost to on this map because they do like this very much. But into the pistol round we go, and actually this is very mid-centric for both teams.
And they're coming out boost. Jordan's probably going to try to distract here, but Pete is hiding sandbags. He should get 2 freebies.
Yeah, and he's going to. This crossfire, he's already got 1, and now he's just biding his time. And you can see Automatic is entirely just distracted this whole time, so sick play from Peter. Finally, the nade cleans him out, but it's done damage. I mean, the A bomb site is open. Energy is just fully confident in playing this retake. They do have a kit, but that's all. They have no nades. And it's going to be all on nothing. Who's going to come back in towards A main. So Tapson is on his way, very, very far off. It's a 4-on-3 and a pretty decent setup from Cloud9 with 2 in the site. That crossfire can work out, and there's a nice flash. Skadoodle gets an opening kill onto Gabi, down into a 3-on-3. The third player from Energy is just now getting here, so this has been delayed. This has been stalled out for a very long time. But Skadoodle runs out of bullets, and he's got nowhere to go. But Shroud is a monster. in the back of Quad, and he cannot be taken down. And he might have just single-handedly won Cloud9 this pistol round.
Yeah, tough retake there whenever you're going to A site, because anytime they throw a flashbang and you're stuck on that wall, it's like a free kill. They peek out, even it up 3v3, immediate advantage to the T's there. But when Pete's at that sandbags, if you watch Legia, he actually throws a flash right in front of it.
Yep.
So Pete's peeking with the flashbang that's being thrown, and it's like a perfect setup. So I really like that a lot. Pete probably should have got that second kill cleaner. Had he done that, would have been a 5v3. He wouldn't have been able to been taken out by that nade. But now we're seeing full mollies. Probably going to be a molly type thing towards A. Really common on cash. Maybe even towards B. Just utilize them all. There's not enough spots to play as the CTs, really.
I would like to know what the call was from Energy, because they actually, Fugly was playing at the truck, and they were so heavy towards mid. They had 3 players there. I don't know why he would have left that truck and taken his eyes away off the A bomb site. That feels like that might have been a little bit of a mistake, to me at least. But just an interesting situation where that A bomb site was lost so easily. But yeah, this is now, I mean, I like this out of Cloud9 with all this utility, all these Molotovs. I mean, they know if there's, the Deagles are dangerous, these buy-ups are obviously dangerous, so they're just treating it like another gun round, essentially.
And that utility really negates the effectiveness of that Deagle, right? If you're not giving them clean picks, it's really tough to, especially because most of them don't even have armor here, and they do have 4 Deagles. Look at God B. I think he probably just saved completely so that he could buy an op for Pete. Opportunity for Pete missed. Now it looks like the mollies are going to come, and Stewie going to scout.
Yeah, and with all these SMGs as well, I mean, they can be so aggressive towards these Deagles, so it's not like there's any time to get comfortable with that Deagle when the SMGs are just jumping right at you. And Stewie's doing great damage, but nothing finishes off that kill. And I mean, the B bomb site is lost, so it should be pretty easy here from Cloud9. They still have plenty of smokes and Molotovs to just ensure that this retake isn't even possible. And you can see Energy's already backing up, so they want to bring these Deagles into the next round, see if they can do a little bit more damage then, because their plan this time didn't work out.
Yeah, definitely not. Legia CT spawn, tabs in Fugly, just trying to get a couple kills here if they can.
We talked before we went live. We talked about how I know, because Ryu made a big deal about how since Cloud9 is so far up at 17-1, they might not care. It might be perfect for Energy.
Looked like they cared there.
Yeah, well, I mean, you were even saying it might even be worse for Energy, because if they don't care, I mean, Stewie's going to have entire freedom to do whatever he wants, and if he's going to get into that mode. So yeah, maybe just being that far up, Cloud9's just going to play super loose, and they might just not even be able to contain it.
I think Cloud9 is I think when you play like that, if they play like that, it doesn't look like they are for those first two rounds. They definitely had a set strat that first round, I believe. And that second round, you know, pretty standard molly B take there on an anti-eco. Everything was mollied. I feel like Heaven was mollied, all of site was mollied. It was great.
I feel like the molly B takes don't happen nearly enough for how effective they are.
Oh,
I mean, when
it's
you think
one
about
of the most difficult things to stop if you're CT. If you don't, especially if you're playing site and you don't save a smoke, you're screwed.
Yeah. Well, and also, I mean, all those Molotovs, it essentially eliminates everywhere you can play in that site except for that one spot on the left, right behind those first boxes. So difficult to make the proper choice trying to defend one of those.
Yeah, and as we were saying earlier, though, if Cloud9 just gets off to a good start, very momentum-based team, it could be very difficult to play against. Stewie scouting B.
There's that Molotov.
Fugly, 70 damage.
As if they knew what we were talking about, because it just forces Fugly out into the open, and he's gone all of a sudden. So this is all a ruse, though. It is going to be a hit over towards the A site. There's Peter still in here, but Shroud's going to clear that out. That was a pretty precise shot from Shroud, even though he's just against pistol. But a quick 3-0, and actually, I mean, no real damage taken by Cloud9, so not too bad.
Yeah, I think they only have 4 deaths so far, so good job by them. Probably going to keep these SMGs, it looks like. I feel like they're that type of team, you know.
They are that type of team now, yeah. Well,
Stewie's ruthless, man. He has that, like, that killer instinct, you know?
Yeah.
He really does.
So he's going to do the MAC-10. They actually upgraded some of the UMPs into AK-47, so not as many SMGs as I expected, but interesting that Stewie goes for the MAC-10 over, like, the UMP that has a little bit more of the armor pen. That's got to be, like, run through the smoke crazy style.
Yeah, probably just, you know, just distract everyone, even if he dies, doesn't matter. But they're going to go through this B smoke, maybe do mollies. Pretty, we saw this a lot from Renegades, actually. And Echo Fox both, last time we played Cash. This is what you love about Cash, right? There's so many possibilities.
Yeah, it's a very strategic map, and that's nice from Peter. Right through the smoke, finds automatic, so that's going to slow things down. God B playing over his own smoke. There's the MAC-10, though. And Skadoodle with the response as well, brings it into a 3-3. Looks so good initially for NRG, but it's going to be a little bit of a tougher spot. And because this happened so early on in the round, it's not like Cloud9 used a lot of their utility elsewhere. They still have so many smokes for these choke points to delay this retake, and there's no kits on the energy side. So if they're going to go for this, It has to be very, very soon, and they might just choose to save this one out. They're all sticking around for now.
Maybe they're looking for opportunistic kills, and if they can get them, they'll go for it. If not, they'll save. But if they do win this round and they only have one alive, that's one of the things that could lead to a really bad half if they lose the following round.
Yeah, that kill, actually too quickly for Energy, but they still got to do more. I'm not even sure if they can win this even without a kit, and actually they lined up for Skadoodle. He's going to peek again. He gets the planter. That's the round one, and he just bails out. Nice play from Skadoodle, and Fugly, that's unfortunate. He's just going to be abandoned with the bomb.
Yeah, Pete actually moved from headshot there. I'm wondering if he had the kit there, but had he stayed headshot, he probably would have gotten that kill on Ska. I wonder where Legia was to get that second death on the CT side. It looks like he came from heaven and just ran out, died immediately to Ska's up.
Yeah, that's less than ideal. I mean, that looks really good for Energy, at least at the start, and then it just quickly turned around for Cloud9. So, I mean, that lucky shot from Peter through the smoke is pretty nice. But back onto the pistols. And fast, aggressive mid-take. We see a lot of teams nowadays starting to, I mean, we've seen a couple rounds pistol round from Energy, and that first gun round we saw actually pretty mid-heavy defense from Energy. I've noticed a lot of teams are starting to just like give it up and just like say you can have mid, we'll just defend the sites. I mean, is that just like a difficulty right now in the meta to be able to defend mid, how teams are starting to take it?
Well, I always think when you play Cash and your CT, the worst thing you could do is just give up your setup right away. If you always make them think they don't know whether you're playing mid or not, and you don't have a tell, right? Like even if you're not playing mid, you fake like it's an aggressive mid. Maybe you throw the Molotov, you spam the smoke with 2 people. Maybe even somebody runs close and then ends up falling back, and that makes them just have another checkpoint that they have to go through on their T side. I think a lot of teams that don't do that, it becomes very obvious, especially to a player like Stewie or a good caller, right? If they're playing mid or not, and then you could completely orchestrate your offense based off of that.
Right.
And if you make them go through that checkpoint, that's time off the clock, that's resources used, that's, you know, they have to worry about their flank more. If they're not going to go towards middle, it opens up a lot of opportunities for you and makes it much more difficult for them.
Well, no difficulty for Stewie in this round. He basically just rushes mid and gets 3 kills. So, I mean, the bummer is he loses his AK. Fugly's going to have that. They're going to buy next round no matter what, so it's not a huge loss. But still.
Yeah, but you take that. I mean, Anti-Eco is very dangerous in CSGO. So, especially around that door area, usually on Cash, when you see an Anti-Eco go wrong, a lot of the time, I would say probably the majority of the time, it's that door area that that really gets you. Just, you go inside the blue. First off, if you're holding passive, sometimes they run across your screen really fast.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, there's no other way to say it. I
just
feel
like teleports over it?
Yeah, I feel like that was a
Sometimes they just peek very quickly.
Yeah, sometimes they peek and they kill you. But over at that door, it's really dangerous because if you're close, it's a one-shot headshot. When you're getting close, sometimes they flash or open the door right away, and then they can get you there.
Yeah, so many different ways they can actually be aggressive there.
Yeah, it's tough. But now we get into this next gun round, and it looks like they have a 1-2-2 setup.
It looks like, honestly, Cloud9 knows what's coming out from Energy, knows that it's going to be very much towards mid and even towards B, because, I mean, they're not even messing with the default. They're just all grouping up towards each site, and right now they're going to have their entries, but they don't clear the right corner. Fugly gets 2 opportunistic kills, and Tapson now out in the open. He gets found by Skadoodle, a little bit of an overcommit, and Stewie's going to be watching the flank. There's a nice op from Peter. Skadoodle had to peek that, although maybe he could have waited for the smoke. Either way, 2-on-3 situation. They do have the site. The bomb is being planted inside the smoke.
They have a door flank, though. Not sure if Stewie's aware of it, but this is going to make it really tough when Legia opens this door and looks towards the forklift.
Yeah, this is going to come down a lot to timing, and Stewie, I mean, this timing would be really a bummer for Legia, although that kill is going to help. Stewie wins that battle. 1-on-2, both coming up highway. He's got a chance here, but he's got to hit a couple nice shots, and using the forklift to isolate 1-on-1s. Peter's gotten up, so the low HP doesn't matter, and Stewie is incredible. That is a beautiful win from Stewie, and maybe just not trading well enough from the NRG side of things.
Yeah, rushing it a little bit there. Gabi actually had a Molotov. Could have won the round if he just got that off. Instead, they opted just straight peek, and Stewie able to hit 2 really, really nice shots. That's a pretty T-sided angle generally when you're at that forklift.
It's probably the most critical spot for Terrace to hold when the retake comes in. It's like the important spot. That's like to me, that's what all the focus for the CTs has to be on, clearing that forklift out if they want to have a successful retake.
Yeah, usually when you try to orchestrate a retake, a lot of the time it's really good to just have somebody just sit white truck almost the whole time watching. But another mid take towards Cloud9 on this anti-eco. NRG sitting around that highway. Nice 1D by Fugly. That box it's dangerous to be around when you're a CT because one flash could push you off and really get you, but sometimes you could just make it work.
Well, it's a long way to go as well if you have to fall back, right? It's a lot of real estate to cover. Well, now we're in a situation where, so Cloud9, I mean, there's, you know, in every half of Counter-Strike, there's always those really important, like, impact rounds where, you know, we have the pistol that usually includes the next 2 rounds, and then they win the 4th round, and now they win the 6th round. So Cloud9's just won all of these, and this is an incredibly hot start. And if you're Energy, you're probably starting to really feel the pressure, thinking this next buy out of them, that's what they need to win if they want to have any chance of making this a competitive half.
Yeah, I mean, the way Cloud9's working right now, though, they're constant 4-1ing or 5-manning things. So if Energy can figure that out and try to stop it, you know, they could read that, right?
Yeah, shotgun close up. Gabi's got 1, and he almost actually baits out to get 2. There's Peter. So they've done good damage here. At least they're going to force some rebuys.
Definitely.
It's going to be, I mean, it's obviously Terra side a little bit easier to maintain the economy and to survive these kind of losses, but still not bad. Tapson's going to try and sneak through and catch someone off guard, but he's going to be the one found out by Shroud.
Yeah, I think he knew that Shroud was the door player, so he thought he might have had an opportunity to one-on-one doodle there. But Shroud came quicker than probably expected. Shoots him in the legs.
Well, he probably got on his horse a little bit when he sees his 2 teammates die. When Gabi and Peter get those 2 kills, he's like, all right, now I gotta hustle.
Yeah. So Cloud9, we'll see if they keep that same, you know, brute force type strategy.
What's the adjustment to stop that?
Well, I think again, masking your setup is really good, but a lot of it 2-1-2 is better. If they're going to 4-man like this, like they have been doing, it's much better. But there's going to be cues. Every single time, I guarantee you there is cues. Like, you'll hear them in A main early. You'll hear them at B early. Right now, if you don't hear anything at A, and you see they are adjusting. They have 2 towards B. They already have 1 sandbags, 1 highway. This is going to be a very quick rotate if they come. So...
Well, there's Gabi. He actually, we talked about, he uses his smoke on the front. He actually burns down to 50. This is an interesting angle from him, though. This will be very curious to see how effective this can be. Cloud9, unfortunately, they aren't entering around the bomb site in the way he's looking, so Peter and Tapson are the 2 who get the kills, and now there's Gabi jumping up. There's a lot of damage, but this attack has been stalled out. There's no entrance here. And like you said, the rotations are so quick. Although automatic, if you realize there's 1 more on the site, he does it. Gabi finally pounces. And that's going to be the first run on the board for Energy.
They won that clean, and that is so important on that CT side to get that first round clean, so that if you lose this round, you could still buy. But when it comes to countering that, first off, extremely quick rotates, extremely quick. That's one way to beat it, right? Not really worrying about getting lurked on as much, but getting there very, very quickly.
And that has to do with mid control on this map.
Yes. Second off, really good counter nades to delay them, allowing another player at the other side of the map to contain for those over-rotates to be successful. Third is you could actually get, you know, if you're Pete or Legia with the op, you can get aggressive on certain sides of the map if you feel like you have a good read and then over-rotate that way. But if they're not going to put, you know, so much map presence on every side, that's what's going to work against it. You see Cloud9 says, hey, it didn't work, they played it right, so now we're going to go more into a default setup.
Tapson might have just gotten away with one there. Shroud, a rare miss so far in this half. His Stewie's also fallen in mid. That was to the op of Legia, of all people. So now it's on Skadoodle with his own AWP to try and pick in towards this A bomb site. He's got Fugly and Quad. He's got Legia with the AWP walking up along the wall, and he's even got Tapson here as well. So there's a lot of Energy players are focusing on A main at the moment.
Yeah, an odd way of peeking door, actually. Generally, you don't just peek door and just sit in front of it, right? Usually you open the door and you jump out and back and forth and stuff.
Try and spot who before you take the peek.
Yeah. But Shroud just opens it. Tim gets boosted up in middle. It's very common if you go down 4v5 on cash. A lot of people like to get somebody on the boost. Gets all the way up towards highway, and he's actually in a good position to impact this round. Yeah,
well, it'll be interesting to see who they use as like the starting point of this attack, and I think the fact that Automatic hasn't been spotted, he's the one saying, hey guys, let me make the play. He's so very close up, so if he's the one to initiate, there's still not, Energy still really isn't spotting this, and it looks like Automatic is going to be the one moving forward. Unfortunately, they move a little bit early, but oh, he gets blinded, that flashbang, the wrong moment, but Skadoodle's still there with the op. They've got Fugly in the site, but they don't know it, and they're both extremely low. This should be a pretty easy cleanup for Fugly, and it is, even inside the flames, and he keeps the double op setup alive.
Yeah, and Energy actually leaned over a lot towards A. They had 1 forklift, Legia opping quad, Fugly default, and Pete was Z with a quick rotate to White Truck. So they had a great read there. Helped them because they actually needed everybody there to hold the site, or else that could have gone pretty bad pretty quick.
Well, I mean, you've been talking a lot about tells. I know the 2 of the rounds they've hit A is Ben when Stewie is pretty much aggressive all on his own, doing that 4-1, and he's out mid. So maybe that's Legia spotting that out and getting that kill. And he's saying last time that we saw Stewie really come out mid, they were more focused towards the A bomb site. So perhaps a little bit of reading going on, but they finally, I mean, even that eco round where they got 3 kills, now you can see the damage in that. There's no rifles on the board for Cloud9 in this round. They're back forced onto a just a pistol blind. Still intimidating. It is 4 Tech 9s. Plenty of smokes, and here's that door aggression you mentioned earlier. Fugly's going to get the opening kill. In the A main, the counter nades as well have slowed this down. So a very disjointed hit, and it's basically just one side. There's not really a pincher to it, but the Tech 9 coming through Stewie. Tabson wasn't blind, but the plant is going to make Cloud9 at least happy.
Yeah, but that was a pretty poor execute. Although they do get it down to a 2v3. Bomb's planted in for a highway actually, but they have nobody flanking or lurking. Let's see if God B throws that molly towards the forklift this round though. Doesn't make that same mistake. Looks like he will.
Well, this is doable because there's 2 ops, although that Molotov that forces him out is what might seal the deal. Automatic though, he might be able, if he can get this M4, actually, if he can just spam through the smoke, no one's really close by, and he's got 1. Now this is going to be so tough, he might just win this. This is entirely doable for Automatic. He's inside the smoke. They haven't found him quite yet, and he is going to win it. They're lined up for him. The Tech 9 goes to work, and somehow it's a miracle. Automatic with 4 kills in the round, and Energy is going to be kicking themselves watching this replay.
Yeah, something that should never happen there. You should never smoke out the bomb in that situation because all it's doing is hurting you.
Yep.
Right there, and they essentially handed that opportunity for Tim to win that round, but his great individual, skill was the one that won it in the end. But they gave him that opportunity.
Well, that smoke prevents anyone from trading him off after he gets that kill. So, yeah, backfires a little bit on the NRG side, but actually insane considering the advantages they had in that round. And I think it was even a 5-on-3 at one point. So, I mean, what a win from Automatic. More door aggression. That's 2 rounds in a row they've been successful, and aggression all over the map as Legia pushes in mid and dinks down Stewie. So a scary situation for Cloud9 to be in here.
Yeah, Fugly getting aggressive door once again. He completely, stopped that push over towards A that round before, made it 3v5 or 4v5, and then they got another kill. That was a 3v5 that they won that last round, and that's one you can't give up those rounds when you're playing against a team that is probably better than you. When you lose those type of rounds, it hurts a lot. Fugly just trying to take the rounds into his own hands, gets another kill, and spots 2 other players. So huge job by him. He might have even dinked Stewie.
Yeah, I mean, it may seem a little bit crazy for an individual play like that, but the information gathering was really the goal. So the fact that he gets a kill and is able to spot out everyone else, that's information his team can use to win this round. They're going to be split 2-2. So, I mean, yeah, Stewie is, the tough part is Stewie at 8 HP is essentially just, he's got to play this so smart. And actually, it looks like he's going to be the one to lead the way. Easy kill, try and bait out the position of your opponent. Legia is going to drop out of vents, so this flank is going to be so deadly. Or it's not, but God B inside the site will be a triple kill for him. Nice hold, 3rd round for Energy on the board.
Yeah, that was a great job by God B there. He actually had full utility at the end of that round, but he spotted, reacted, gave his team, even if he was only able to get 1 or 2 there, he would have given his team enough time to, rotate properly and probably trade off his death. But the interesting thing to me was Stewie was entering there in a 3v4 with 10 health, and I think it's a lot better there if Stewie instead lets one of his teammates entry to get that one-on-one battle, and then maybe he just watches the vents really early because that's something you can get a kill on with like 10 HP.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the only idea that I can think of is why that is just because he's saying, I'll just go die, so you know exactly where they're at. But either way.
And that's fine if you have the advantage, but I think when you're at a disadvantage, you need the other player to get that kill, and then, that way he's still, can do something with 10 health. Like, you could watch the flank. It's pretty easy to watch vents with 10 health. You can get, like, run underneath it or whatever.
Well, this is an anti-eco round. No real investment for Cloud9. A couple P250s, but no utility whatsoever, which is allowing Energy to kind of rack up some kills. Peter from range with that AWP, and Tapson has a 4-kill inside the site. So good hold from him as Energy tries to make this comeback happen. We've seen this this map has really fluctuated recently, or I'd say for the majority of this year, because I feel like it fell out of favor at the beginning of 2016. And at MLG Columbus is when we really started to see it come back, and it seemed very like T-sided. It felt like teams kind of forgot how to play the CT side of things. So I feel like it's been going back and forth, and who's having the advantage in terms of offense or defense.
Yeah, I do think the extra round time just helps the T so much, man. It's so much more difficult to get smoke timings off on these maps, and it opens everything up. So I think that was just that was huge, and teams are really learning how to play from that. Cloud9 back onto Tech 9s, though. Not a full investment, though. They're still going to be able to buy the next round, even if they lose this one.
Well,
and
this is
Peter getting aggressive towards B, gets an early kill, and Energy's been doing a really good job of, you know, we saw it with Bugly, now we're seeing it with Pete, we saw it with Legia one round as well, with making it 45.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've also, one of the big keys is not just, you know, those opening picks, but the fact that they're getting aggressive. They're going out and searching for them. The first part of this half was really Cloud9 exerting their will wherever they wanted to, and it seems like Energy kind of got that feeling as well, because they're starting to try and take control of it. They're the ones being the aggressors and picking where that first fight is going to be. And God B, it's the second time we've seen that smoke in that attempt at a play, and now he's going to swing out. Only gets one, but there's so little HP in this Cloud9 side. Again, another plant, though. So the bonus money will be helpful. It is a 3-on-4, but surely Energy can't drop the ball here. And they're just going to push right forward towards CG spawn. They know they're at a disadvantage, so they wanted to see if they could catch him off guard. It's not going to happen. So 5-8 now for Energy, and Cloud9 this next one, that's going to be the buy-in. It's what, 5 of the last 6 rounds going towards Energy. So good adjustment after losing so many.
Absolutely, adapting really, really well. They're taking that, like those early battles as we talked about earlier, and on the scoreboard 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So none of them really slacking here or anything. Their kills are actually super close with Cloud9 because Cloud9 won a couple of those close rounds, and Energy, you know, they could definitely end this half 7-8.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Cloud9, we'll see what they bring to the table this time. If they have any adjustment. Skidoodle does have the AWP, and I think the big thing is he's way back in T-spawn. Because of this aggression that's been coming out, he's just playing in a very safe spot just to watch for any more of those pushes. This time, though, wisely Energy, they just pushed B in the last round. They're not going to do it twice in a row.
Well, Fugly actually tried to push A main there. He actually got blinded by his teammate's flash, quickly booked it out of there. But he's a wild man right now, man.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just getting beat up for the first 7 rounds of this half or so is just puts him in that mood.
Yeah, nice adjustment with Cloud9 though. As you see, they're taking mid control. Pretty low mid, you know, setup. You know, not that much aggression. Just lay gate highway, got me in the vents. They try to flash above the vents for him, but Cloud9 was so ready for that. Gets that easy kill right there.
Oh, and Lakia, he's actually forced forward by that Molotov. That's a nice play from Automatic, although he gets a little bit bailed out by the timing of Lagia falling off that box because he couldn't run back into the fire. So forced into the open. On top of that, Skidoodle does find a pick. I believe that's over towards the B bomb site because Skidoodle is still so very far
moved
back.
about 5 steps to his left and was able to punish B for that push of B.
Well, Energy's just getting punished across the map at the moment. Sick round from Cloud9. They only take 3 damage total. Automatic at 97. So pretty clean, and that's 9-5 now. And the buy out of Energy, I think, is going to be a little bit. I mean, it's not bad. It's just we have a Famas on God B. We have a little bit of light utility on someone like Tabson. I think even Lagia, unless someone dropped him that I didn't see, is just going to be on a pistol. So he might have been one of the players to drop an M4 over.
Yeah, Cloud9 making this half pretty quick though, huh? It's gone by pretty fast.
It really has. It has not been very tactical out of them. I mean, they did start off by running all those 4-1s, and they were very quick. It was like no map control. It was like, let's just hit A.
Yeah, everything has been pretty quick. Jordan getting spotted at the door there. I think it's usually Shroud there, but Pete dodges the flash, gets that kill, smokes up A main, and now they have complete control of this round as Cloud9 goes into another 4-1.
That's a really nice peek from Peter because he can't hold an angle whatsoever. He has to be turned around for that flashbang and then spin it in. Ooh, that's a good spray. Automatic just senses Lagia coming up. I don't know if he like ran into him, but just holds it down, and Lagia hiding in that smoke gets butchered.
Yeah, no sense in getting that aggressive there.
With an advantage.
Yeah, definitely not. Something that JW does sometimes when he opens that door, he bunny hops behind the blue door to get position as the A site take is on the way. Pete playing behind the smoke at fence, gets spammed by Shroud. He knew exactly where he was.
Yeah, Shroud spotted the gun barrel sticking right through the smoke, so a pretty easy kill for him as he turns that corner. I mean, a sick round from Automatic. After that first spray down in the smoke, he gets 3 more kills, so he got 4 in the round. That's pretty sick.
And that mid-round aggression, you know, it seemed like the very early aggression was working well, but that mid-round aggression, they were getting punished.
I mean, sick adjustments by both teams. Energy makes a bid for it in the second portion of that half. We'll see if they can complete the comeback. They're going to be on T side when we return, so stay tuned.
going to get the one kill in that bombing coming onto the side. FNX has to stand up. Joe, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still. Oh, love that.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. This is NRG versus Cloud9. We're on Cash, and Cloud9 stormed out to a 7-0 lead on the Terra side, and they finished things up thanks to a good adjustment by NRG. But they finished with a 10-5 lead in the favor of Cloud9, who switches over to the defense now. NRG, we were just talking in the halftime by ourselves that this next half we're going to see out of NRG is very much saying, Peter, what can you make for us? What can you create?
Yeah, Energy will probably play a lot slower. Seems like most of the teams have been casting lately. Renegades, Echo Fox, now Cloud9 on Cash. Been doing a lot of 4-1s early. Not afraid to go through the A smokes, not afraid to go through the B smokes, not afraid to do a fast middle or anything like that.
So dangerous. It was just like one lucky flashbang can just ruin that defense.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you don't play it perfectly on the CT side, a lot of time you will lose a round. But you can play it really well to a point where you can win around really cleanly doing that.
Right.
So
look at this half out of automatic.
Both ways.
Look at this half out automatic. 16-9 was his score at the end of that. I mean, that last round he did get 4, so I mean, he was pretty close in terms of until that last round. He was at 12, obviously, but just a big half for a guy that we talked about. Was not someone that you expected to be kind of the star player in Cloud9. You just felt like he was like a missing piece of the puzzle. But really, as an individual, he seems to have grown within this lineup, which is pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. He's really just showing what he could do with a good team around him. You know, he hasn't been with players of this caliber before, as taps and lurks all the way out towards highway without even being seen.
Well, here's this highway smoke. I think you touched on it from T-spawn, I'm assuming, because Gabi is missing a smoke and he was all the way back towards T-spawn. So yeah, it just lands right there. So it's a pretty sick smoke. And now, I mean, this execution is a little bit delayed because they have to allow time for Gabi to actually catch up. The question is, are they going to be hitting it fast enough to actually utilize that smoke that he throws? Because it's going to dissipate pretty soon, and they still haven't hit this site. Probably trying to make Cloud9 feel really uncomfortable with the sense that they thought the hit would already be coming in now. Now they stream outdoor. Nothing's got to kill over towards B. There's Stewie with 2. Great movement, great mobility, clearing both sides, and now he's just going to push forward. Find Godby as well. Stewie's incredible right now, and he's just going to stomp them all out. What a pistol round from Stewie.
Yeah, him at that quad box. Perfect angles for him, right? We saw him at the fork. It's kind of similar.
Yeah.
And just absolute perfect beats.
Yeah, I mean, just the way he uses this box and the movement to make sure every single fight he takes is a one-on-one. Knowing to get aggressive here because he could be getting wrapped upon, and then just the precision, obviously. But what a pistol round from him.
Yeah, that was a great job by him, putting Cloud9 firmly in the lead here. They seem to like the umps, man. I like the MP9, man.
Yeah, they are feeling the umps right now.
I like the MP9 more, man.
A little bit more, a little bit faster rate of fire, a little bit more movement to it.
I mean, have you seen Fur? Pretty sure his MP9 is as good as most AKers. Like,
I think he uses the bulldozer skin as well, which is like a pretty apt name, I feel.
That's awesome. I didn't even know that skin existed. Coming from me, that's...
Yeah, that's surprising. Figured you would have had a couple of those stashed away. Skadoodle, he eats a bullet with the, from the deagle of Taps, and that's so that's going to be an opening pick. And when you see this kind of a deagle, that's a nice find because there's not a lot of utility on the energy side. And actually, Peter might have this timing down. This is going to be very dangerous for Automatic, and Peter misses the shot, so Automatic's able to turn around and punish him. You have to land those, but without the utility, it is a large reliance on these deagles to get those picks because there are no smokes. You can't really execute anything. You need the deagles to find you one of those fortunate headshots just to thin out the defense.
Absolutely, and what happens a lot of the time is sometimes you get that first initial kill with the deagle like we just saw, but because you don't have much utility, you don't have head armor, and obviously deagle's not great at taking sights, that even when you make it 4v5, you're still really reliant on them giving you more kills, right? Because if you push towards a site there, and as soon as you round that corner, if they're sitting there, you know, whatever, and not peeking you and making you have movement before you see them, it's still very CT-sided.
Yeah.
So the round's not over just because you got that initial kill by any means.
Yeah, and we could see that they couldn't really get anything after that, and it almost maybe because, I mean, Energy tried to almost take over that bomb site. They had 3 deagles, and like you said, very rough to take sites with a deagle. I mean, if Peter gets that kill in automatic, to be fair, he found the timing. He played that perfectly up until he missed the kill. If he gets that kill in automatic, that might be a lost A bomb site, because then it was essentially going to be like a 4 or 5 on 1.
It still definitely does take like good coordination though, even if you just get that deagle kill, just because, you know, like if you have a deagle, you make it 4v5 and you like burst out through the door or something like that with a flashbang and tech 9s, like you're super advantaged. But you know, with their buy, it's not as much. Stewie gets dinked by a block.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll see how he decides to play it.
They just want to feed him that FPR,
right? Maybe they didn't like that pistol round out of him, and somehow he's still alive again. And if he lives throughout this whole round, that's got to be disheartening if you are Energy. Stewie's just unkillable at the moment.
Yeah, 20 and 11. We were just talking about Tim, but Stewie on that pistol round. Now on this round, just all the way, just 20 and 11.
It is so crazy to think that this year for Stewie, I don't know if I've ever seen one player climb from not being in a competitive team ever, with no competitive experience, to the level that he's gotten at this quickly.
Yeah, and you could thank Ocean for that.
It's the Ocean and A2Z classes.
Yep. Ocean found him. Ocean taught him everything he knows. So Energy, as we said, complete change of pace from what we were used to seeing with Cloud9. Slow default, methodical, just waiting, and then probably going to you know, do some type of execute together.
Better work. They don't have a lot of time to get rolling on this T side, and on top of things, there's still 3 SMGs on the Cloud9 side. So if they win this round and they get that bonus money from those kills and they get free upgrades to AK-47s and AWPs, that's when the economy for the CT side will just balloon, and you'd have to win so many consecutive to reset the economy to even be able to get back into it if you're Energy. So this is actually a very important round. Stewie's alone in the bomb site. He does have Skadoodle rotating over. It's just for the FAMAS, but Stewie at an off angle as they come to the smoke. Gets 1, holds down the trigger, gets a 2nd. He's going to go hunt for more, and he finds Gabi. That flashbang blinds him, but the damage is done. He's gotten 3, but there's Peter with the AUG. This is the one gun that can bring them back into this round. Automatic is on a flank, though, and it's 3 UMPs. So actually, Energy's not in as bad as a spot as it might look.
Yeah, he's at the forklift, probably the best spot to retake from. But
not so much. Not so much anymore when Automatic just comes out. And this is that kind of nightmare. I mean, he gets 2 kills. The bonus money isn't that great, but
he was too busy pumping himself up to realize the flank was coming.
It's like, yo, let's squash the beef, bro. They don't think we can win this round. 2 on
They don't
3.
think I can win it. Do they know who I am?
Underdogs
Do they know
in the
where
match.
I am?
Underdog in the round. Let's go.
Then Tim comes in. He probably heard him on the mic. Comes in, flanks him, and gets an easy kill.
Oh, not bad. But yeah, that flank comes in huge. So now the AK-47s, they have basically 2 players get free guns. AWP for free as well, which is huge. And Energy is at that point where they know they just can't afford to give up many rounds. I mean, they can't. They want to. At this point, you play for the win. I mean, if you have this many rounds to catch up on.
Last round though is like Stewie was trying to take a gamble over at like middle and B. He was pretty much on an island at A. Still, they come A and he still kills 3 people.
Yeah, I mean he had a nice off angle. So I mean that first kill you imagine would be his like 9 out of 10 times. It's the follow-ups that were so good. Automatic is going to be in vent, so he'll be able to drop out. But the smoke is actually helping Cloud9, although Skadoodle does fall. There's Shroud in the site. And actually, I mean, there's 3 players from Cloud9 here already, so nothing coming through. He's going to find 1. And Gabi, he's going to get a nice kill, but he's the last one left, although he does have 2. He's down to 17 HP. Still can't salvage a rifle, and I think this angle from Automatic, he's not going to be expecting this whatsoever in the pit by the site, so this might just end up being an easy kill. The question is, can Gabi get the bomb planted, and he cannot.
No, good job by him to get those 2 kills, but we saw that Shroud stayed alive there and be like forever playing around those smokes. Really important if you have a guy in sight. If you have a guy in sight at A or B on cache and the execute is coming and fighting is going on, it makes it so easy to rotate into. Like it makes it really easy to go out heaven, to go through vents, because so many people on T side are just going to be focused on that site. It opens up everything. So delaying and staying alive there by Shroud, really good job by him. Not so much Skadoodle as he jumped into the mini pit with a 5-7.
He did seem to be stuck out in the open with like an AWP, and he had to pull his pistol out. Just an awkward situation, but it does come down again to that kind of concept of mid-control for the counter terrorists on this map. That's some good spam damage.
The information Stewie's getting right now, he's peeking A main, jumping in and out. This information is huge right now.
And here's one over at door as well. But yeah, I mean that mid-control, that importance of mid-control.
Jordan, no!
Did he just burn?
Oh my goodness.
Was he at sandbags? Is that where
he was at sandbags. He had a smoke out. He tried to toss it on the Molotov, whiffed. The smoke went into Z, and he burned alive.
Did they changed like the mechanics of how smokes extinguish Molotovs now, didn't they? Wasn't that an update recently, I think?
Yeah, it's not supposed to do it if they're like too far below it and whatnot.
Interesting.
But this information at A that Stewie has, though, he's probably going to call for like a full B stack here.
Yeah, Shroud's rotating off right now. And automatic, he could, he's going to spot 2. Peter's not even paying attention to vents, though. The shots were out. Tapson's going to fall as well. The bomb is still outside B, so there's a chance to relocate from the terror side of things, but Legia is coming to support, and that's a beautiful pop flash. Automatic pushes forward. He wants to take this fight. He loses it. But meanwhile, Gabi's teammate has fallen, so to save energy, at least for this round, in this map, I mean, Gabi has to win this 1-on-2. There's 1 in vents, 1 in the B bomb site, 20 seconds left, so he can't afford to go back towards A. He's just got to straight up win, and it's not going to happen. Shroud shuts him down. Big win for Cloud9 on map 1.
Complete domination.
Yes.
Out of Cloud9.
I mean, there was really just that one sketchy area in the first half where there was the adjustments by Energy when they got a little bit more aggressive on the extremities, but dominant overall, 16-5.
Yeah.
Why not?
Great job by Cloud9. We saw one round that was interesting to see, was that round with NRG, right? It was 4v5, and when it was 4v5 on Cloud9 side, the players on NRG, when they were on CT side, tried to get aggressive. Immediately, Cloud9 stomped on it, right?
Yeah.
Peter pushed B, Scott killed him. Another person pushed somewhere else. They got the kill. They won. NRG just made it easy on Cloud9. There, Cloud9 was in a 4v5. Stewie had complete information at A. Knew they weren't coming A. B stack.
Works out for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. Strong information plays. Really good match overall from Cloud9, and we are going to send it over to T-Squared. I know he had a good time watching that match.
I did, but the question, did we squash the beef yet? I just want to make sure that it's been squashed. But overall, C9, they're moving to 18-1, and Energy, they're going to go to 11-6. Stewie and Automatic, just so strong. But one of the things that we didn't see was the utility coming out from Energy that we were talking about beforehand. So I'm going to throw this on over to Ryu at the Telestrator. And Ryu, what's up with the smokes? How come we didn't see him?
Yeah, so Dave's mentioned there's actually 3 different smokes that Energy can throw. I think Gabi and Legia throw them from T-spawn. We didn't get a chance to see them, but I wanted to show you where they land and how they use them, because it's an interesting thing that they set up on their T side. So as we take a look at the map here, the one that we saw them throw on pistol round actually lands behind forklift. It's kind of the common smoke you see a lot of teams throw when they do the classic blue door strat, where they flash into the site and they pile out of the door. That's one smoke that they throw, and the way that they use that, they actually do. Let's see if I can get. I haven't been a weatherman in a while. So when this area is blocked off by the smoke, they basically force the CT into this area of the site, and then sometimes they'll actually just position Peter with basically a field of vision in that general direction. That's one of the ways they use that smoke. The other smokes that they throw pretty regularly is the top highway smoke, which I think is the one that Daze was referencing. This one is great because you'll see a lot of teams, they'll actually just kind of work a T up either behind it, or what actually we've seen in recent matches, they'll get a T into a Z, who can then flank in either direction. So he can sit here and pick off anybody coming from this area of the map or anybody that goes to the truck. He can go towards A for like an A split or B towards a B split. And then the other smoke they sometimes throw from spawn is the one that lands here. Now, I will say this, and hopefully they don't get mad. If you see them throw this smoke several rounds in a row, they do it to set up a strat where they actually take Tapson through the door, and he just kind of lurks his way, kind of like a smoke wall or smoke tunnel through that smoke, and then he comes around and it'll kill the player at quad. Usually opens up the site. But there was a lot of conversation about tells and doing things to kind of mask what your strategy is, what your setup is. Those are 3 smokes that, if just going back to watching our team scrim them, they'll throw those smokes almost every T round. They didn't really have, one T round, I think. That was like a full gun round with full utility. So we didn't get to see them kind of like set that up. But they'll do the same thing over and over, and it looks the same, and it feels the same. And then one round, there's a guy who's at forklift, or there's a Tapson lurking through the smoke from the door. didn't get a chance to see it, and Cloud9 kind of cruised in that.
Yeah, and it was because Stewie just doing Stewie things. You know, arguably one of the best players so far in North America, and double positive, 24 and 12. We were talking about it. He's aggressive. You got to expect that coming out from Energy. Why weren't they able to counter it? Or is it because maybe Peter and Tabson didn't necessarily have the type of performances we're used to seeing them have recently?
Yeah, I definitely think Tabson got off to a slow start. When Energy started to figure things out a little bit on their CT side, they started to kill Stewie first. There was the one round they killed him, and they recognized like it's probably going towards A. Last time he just sprinted out middle and took a fight. That's kind of what they did. So it seemed like they made some adjustments there. It's just they got a little bit of a late start, and then they lost that one eco round where Automatic was just lurking around the smoke, killed the diffuser, then continued to lurk around the smoke, and then killed the last two. That's a round like you cannot lose against a team like Cloud9. And then losing that second half pistol story with a beautiful 4K in the sight. Just really, they didn't give themselves enough real estate to have a chance on their T side because of a few mistakes on their CT side and a little bit of a slow start.
Well, we'll find out if Energy can bounce back against C9 on Train. But, guys, I want to give a shout-out to thescoreesports.com. If you're a stat like myself, make sure you download the app on your Android or iOS device. Go to the Google Play App Store and check it out because it is the best place for those things. And don't go anywhere. We're going to have the second map going on between these two teams right after the break.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. It's going to be map 2 for the evening. Cloud9 just destroyed NRG on that first map, 16-5. I knew Ryu at the desk was saying maybe this is like everything's in the right moment for NRG to be able to steal one. Didn't look like it at all.
No, they were like a road bump. You know, they got those like 5 out of 6 rounds or whatever.
Made it a little interesting.
Yeah.
But, no
Cloud9 had to slow down a little bit, but then after that they got back on the freeway.
Yep.
80 miles per hour. you probably, I feel like you probably drive like 110.
You think I'm a 110 driver?
Yeah.
Actually, I did rent a BMW yesterday to go driving through some of the mountains in LA. And later on at night, it has like a sport mode on it where it gets give you a little extra boost, a little extra power. It's pretty nice driving on the highway. When
do you think Blue's ever gone over the speed limit?
No, Blue has an issue with respecting authority too much. I feel like Blue is like the guy who just like sets cruise control like 10 miles an hour under the speed limit.
I feel like he's probably the guy that calls the police if somebody's going over the speed limit.
He's like, yo, I feel like this guy just passed me. He's going 73.
Yeah.
Pull him over.
This is dangerous.
What did he say earlier?
He actually doesn't even drive on the freeway.
So Blue was not casting anything until 7 p.m. and he had to ask for authority to go get his gaming laptop so he could do some stuff here.
Well,
he was like,
do stuff, you mean play WoW.
Yeah, play WoW.
Yeah.
Please, can I go get my laptop? Is that okay with you?
Please, sir.
Well, we'll bring this. We'll get this back on track in a second. It's going to be Train, which actually, I mean, when you think about Cloud9 and like their recent context, this has been a sick map for Cloud9.
Yeah, they're really good at it. It's one of those maps where, you know, like the Bears was talking about having smoke executes and stuff like that. Cloud9 probably not using that many of that.
No.
You know, a lot of times they'll just like group up ladder, throw one flash, fly out with 3 people.
It does seem like just someone just
get kills.
Yeah, someone just comes out ladder and just destroys everyone.
Yeah.
I actually, one of the cool things of watching Cloud9, one of the rare teams that reminds me of Virtus Pro in this map with how aggressive their hit is towards that outer bomb site at times. So just an exciting team. I don't know what to expect out of energy out of this map. It's a little bit worrying because I feel like this is a map.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen them play it.
I feel like this is a map where you need more than just like 1 or 2 players who can create something.
Yeah,
like
I agree.
And
I agree.
if they're just going to rely on these defaults into executes, I think they're just going to get stomped out of the server.
I think a lot of rounds on T side, especially on Train, I think more than most maps, comes down to one person getting like 3 or 4 kills. You know, like you'll watch SK play, they'll take inner. Either Fallen or Cold will be behind Pop, and they'll just end up winning the round for their team. You know, like maybe they go down 2 men, it's 3v4, they get 2 or 3 kills, you know, or maybe, you know, FNX or Taco Refer, they get pushed up and just get 3 kills. You know, it's I think it's one of those maps where more than any other map, that T-side player. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you think about how the map is laid out as well. If you have that player who comes out mid and perhaps just runs up towards Old Hell, gets 1 kill, and then he has that angle on like the entire bomb site, that wide angle that allows him to get so many more kills. So, I mean, even just you could start steamrolling, and if you continue that aggression, pushing down the lanes, I always think is very, very important, especially towards that inner site. If someone's able to push up and contain that choke point, so and Cloud9 especially is very good at that. They have that pistol round strat that we've seen them do pretty frequently, where they smoke Z from like T spawn area. And then the rest of the players all barrel and just push forward towards connector. So they're a pretty frightening team on this map, especially then you add in, we haven't even gotten to Skadoodle with the AWP. This is one of the maps where I still think he's a pretty big force on.
Yeah, Ska's a beast on it. Map that really, you know, when you're CT side, a lot of the time you could just win rounds if you're an opera by just not dying.
Yeah.
Because, you know, even if they're trying to get the bomb down and stuff, maybe they go back into ladder, you're just alive in the back of a bomb, you just get kills. You know, it just shuts down so many areas. But we are waiting on one person. Who do you think this is gonna be as I hit tab here?
I haven't looked at your computer screen. I am gonna guess Jordan?
Yeah, it seems to be Jordan once again.
I actually, to be fair,
I would have never guessed that.
I'm all for throwing Jordan under the bus, but I did get word in my ear that he was having a computer issue. It's not just him being late.
Yeah, it's like somehow he's still late. After the first map, he's like there. He's still somehow
manages to be late. It's beautiful. We all love Jordan sometimes for that.
Sometimes, not in this scenario, but
yeah, just in general.
Yeah, Jordan's a good guy, man.
He is.
He's really like. I didn't know that he was just such a genuinely good guy. You know,
Yeah.
I thought like when I first met him, I'm like, there's no way. I'm just like the
He
skeptical
is
guy.
so
I'm
nice
like,
where you're like, this is fake.
I'm just like, I'm skeptical right now.
Something
like,
doesn't sit right.
Yeah, but he's genuinely just a really good guy.
Yeah, no, he absolutely is. He had that, I didn't see this video, but you know, when we were in Northern Arena, he recorded a video of some lady freaking out over like a meatball sub. Did you hear about this in like a subway? He like put it in one of his like Cloud9 vlogs, like Cloud9 does Toronto. And he had this clip of this lady just like going nuts about not having. So the Subway didn't have meatballs for a meatball sub she wanted to order, and it's gone viral. It's been like on all the news shows around the world have like picked up that clip out of his vlog. It's the craziest thing.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
Yeah, like Daily Mail has, I don't know, all the sites, all the good stuff.
We're not sponsored by Subway, are we?
No, I hope not. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
No, just now it ended.
Oh. Because I don't know. I'm not a fan of Subway, man.
Am a fan of Mountain Dew, though.
Oh,
Mountain
absolutely.
Dew is incredible.
And you know what goes great with Mountain Dew? Soylent. What? You never had that combo?
Never had that combo.
Mix them up together.
Oh,
delicious.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, Soylent is incredible as well. Yep, back on track. So, where do we go from here?
We always talk about the Bears. The Bears is always funny.
Yeah, let's talk about the Bears. How do you like his segment, his Stromboli segment?
It was a thing of beauty.
It
Genius.
was. It was good.
Genius.
I feel
whenever I want to entertain myself, I just think of like, what would the Bears be saying? Like
What
during
would
the
coming out
sponsor
of the Bears,
things and
yeah.
things like that. Just what would the Bears be saying right now if he was placed in here?
I feel like that segment, like that first week we established the baseline. Oh, look at that stat.
Yeah,
though.
see 4-0 energy. We haven't even seen him play it once. So
Yeah, the next
a question mark.
The next segment of Stromboli, I think this coming week, I think it's going to be like a once weekly thing. I think that's going to just be epic. I think he's about to just like snowball how awesome that segment is.
The more the Bears, the better. As we get live here, Moses.
Yes, the pistol round is live, and it is going to be automatic, actually, in a little bit of a lurking position out towards Ivy, playing it really safe, but the rest of Cloud9 is going to go towards Inner. Stewie is pretty much taken out of this fight. Down to 1 HP right off the bat. Tabson, I mean, no damage is even returned, so really good exchange for energy, although that one was less good. Tabson now brought down to 3, so pretty much equal across both teams at the moment, and this is so crazy. I mean, they're committing to just holding this. Yeah, both of these teams.
Yeah, they're constantly flashing over on that train, Gabi and Legia both.
It's a lot of utility. I mean, they've gotten themselves a good, I mean, it's an equal, it's 4-4, but Stewie's so low, Shroud's about half HP, so, I mean, a good exchange, but look at what this has done to the defense. There's two players, or I mean, there's one player for energy outside, and that's it.
Yeah, but Pete has really good positioning around ladder and whatnot, so, but the hit's coming towards Ivy, so I think he's probably going to call for an inner stack, and that could go against them here.
I don't know what this pistol round is designed to do for Cloud9. There's 2 players committed towards inner. There's 2 players in Ivy still. 40 seconds left. I figured the bomb was going to fall back, and I mean, this Ivy hit is so slow. I mean, obviously Energy can't notice this, so they can't take advantage of it, but I think this round is just going to be over.
Yeah, I thought they had bomb at Ivy, actually. So I thought they had bomb at Ivy that whole time, so I am completely mistaken.
So the idea is it's planted on the side of the train so that they can now defend it at range, but this is risky for Cloud9, and we'll see if they can pull it off. Interesting pistol round. There goes the diffuser. It's down to a one-on-one. Peter does have a kit, but automatic, he's so many different options. There's a nice goosh, and Peter's off the bomb, and automatic is just going to steal one away. This would look so bad for Cloud9 for so long, and somehow it just turns in their favor once that alley hit eventually comes to fruition. They slow played that, and that takes, I mean, that takes balls.
That takes guts just to send 2 people at inner and have enough faith that they're going to get the bomb down. You know, just having that faith, that takes guts, especially when they basically stacked inner because of Pete's positioning. So, I don't know, everything just working against NRG right now, it seems like. Everything, positionally, every way you think about that round, you should say, oh, NRG's gonna win this easily.
Yeah, it certainly looked like it for the entirety of that round until Cloud9 just somehow gets, you know, 2 to 3 critical kills right there at the end. So Fogden now still aggressive towards inner, and actually blind. He dinks up Shroud down to 16, so early damage done, and now it's Stewie's turn. We know he likes to be aggressive. Molotov's out towards the bomb train to force away any stack. Nade towards Old Hell, doesn't do any damage to Gabi, but they're going to clear that, and they clear it vertically. What a nice moving stack they had with Stewie on top of the train, a couple players coming from lower, and now Stewie's just going to be able to hold this angle. Bomb's being planted, and now there's no way that Energy can win this round.
Yeah, Shroud saw that guy enter said there's at least some presence here. They bulldozed outside. Energy was almost everybody was towards Inner except for, I believe, one player.
Oh, that's a nice flash and peek combo from Stewie with the Glock. He does eventually fall to Tabson, but he's got a couple kills on the round. And yeah, this is going to be over. So it is going to be 2-0 for Cloud9. But you can see kind of the thought. I mean, that's kind of cool from Cloud9 with how aggressive they are outside. They Molotov the bomb train, and then they don't even really pay any attention to it. They clear out the alleys on the left side of that outer bomb yard.
Yeah, and I think that's 3 pistol rounds in a row that Cloud9's won, right?
Yeah,
I think they won both on cash, right?
Yep.
So tough.
Not going to win many games if you're losing, if you're dropping that many pistol rounds.
Especially against a team that is better than yours. You know, let's be honest. Cloud9 is a better overall team than NRG.
Yep.
So you losing the pistols, that's tough. That's tough. And NRG, we haven't seen much of what you know, how they play train. So I'll see if they opt for like a double op setup. They have pretty decent economy.
I mean, that double op setup is kind of what got them back into cash when they started using double op. It was
Peter was making plays. Peter was making plays.
So I mean, obviously, maybe something they choose they want to go back to on this map. So Fugly is going to be the first person. He's got a MAC-10 and armor. And one pop flash could ruin his world. Is Cloud9 going to do it? Legia's brought so low, and nothing's not ready for that whatsoever. Fugly does get 1. So it's a 3-on-4. And Cloud9 doesn't have to commit here if they don't want to.
Yeah, Shroud creeping around that lower ramp, but Energy's almost full rotating. And this is what we're talking about. You get that guy at Pop Dog, especially with a player like Shroud, you know, going up against pistols and pumps and things like that. This is where he just kills everybody usually, except for Tabson.
Except for Tabson with the 1D. Well, now he's got the AK. Legia's low.
Oh no, Scott killed him actually, or he killed Scott actually. That wasn't on Shroud.
Yeah, I mean Shroud's still gonna get a chance here. Oh, and he does. Gets 1, and now just playing it safe. Just gonna chill. Legia, I mean, he's not gonna get out of this one alive. So we'll see what they bring into the next round. But 3 pretty quick rounds for Cloud9. This one they take an unfortunate amount of damage. 3 players fall. I know they had a couple SMGs, but I think they lost 1 AK-47. So pretty decent damage done to the T economy. All things considered from Energy, and they don't open with the double up, but Peter is gonna have his.
You know what I want to see, man?
What's that?
I want to see some auto snipers.
Yeah?
I seriously think that's one of the best ways to stop like a team like Cloud9. No joke. If they're going to play train, like where they don't use that many smokes and they go out like ladder smokes and things like that, auto snipers could just wreck them. So it's 2 shots a pop. You know, usually kill them before they even get a bullet off. You're almost guaranteed like 2 kills if they come down ladder. As Cloud9 looks like they're doing a fast out here.
Well, here's Automatic. He gets that angle, and he can't get any more. I mean, he had the bomb, so it's already at the bomb train. They just need to work on clearing out the rest of this defense, and Stewie's helping out with that. Peter's down. Nothing going to be aggressive, but Skadoodle finds a kill. They've been whittled down, and Tabson, as the smoke clears, gets 1, but it's into Fugly on 2. Shroud on Skadoodle he has to go against, and he's on the bomb train. He pushes through that smoke that comes up in connector late, but look at how passive Cloud9's playing this. Skadoodle does spot him out, and it seemed like that was going to allow him to just kind of play it passively, but he dies. Shroud's there for the cleanup, and again, we talked about this on Cash. This is now, you know, those 2 impact rounds, the pistol round and now the 4th round, both go Cloud9's way, just as they did T-side of on Cash. And if Automatic is going to be able to do that advanced in this train yard and be able to just get, even though it's just 1 kill, that's a critical kill to find.
Yeah, it was there, and another critical kill was pushing through the hell lane.
Yep.
I think it was Stewie. I don't think he had any resistance. Came there, got a kill on somebody blind. So when you can get those 2 kills, and you dwindle the numbers down on that T-side train yard, it becomes increasingly T-sided.
Yeah, especially because once those 2 players fall, even if there's still someone on the bomb train, they have to be so passive. There's so many angles they can get killed from. They can't really peek. They can't really be effective. So nice job for Cloud9, and still just hanging out back in T-mid, getting some early damage, but not committing anywhere. And they're not really in danger either. So they're just trying to see what this defensive setup is going to be like.
Beautiful smoke by Jordan. Hits a wall, falls back into T-spawn.
He's having a rough game with some of these nades, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well,
the molly.
Yeah, that's right. How you distinguish it. I think Energy knows that Automatic's here. Well, Tabson, that's easy work.
Yeah, that was a nice shot by him. Seems like his Deagle's on point today, man. Train's one of those maps where there's so many Deagle.
Yeah. There's just a lot of good Deagle players recently. Like the Deagle seemed to really come back into style, a few months back, and now there's just so many players that you feel like can just get consistently get those 1Ds to help you out in some of these rounds.
It's that huge X factor, man. Like, so you have someone like Nico, he could have a Deagle with 4 USPs surrounding him, and he could still win the round.
I feel like the one Deke headshot is like the most iconic of Counter-Strike kills.
Yeah, it is. So look for Valve to change that next.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
I remember like a couple years ago they changed the deagle and it did like 90 damage to a late shot.
Yeah, I remember that update was sick.
That?
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Yeah.
You could actually, especially on train, you could actually play an entire half just with the deagle and win.
That was something.
That was something.
Yeah, Cloud9 off to another great start. Now they bust out the double op here. Pete and Tapson.
Interesting that it was Legia on Cash and it's Tapson here.
Yeah, I think they kind of just get that double up by committee, whoever's feeling it, which I think is fine. I think it's fine.
That's the question I was going to ask. And I know Optic does something similar where it seems like sometimes NAF has like his maps where his maps in his half. Are you cool with that as well?
I don't even think you should do it by map. Like, I think if you have money on CD side and you think you could just like get a kill if you're opping, just do it. Like if you're like, yeah, I could just op this guy and make it 4v5, just do it. Ask for the op even. You know, for that second op, even if somebody else has it.
No matter who it is, you're good with it.
No matter who.
Fugly, good double kill.
I mean, as long as they're not like,
yeah,
you know, just completely awful with it.
Yeah, I mean that
seems like Fugly's just having a lot of like every single time he's gotten early aggression, he's gotten the kills.
Even on Cash.
Yeah, on Cash. Yep. And now we're seeing it on Train, so it's translating.
Well, and it's definitely tempered Cloud9. I mean, no aggression whatsoever out of them. Stewie and Shroud are down, so there's, Stewie, a huge playmaker for this team. So who's next? Because the bomb is all alone, so you don't really know if you want Automatic to be the next one to make contacts. It's going to depend. Skadoodle and Nothing are still so far away, and I think they're actually going to be heading in towards team mid. So maybe trying to do a little bit of a fake here, see if they can have some success at the outer yard that will pull some of the rotation away, at least allow a plant for Automatic.
Yeah, and every time Cloud9 is in this situation, you know, we're always thinking they're just going to lose it, and they seem to do something crazy. But Fugly with a great angle on top of the oil train. Back Cloud, killing him. Jordan going outside, getting one kill towards Z. Godby knows exactly where he is.
That nade, that's going to do it. You never know with nades, but that one works out. And Skadoodle, the best thing he can do here is some economic damage. Yeah, just get like 1 or 2 more kills would be ideal. But I mean, even if it's just 1, just do something to chip away at some of that money because it's not strong. And that would put, I mean, even just 1 or 2 more kills if they have to drop some. Oh, what a jump! And the no-scope like a shotgun. And the time runs out, but he's going to keep his gun. There's no danger, and obviously Energy without money doesn't want to chase that down. So good round from Ska. Yeah, that's not bad.
Wow.
Some of that old Ska flair.
Yeah, that was, he really wanted to kill one more. He really wanted to kill one more. I think he was listening to you there.
Yeah.
But that was pretty sick by him. Cloud9, even though they won those first 5, their economy is at a point where if they lose this round, they're probably going to be on eco. Same with NRG, so this round's extremely critical here. We're talking about impact rounds, the map before. This is definitely one of them.
Yeah, and Fugly again was starting to get aggressive up that ramp, but I think he was forced away. I'm not sure by what, if it was a flash or just if he just decided to fall back on his own. There's Tapson going for the mid-air shot. It doesn't work. Skadoodle's got the angle now, so you can see it in the X-ray. He's just waiting for that repeat. I don't think Tapson necessarily wants to do that whatsoever. Flashbang. Fugly is still just playing with fire here, and he wants to continue getting aggressive, and that might be too much.
Yeah, so far, no mid-round aggression has worked for NRG, right?
Yeah.
Going back into Cash. Only that very, very early initial fights. But as soon as Cloud9 has even just a little bit of time, it has never worked for NRG.
Well, and now with that 1 death, I mean, you can see there's got to be some kind of a gamble, and this is going to spread the defense out because Legia's got to cheat a little bit closer towards Connector, which can weaken that outer defense.
Yeah,
and he's going to have to make a decision.
Yeah, they went into a default here, Cloud9. Their whole goal was just to get Jordan pushed up towards Ivy so that he could actually do something here and throw his nades, and now they're going to go, looks like they're going towards an inner fake to outer, or maybe just going towards inside.
There's, I mean, Automatic has a flashbang. That should be a pop flash around that corner with a man advantage, but either way, Stewie dies and Godby now allowed to live. He's going to be able to just destroy this attack. So good positioning at the upper corner at the off angle. The bomb is going to get planted, but like you said, I mean, this is very, very critical to just straight up win this round for Energy. This would force the reset even with that plant on Cloud9, and as well, I mean, they have 4 players alive, so this would be huge to establish the money they have for the rest of this half if they can survive with all 4 members, and they will. Godby with a triple kill to clean it out.
Yeah, big round by Godby there. Cloud9, I think Jordan probably went a little bit too early there at enter. Ska was very far back with his bomb.
Yeah.
Kind of made them rush things a bit. I think if they waited a few more seconds for Jordan to throw that fake at Ivy, probably would have been a bit better. But now Cloud9 is saving, just Tech9, a few smokes.
And yeah, this is, I mean, they bust out. I know Stewie, particularly at Northern Arena, had a sick round with the Deagle on a round just like this.
Oh, his Deagle's nuts, man.
Yeah, so he has the Deagle, or I mean, he has the Tech9 this time, so no chance of that happening. But I like what they're doing. I like that they have 5 smokes. I like that they have plenty of flashbangs to swarm forward with these Tech9. So it's going to come down a lot. If NRG can get a couple kills early on, like the first 2 kills of Cloud9 that comes out, that'll be huge to stem the aggression that's going to be possible. Stewie, he's just going to continue forward. He's actually dinked Fugly down to 4 HP. The smoke slows him down, but Stewie, he's going to come right through. There's the flashbang we were looking for in the last round, and he can't hit it. He finally takes Fugly out. So another round with a 5-on-4 advantage, Cloud9, and they still have all their utility. That's the next big thing.
Yeah, I don't even think that they thought that Cloud9 would be on a save this early.
Yeah.
Judging by their setup. Figured they probably think they're buying here, but Stewie making a huge play, and now they're ready to go outside right now. Probably going to be 5 smokes. Most likely they'll at least get the bomb down based on NRG's positioning.
The scary thing is
Tabson's in a scary spot.
I was just about to bring that up with the AWP as well. If he does not get that first kill, he's probably dead. And Gabi's there to support him, but this defense can get swarmed, and he misses the first kill, and he's going to get the second one, but he's got nowhere to go after that until Gabi bails him out. Great support from Gabi, and then Tabson is allowed the time to kind of reset. Stewie is still alive though, so you got to be a little bit afraid if you're NRG. He hasn't been able to salvage a gun, and it's 2 ops, so it's going to come down to a lot of timing for Stewie. And he's fortunate this time as Tabson gets behind the train, but now he spotted him out.
Yeah, that was a great smoke by Gabi as Stewie tries to work some magic in this 2v1 as he sees Peter, almost kills him in the back, but Tabson's able to get a nice flick there. We saw Gabi throw a perfectly timed counter smoke into the ladder, which really just helped him get those 2 kills before he died because he didn't have to worry about it so much.
Yeah, I mean, he could just focus the other direction, right? So, I mean, that smoke does a big job, and if he doesn't get those kills, this round's probably over because Tabson was going to fall there.
Yeah, I think he was too. So Gabi did a really good job supporting his teammate, and that's twice. I would say, I mean, they might, I think he saved that round, and he saved that round towards inner as well, doing that 4v5. So Gabi doing a good job of, you know, instilling that faith in his team that they could pull this one out.
You love that.
Dude, I think that's such an awesome name. That is awesome.
Well, yeah, I mean, huge impact from him so far in this match. And now this reminds me of that pistol round that I was talking about that Cloud9 likes to run with Jordan way back towards T-spawn. Seems like he's going to be in a position to perhaps throw that smoke.
But a Jordan smoke is never...
He's had a rough day.
It's never 100%, you know?
Can you rely on it? Well, flash is over. It's not going to be the pistol round tactic they like to run towards inner. It's going to be outside, and Gabi just gets annihilated by automatic. Even Stewie pushing forward. This defense was so passive that there's a lot of respect given to Cloud9, and Stewie and automatic pinch onto that bomb site so well. Tabson is still alive at old bomb, or I mean, excuse me, at old hell. But he's got an AWP and there's smoke all over the place. So this might be a round that NRG tries to bow out of. Certainly Fugly now, his only real option is to try and save this gun, but that's not even going to happen. So what a round from Stewie with 3 kills. The aggression from him and automatic seal this round for Cloud9.
And it wasn't even very poorly played or anything. I believe Legia and Gabi threw Molotovs right where C9 was coming, but it just had no effect. They couldn't shoot. They couldn't get any bullets off, man. They got like 5 bullets off.
Yeah, I mean, just coming through the smoke, Gabi gets entirely surprised, so it's just, what are you going to do? Yeah, and that's the other thing. When you throw those Molotovs, you're like, all right, so I've got the Molotov down. Surely no one will come from this angle.
But nope, still, they're flying at you. Fugly pushing towards inner, Shroud. He probably didn't even have another hand on the keyboard there. I think he just had it on his mouse because he didn't move at all.
He's been so aggressive towards this inner side this entire half.
Shroud's stats though are insane. Remember we were looking at that?
Yeah.
For ESL, he's like plus like 150 or something like that.
That's not
bad. In their 18 matches.
Yeah. Smurfing, I believe they call it.
Yeah. So Cloud9 slowing it down after that 4v5. Looks like it's definitely going to be towards inside. A lot of smokes, Molotovs, flashes. And Energy is not set up well at all to deal with this. They actually still have 2 players towards Ivy, so deep Ivy at that.
Yeah, I mean, the best that they can really hope for, especially with just pistols, is once again, get those 2 to 3 kills on this round. And nothing watching the flank, though. He's going to try and prevent that from happening. And Godby is the only one here towards the center site, so he can't really get anything done. It would be great if they could get away with an AK-47. I just don't, with their positioning on the map, I don't see how it's going to be possible, because Cloud9 is doing a fantastic job of using these AK-47s for the range. That gives them the advantage in every fight.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be pretty clean here. Jordan killing taps on that flank, and now Pete all alone in CT spawn with his P250 Asimov. I didn't even know.
Just an underdog story.
Yeah, just an underdog story. And Pete's actually 1-7.
Yeah, that's not great. And look, he has 2 and 9, so
no, it's not great.
It's not great at all.
It's not
that
great,
my DeBears moment?
Yeah. You know, sometimes you just gotta op them. You gotta shoot above the legs. And then you'll get the kill, Moses.
Well, tough times, and Fugly again looks like he wants to be aggressive up that lower ramp, but maybe he's been punished enough. It's actually going to be Tabson who's aggressive out towards Ivy all on his lonesome. Scoodle's watching for that. Smoke plumes. We'll see how they want to play behind it. Everyone from NRG is getting very, very close up to these choke points. Look at this like 3-man triangle that they have over towards the bomb train outside that was like pushing up towards T mid.
Yeah, everybody getting aggro. Pete's aggro, he was looking at the flank. Godby was close middle. Tabson's aggro Ivy. Legia is just trying to back people up with an ump. So not wanting to let Cloud9 just throw a pop flash over and run out, you know, trying to take the battle a little bit earlier.
I like this slower pace from Cloud9 though in this round, especially just because look at the utility of energy. It's pretty much gone. They just used their last smoke just a couple seconds ago. They have 1 Molotov to really narrow off and block off some of these choke points. After that, Cloud9 is going to have their run of this outer bomb site.
Yeah, but Pete is in a good position at that red terrain. He gets smoked out, moves the sandwich, and he could do work this round if he hits his shots.
Well, he's stuck now, and he did miss his first one. There it is. There's the flick over. He's doubled his kill count. He pushes forward for more. He finds it and the no-scope. That's the Peter we want to see show up, and he's successfully held off this attack. Cloud9, they don't make any progress this time, so really, really nice defense from Peter.
Yeah, those were just some great shots, man. Whenever you're around that train, or any train, and like Sandwich or Hell or anything like that, it's actually pretty easy to kill the players when they're on the floor.
Yeah.
The difficult part is when they get on top of the trains and you don't have teammates watching that and backing you up. That's when you almost always die. But Pete will probably win that and get 2 to 3 kills there most rounds.
I mean, it was cool how I like that he. Ooh, we have an again button.
One thing that really would counter him, obviously, you could throw a Molotov there. As Stewie gets the Negev. I think we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier as well. I just like that how he got aggressive behind that train. He gets that first kill, then he gets aggressive on the other side, and then he can turn around. So really using the train to make sure he's safe from one angle. It's Automatic who's going to try and lead the way. He's got Peter blind, and Peter's got to concede that. He doesn't go for the repeak. And wisely, Automatic himself slows down the aggression. This is all a ruse, though. Actually comes right through the smoke, and he finds Tabs and transfers over. Can't get that kill, but the distraction is done. Heading towards the inner site, Stewie with the Negev has been dinked. And, I mean, the bomb's going to get planted. Now everyone's on the rotation. Very little utility to use. And Shroud still has a Molotov. There goes the Negev. There goes nothing. So, Cloud9, Skadoodle's got to be the man at this bomb train. And he is so far. 2 kills for him. That makes it doable. Shroud gets aggressive and isolates into a one-on-one.
Still has the Molotov, though.
Yeah, and he's just got to be very careful. He knows it's Peter. He knows it's the Opper. So you can see it's almost like he hit tab and sees it's Peter alive, and he just falls back. Peter's going to go chasing for this, though. And I don't think he's going to find him. Shroud hears these footsteps, and there it is. Well played from Shroud.
Yeah, and Peter was forced to get aggro there because the smoke actually missed on the bomb. They bounced it off the wall, and it just hit, you know, down towards that spindle instead of getting on the bomb itself, allowing Shroud to even throw that Molotov and be effective with it. So Pete was forced to go aggro there, and just easy for a guy like Shroud at that point.
Just easy. Yeah, that was, I mean, just well played. I just like that it just seems so funny to me when it looked like he wanted to re-peek that upper ramp for a second, and then he hits tab. And he's like, oh, it's Peter. The op. Don't do that.
Yeah, but the reason he was even able to be in that situation to succeed there is because of Scott on the bomb train.
Yep.
Him getting those 2 kills, there was a guy flanking him at oil. He looked at the correct spot to get that kill beforehand, at Legia pushing the pop dog, was able to get those 2 absolutely critical frags. And that even allowed it for Shroud.
That's like one of the strengths of Scott as an opper is he's so good at having to, like, you know, re-aim at completely, like, a whole other angle. He's so good when, you know, he just has to spin, basically. They're not all going to be coming from the same angle. He's just very, very good in those situations for whatever reason.
So the thing about him is, when he's in a situation where they could be coming at 3 different angles, it seems like he always picks right. At the angle to look at, you know? Like, they could be coming from his left, in front of him, to his right, and he'll always know, like, oh, they're going to come from the left first. And then I look to my right, you know? And he's really good at that. So NRG looking, it's very similar to Cash so far, man. Like, that very first half, they you know, like that road bump, and then Cloud9 got over that, and they're really looking good here.
Yeah, they're starting to really run away with this one. Another basically save out of the energy side for the last round of the half. They're just saying, let's get our 5. And I mean, even Legia missing that shot straight down on Stewie does not bode well. Finally, he's cleaned out. It's a 2-on-3. Actually, this P250's doing some work. There goes Fugly. That flank was kind of the last hope for actually winning the round, though. And there's just too much for Tapson to deal with. But it's all for this last round. Energy trying to get up towards 5. To give themselves some kind of breathing room before they transition into what should be the harder side, which doesn't bode well.
And it was 5-10 after the first half on Cash as well. So we'll see if we have a repeat of that.
Deja vu.
Yeah. Cloud9 right now, you know, frags are looking pretty even. You know, 10, 15, 9, I think 12 and 9. So nobody doing like too crazy. Stewie, obviously, pretty sure he's the one with 15, but looks like they're doing outer smokes yet again. 2 towards Ivy this round.
Oh, Tapson couldn't pick which one to aim at, and he gets dropped. They both jump right over his crosshair. Peter responds, and at least, I mean, he neutralizes that aggression from Automatic, who's been so successful with it throughout this half. They've still got more work to do, though, and this Ivy push is slowed down, but it's still coming. It's like that horror movie. The bad guy is just constantly walking slowly towards you, and Gabi has a nade in his hands. So that's a good find, and now Cloud9 can circle in onto the bomb site. The op misses, but Energy stabilizing for now with these M4. It's a 2-on-3, and Skadoodle is close up with his op. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do this one. He misses that flick, and Peter punishes him for it, so 5-10.
5-10, huge emphasis. This pistol round.
Yeah. As
we go into the second half.
Yeah, that pestol round is going to be absolutely massive, and NRG again with a big deficit at 5-10. We'll see if they can make a comeback happen. Peter's got to get started. We saw some glimpses, but find out if they'll be able to carry NRG forward when we return.
He's going to get the 1 kill in that bomb coming down to the side. FNX has to stay up. Joe, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke for this overstill.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. Cloud9 once again hit that little bit of a, we're calling it a speed bump, I guess. That is NRG at the moment in that first half where there was a small run, a small glimmer of hope for NRG, but quickly Cloud9 re-accelerated, and it's a big first half lead now. And now they're on the CT side, which is supposed to be much easier, supposed to be much more difficult for NRG to make this comeback on the T side.
Yeah, NRG has a long road.
Yeah, we'll continue the driving metaphors.
Yeah, a big mountain to climb. Moving to a different one.
Yep.
Because we are going live here.
Yeah, this is going to be so tough, and it all starts again with the pistol round. We mentioned in the first half, NRG has not won a pistol round in these 2 maps yet, so this is the 4th and final opportunity they have to get that pistol round, and it would be huge to at least give them some kind of glimmer of hope to start this half out.
Yeah, 2 smokes for them, 4 flashbangs, so They have some options here and some utility, as they have 3 towards Team Mid. I believe one's probably going to get down ladder.
Yeah, it's looking like, I mean, he's just going to throw that smoke and maybe just drop down delayed, maybe for a lurk. 3 are going to come out Team Mid right now, and nothing spots, I think, all 3 on top of that train. Automatics boosted up, misses the first one, gets the second, and now there's one close up to him. But actually there, he's forced down off of his perch, but nothing is still doing work outside. Shroud is alive, keeping people distracted. They cannot take down anyone from the Cloud9 side. I'm not sure how everyone is still alive. But they're just systematically eliminating this energy attack, and no one falls for Cloud9.
Yeah, so not a single pistol one for energy in these 2 maps. 0 for 4.
So that's a small percentage.
Yeah, Tim staying alive there. Jordan getting top green at the perfect time. He played that really, really well.
Yeah, especially because he was the initial one that energy spotted. They knew he was there the whole time, so really good job. I'm just so amazed that energy advanced that far without being able to kill anyone from Cloud9.
Yeah, Cloud9 was in a pretty passive setup, but they made it work. They made it work. They all got their kills. Energy all pushed towards the site, try to get that bomb down, and didn't work out too well for him.
Tabson with this deagle again.
Tabson's deagle has been working out for him.
It has been so nice.
On Shroud, too.
Well, Stewie has that shotgun, and he's going to be able to get away just narrowly. Tosses out that nade. Tabson's brought down low to 23 in that exchange with his deagle, but I mean, this is what, at least there's some utility this time, because you talked about this on Cash as well. Even when you get that deagle, like, there's still so much work to do, even if you get that initial kill. And now Tabson has fallen again.
Beautiful shot by Jordan there. Scout headshotting him, jumping in the air.
Ooh, he's even going to tag as well. I mean, the Scout, you can just be so mobile with it. It's just got to be, it's so tough to deal with that in these kind of scenarios. And now he's using the smoke perfectly, almost go one way, and he's done so much damage. He's gotten 2 kills, but he's tagged up 2 players beyond that.
Oh my God.
All right, Jordan. Now he's just styling out.
They didn't change it yet, huh? The changing of the jump scout?
I think that I saw the notes for the jumping inaccuracy that they changed.
Yeah, but did the patch go live yet?
I'm not sure.
Because it didn't look like he was shooting at the top of his jump there at the apex. It looked like it was just how it normally is when you counter-strafe.
No, DJ tells us the patch has not gone live yet.
No? Cool.
So that makes sense. All is right in the world again. Well, not really. Jordan, that's just disgusting.
Yeah, that was dirty, man. Those were some really nice shots. And usually don't look at him and see him scout very often.
Yeah. He definitely does not strike you as a scouter, does he?
No. He actually, he used to op and whatnot a lot in 1.6.
I feel like he used to do like everything in 1.6. He's just one of those players.
But in Go, he hasn't opt or used any scope weapons too much, but still has it in him.
Well,
5 Glocks for NRG. And Shroud getting glocked by Tabson.
He only had a pistol of his own, so, I mean, we'll let it be. That's a nice shot from Scoodle. There's the jumping scout, because why not? And then he clotheslines the Gia. So a pretty cool sequence from Cloud9. It just feels like Cloud9 is like, they're just dying so they can allow their teammates to have some kind of cool highlight.
Yeah.
That was pretty, I like that sequence.
It's almost like the Gladiator strategy, huh?
Gladiator was such a fun game. Did you ever play that?
Well, in Counter-Strike, it's where like, you just go one at a time.
Yeah. And see who can get the most kills.
Yeah. So right now, very important round for NRG. If they want to put up some sort of a fight, they need to win this one, obviously.
Ooh, this Stewie with the shotgun, and he gets caught off guard. He still might win this. Legia having a tough time, and of course Stewie goes for more. At that situation, he's probably saying, there's no chance I make it out alive anyways. Might as well go for another kill. But to get Legia there is pretty nice.
Yeah, I hate when I die like that, man. When I die in a situation where I get a kill and then I try to run away and I die running away, and I'm like, why did I not just fight, man?
Yep.
So Stewie doesn't make that mistake.
I mean, there's the whole fight or flight thing. I don't think Stewie has a flight.
No.
I think he just
unless it's flying through smoke.
Flying through smokes at people, whatever it might be, his own pop flash.
But it's different, right? It's flying, but to fight someone.
Yeah, flying. Yeah, he's got fight or fly to fight.
Yeah, exactly.
We figured Stewie out.
3 towards Ivy. Tabson taking the lead. Really poorly placed smoke by them. And Shroud playing the back lanes.
Well, a follow-up smoke, and Godby gets 1 kill towards Team Mid, and actually Shroud, I mean, he knows his team. Oh, Peter, nice reaction. So, I mean, unlike on Cash, NRG is going to win this first gun round of the half. I don't even think Skiddle goes for this. I imagine he's just going to want to save this AWP for the next round. So, yeah, not bad from NRG. I mean,
good job by them. I mean, can't count them out yet.
Can't count them out yet.
You know?
What is the what are the chances here, do you think? There's a lot of rounds that they have to cover on the T side.
Slim.
Slim.
Slim. All right, I have a question for you then.
All right.
Assuming, you know, the painting on the walls or whatever is here for NRG to probably lose this.
Okay.
Who's going to get more rounds in their 2 maps? NRG
or
versus
SPLYCE?
Cloud9 or SPLYCE versus SK?
Let's see. That is actually a pretty tough question. I think I would actually go with Energy on this one.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, let's say they'll get. I mean, they got 5 on the first map. Let's say they'll get like 15 total. I don't think that SPLYCE is going to put 15 on SK across 2 maps. You never know though. SK has been a little bit shaky.
I'm going with my boys on SPLYCE, man.
You're a big Davey fan.
Yeah, anything can happen.
Well, another round that Energy is going to have to get through with a buy on Cloud9. The Scout is back in action, and he's going to be going against Peter with the AWP, and neither of them connect with the shot, and I think Shroud just gives up that angle entirely now.
tabseN's getting very aggressive. He knows it's a Scout. He knows he's probably not going to re-peek him, and if he does, he's going to die. Peeks up, kills Shroud there. Tim moving towards the back lanes, and it looks like tabseN's going to try to aggress on the back lanes here. At least he throws a smoke so that he has the option to.
That was a rare sequence of like inactivity from Cloud9. 3 players on bomb train and no one transition to help Shroud, and actually automatic. I mean, tabseN's just being a beast now over there.
Yeah, tabseN is just dominating Ivy right now. And you're absolutely right. As soon as Shroud took that shot, nobody made any positioning to help him or anything. They completely trusted him there with a scout, and tabseN took absolute advantage.
Yeah, good play from tabseN. I mean, he is one of the 2 players that we really identify in this team as like he's the one who creates something. He's I guess the playmaker is what we can call it, where he's the one that's doing the things that allow his teammates to be successful. So he's got 3 now in this round, and he's barely been touched. He's down at 88 HP. So another round firmly in the favor of Energy, as Cloud9 seem to have dropped the ball in these past 2 rounds.
Yeah, I can't say I've been. I feel bad now because like I mean obviously I don't really care who wins too much, you know, but as soon as we made, you know, like I picked SPLYCE to get more rounds, now I'm like, come on, Energy, tabseN, why are you getting these kills?
Yeah, please stop doing this to me.
You're making me look like an idiot.
I think Cloud9's going to be able to save after this as well, so they've done it. Stewie basically just wants to try and save this M4. So yeah, they're going to have to. This is double save territory.
Yeah, and so far tabseN doing a great job at Ivy. Getting constant kills, making things happen. As you said, the playmaker for NRG. Usually we assume it's going to be Pete, man.
It's one of the 2 of them, and I just feel like with the kind of style that Energy likes to run, this like very like default and tactic heavy, I think on a map like Train, I don't think the Opper is really going to be that aggressive playmaker too much. I think he's more for like during the execution. I think if they want to just do something freewheeling, it's got to be tabseN with the AK.
Yeah, I agree. I think Train. You know, you think of Train, you think like a heavy op map, but a lot of the time I think of Train as like, you let the rifles go first, and then you get the Opper in a 3v3, and then the op shines really well, you know, not necessarily opening rounds up too much.
Well, I mean, just look at this peek from Peter. I mean, if he goes any wider, it goes from like maybe 2 angles he can get aggressive on here to like 5 if he goes wider, like very quickly, and actually missing that shot. Stewie can do more, but he pulls a nade out. Automatic is there for the support though, and actually tabseN completely blind. Automatic can't recover in time though. That's unfortunate. You could almost see him pulling Cloud9 back into this round. But Cloud9 now, they just have to delay. Shroud and Skadoodle, they just need to buy time because nothing is on the flank, and if he can do some damage, I don't think Skadoodle's going to be aware they're wrapping around Bomb Train, or maybe he is. As soon as I say that, he does the perfect move. But I'm not quite sure it's going to matter. Pushing towards T-mid, there's tabseN, and he gets dinked up immediately. Skadoodle wins that fight, and nothing bails out up the ladder. This would be such a sick play from nothing if he comes back in her and just catches him off guard.
Yeah, it looks like he's thinking about it, but he's not sure what to do. He does go towards inner, and he has an M4.
Oh my god, he's going to find a one-on-one. What is Legia doing? Legia's not covering anything whatsoever. The timing of him looking towards the lower ramp was not there. So nothing all of a sudden. I mean, what a smart cerebral play from Jordan. And now he's on Bomb Train, and that's... Oh, he spotted, and he's going to stop him. He does do a lot of damage. 41 HP in this one-on-one. There's 30 seconds, so Legia's going to get this bomb planted as soon as possible so that he has time to relocate anywhere he wants.
Yeah, now this becomes pretty difficult for Jordan, but Legia does not have the timing down at all. doesn't think Jordan can get down the ladder in that, that quickly. Finds a kit as well, and
what an outplay from Jordan.
Yeah, he played that really well. And if you notice, one thing that I really liked from what he did is when he was at inner there, after he got that first kill, he went straight to the back of bomb, which is a headshot angle.
Yep.
So the fact he doesn't have armor doesn't matter. I know he didn't kill Legia when he went towards Z, but had Legia shot at him, it's even. Just because he has armor, it doesn't matter since he's at a headshot angle.
Yeah, I mean, this is sick. I think it's just a little bit unfortunate for Legia because he was trying to look towards lower ramp for some time. It's this that's a little. I mean, he's trying to relocate to Old Hell, it looked like, but that's like away from where he planted the bomb, so I don't even know if that was necessarily the smartest place to go to. And Jordan just being very aggressive in how he's moving around the map. Finds him and catches him out in the open.
Yeah, and then NRG, losing both pistols, losing an anti-eco round, making things real tough on them.
And now they have to deal with a 3-man stack from Cloud9. Shroud is going to be on top of his teammate. Tapson, it looks like he wants to, it looked like he wanted to clear it, but he didn't. And then Peter misses a shot. So two kills from Shroud that, I mean, he made it look easy.
Well, hey, they said, you're going to work Ivy. You're abusing me a little bit. And now we're just going to put 3 people there, and for some reason, I'm going to kill you without any help.
We only needed one.
Yeah.
And even Fugly blinded. Automatic doesn't choose to push through that, but this is going to be a tough angle. If Fugly tries to cross over thinking it's safe, I think Automatic's just going to be able to get an easy kill.
That's super sneaky, man. When you're a T and they throw a smoke at Ivy and you think it's all smoked, but they leave a tiny gap, it's really intelligent.
It's a real dick move to do that, actually. Of all the things you could do, that's got to be the coolest.
Yeah. Back what we were talking about before, though, is this round kind of goes slow here as Fugly pushes through a smoke and somehow catches Tim off guard and gets that kill, but not able to take out Shroud, though.
Yeah, and now just down to 2. Legia and Gabi coming out teammate, coming out ladder, and all 4 players of Cloud9 are here. So this is better be some stunning shots from these 2 players. They have both their smokes, but they really don't have the space to use them quite yet because there's so many players from Cloud9 who can be aggressive. Now the Molotov's going to come out. That's for nothing on Bomb Train. Lands right at his feet, but Stewie gets the kill. Allows nothing to relocate, and Gabi at range is going to find Stewie, but he's got Skadoodle wrapping around. He misses that shot as well, and Gabi just so many different. I mean, the way Cloud9 juggles aggression there, Gabi has just so many players to aim at.
Yeah, that was almost an impossible task for Gabi, even though I did have some faith. But what we were talking about earlier with the ops, right? So on train, like, think about where you can get picks. You can get certain picks on the plank at middle. Sometimes you could jump down lower ramp, maybe get a kill. Obviously, you could counter aggression and maybe Ivy, but your options are pretty limited.
Yeah.
As far as being aggressive,
especially on the T side.
Yeah, that's what I mean on T side. So I do think it's much more suited on train to hold the post plants and 3v3s like that. That's where you could really rack up some frags.
Yeah, I mean, especially like when you think, I mean, that op maybe not even necessarily used for getting kills, but mostly just eliminating angles that your riflers don't have to worry about, just holding the one side of a train and saying, absolutely. I got this. And Fugly's got nothing. That's down into a 4-on-4, and he's going to continue that work. So some of these deep smokes working out as this more passive setup out of Cloud9. Stewie is in an awkward situation, but he's going to handle it very well. And NRG's got to bail out of this inner bomb site. It seemed like that's where they wanted to end up, but they're not winning anything there. Fugly is winning everything outside. He's got 3 kills, all 3 kills that NRG has in the round, and now it's down into a 2-on-2.
Yeah, and they should be able to get the plant here. Pete's planning for Fugly at E-Box. And if Pete gets in a good spot here, this is a really tough retake for Cloud9.
But here, I mean, here's what it's that principle we're talking about with the ops. Skadoodle just holding the angle, not even being aggressive, and he's just, now he's got to move forward as the time gets low. And Peter turns around at the right moment, but good trade from Stewie. He's got a flashbang and a kit, and it's all on Fugly. He started the round with 3 kills. He's got to end it with his 4th. Tapping the bomb, and Stewie, he's waiting for the peek, and he spots the elbow. Now he's going to get aggressive, and he's using the pistol so he can just run around. And he almost does it. Fugly's down towards 18, but what a Herculean effort from him to get the 8th round for NRG.
Yeah, great shot by Fugly on that last kill on Stewie when he was jumping there, and now Cloud9, not much money, but they are at 15-8, so should be a save here. One thing that impressed me, though, man, like watching Stewie at inner there, and especially we saw it at quad as well at cash. Yeah. Like, as soon as he's going to be open to a spot, he's so good at positioning himself, so he just takes the one-on-one battle like he talked about.
It's his
awareness.
It's really, really good at how he does that. And, I mean, Train's just another really good map for it as well with all these different, I mean, with all the train cars, obviously.
Yeah, it's really good how he does that, huh? The Bears, huh? You know, sometimes
the way
Moses,
he shoots the op above the legs is pretty impressive. Back onto pistols for Cloud9. The Deagle in Shroud's hands. Skadoodle has one as well. 3 flashbangs, and Automatic and Stewie each with 3 flashbangs. So you imagine this would be for some kind of aggression when they feel pressure, when some kind of an execute comes out, they'll be able to counter flash and try and push in towards ladder room.
Yeah, I like Scott's spot, man. I hope somebody, you know, peeks up on that plank there when he's looking towards that on top of the bomb train. It's a pretty sick spot.
That'll be cruel. Yeah, actually, that'll be interesting. Gabi, I mean, he's just biding his time. It looks like Energy, they're not even really probing for information quite yet. 50 seconds left. It looks like they just kind of want to execute on this outer site.
Pete is in a very bad spot with the bomb, though. You never want your bomber there, like solo with the op, you know, just because people could push T mid, maybe kill Fugly and ISO him out, but they are going towards outside with 3 ladder. Stewie behind the E-box.
That's a gift. Yeah, Skadoodle even bails him out. There he is on bomb train. And look at, it's so cool how Stewie's the one that's so close up to E-box, and with all the Deagles at range, while everyone's focused on Stewie, Skadoodle's able to get a kill with that Deagle. Energy's trying to claw back into this round, and they've done it. It's in a 2-on-2. They have the armor, they have the advantages. 2 Deagles to go against, and it looks like they're, I mean, both Nothing and Shroud are very, very similar in positioning, and there's the Gia. Nice kill from him. Shroud peeks, misses the initial shots, but he does clean it up afterwards. And now down to a 1-on-1. Can Shroud finish this earlier, or is it going to be Peter playing on the bomb train, and he's going to try and find a new angle, and Shroud almost gets the flick. Brings Peter down so low again. But Energy, they stay in it. 9 rounds for them. They're playing 15, so still 6 more rounds in a row they have to get to force overtime.
Yeah, when you're on that bomb train, it's so advantageous to the person that's actually peeking, especially when you get on the little rails on the side. I haven't played since the new raid update, but I'm wondering if Peeker's advantage is like just as strong as it's always been. Because especially like if you peek towards Z or anything and you're on that middle of it, you could jump on it, wide peek, and you go so fast and they only see your head. It's really difficult to stop. So Pete winning that 1v1, keeping them alive in this game. Another save by Cloud9.
It's going to let Energy just rack up those rounds. I don't know if SPLYCE is going to be able to top it.
Yeah. My prediction not looking... but you're just assuming SPLYCE loses.
All right.
What if they win a map?
Well, all right. Yeah, I mean, that's true. What if they win a map? Anything is... Sure. That was a little mean.
Yeah.
Anything's possible with Davey, and I do like Machine Gun. I want to see him wreck everyone. But Cloud9 playing this one pretty conservative with their money. So many rounds to play with, obviously. No reason for them to risk some kind of a force buy. So they saved the pistols 2 rounds in a row. And they've gotten AK into this round, which is going to be nice for them. Shroud's still pretty close up, see if he can get 1 more kill as they retreat. The question is he going to peek? He's inching out now, and he might be able to catch off Peter. There's the peek. Tags him once, but at that range, it's not too much danger. And is he going to go for more? He's down to 6 HP, but goes for the 1 deke, doesn't get it. That sucks.
Yeah, the main thing they wanted to do was just save that AK on Jordan there. So he's probably going to drop it to Shroud. Shroud will probably drop...
Why not?
Yeah, Shroud will probably drop an op, I would think. Yep. Oh, so they're going to double op now. And they just need that 1 more round to close it out. Energy into double digits, and they're making it pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, it is starting to narrow, all things considered. I think it was, what, 15-6, 15-5 at one point? So
well, it was 10-5, and then Cloud9 won the first 3. Okay. Energy won the next 2,
So yeah, I mean, pretty decent job of Energy so far of keeping this comeback dream alive at the moment. They are, I mean, actually, you know, Tapson's relegated to a Galil, which isn't the worst thing in the world. He's got full utility as well, but obviously prefer that AK-47. The double op setup is what might surprise them because they haven't seen it yet this half.
And Shroud opping towards Ivy, I believe. Yep.
So is Skadoodle. They're both there.
Yeah, well, Ivy's been a point of, you know, conflict
right.
so far, so they really want to shut it down.
I mean, that's where Tapson got most of his kills.
And look where he's going.
Yeah, and this is pretty late in the round. That's kind of what's a little bit scary about it. Normally it's been a little bit quicker, but this late, you got to be very careful how you peek that because they have so many things they have to clear now, and this is all eating clock up. I mean, for them to go Ivy this late, they have to be so wary of anyone being pushed up. So many different angles they have to be wary of. So 42 seconds left on the clock now. Oh, that's a nice peek, but are they going to be ready for Skittle? The second off is here, and Pete's definitely not. He gets dropped. Nice shot from Skittle. He knows there's one more over towards Ivy. He's just going to smoke it out, keep himself safe. Flashbang as well. There's Automatic on the bomb trade with 1 kill, and Skittle is just waiting. Just biding his time, and the rest of his teammates are doing all the work, although Tabson, this is the next play, although nothing's wise to it. He can't hit the shot, but he knows he's there. Now it's a 1-on-3. Tabson's got to play hero one more time, and he's got not the right timing for Stewie. So it is going to be the end of this match. Cloud9 takes it 16-10.
All right, so SPLYCE needs to get
16 to win.
Yeah, 16 rounds to win. All right.
So they need to win one map.
Yeah, if they win one map, they got it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what did you think about that map? You guys are always asking me what I think.
Yeah.
What did you think, Moses?
I thought Cloud9. I think they're just the first half is just like the aggression. I mentioned it before we started train. I like the aggression on Cloud9 on train. I think this is one of their stronger maps, but I really like the way they do play it. To me, it feels very much like Virtus Pro with Stewie and Automatic, like so aggressive on that outer train here when you do those takes. I love that. I mean, yeah. I love how quickly they come through. One of the big trademarks of Virtus Pro on train is once the execute happens, how quickly they get to the bomb train. Mm-hmm. And Stewie and Automatic do the exact same thing, and I think that's super cool.
And unless you play it really, you have to dodge the flashes properly, and those underhand flashes, man.
And just the balls to go through the smokes, like you never know what's on the other side. Yeah. And they seem to win it consistently. So maybe it is some kind of coordinated flash where they say, make sure that these are flashed. But either way, we're going to see, enough of what we think. We're going to go see what T Squared and Ryu think. How'd that one go, boys? I think we squashed all the beef.
Is it finally?
I feel like the beef's
Can we have beef and squash at the same time, or is that not possible?
I'm sure there's a recipe out there on the cybernets.
Gotta be a little bit healthy at the same time. But we're talking about how that game was a lot closer than it actually seemed. I mean, if Energy's able to walk away with the pistol rounds, they definitely would have been able to make that, an overtime game or possibly take it.
Yeah, going 0-4 on the night. 0 pistol round wins for them. I don't think they won any ecos or anything after. I actually don't think they bought up, which there's some teams will always force second round if they lose. Some teams won't. I don't think they did, but going 0-4 in the pistol rounds, 15-10 was the point up until that last round, and it seemed like Jordan had the one big round that was an eco round, so you swing that round in the other direction, it's even closer. They win one pistol, and they have a chance to come out with the win on that map. But even the pistol rounds themselves, they just seemed like they were just outmatched in terms of the raw firepower of Cloud9.
Another big round was round 7. Now C9 got off to a hot start, but Energy finally started to get some momentum here, and it started with GOB.
Yeah, so the double op setup I think was a good change. GOB on this round, I believe at inner ends up with a 3K, but it seemed like Energy made good adjustments. It's just they didn't necessarily have the firepower to overcome some of these like late round heroics that we would see. We know how good Stewie is, and in this round, GOB does a great job of getting the first kill, staying alive, repositioning, gets the second kill, stays alive, and repositions. And now they have a 4v2 to play with. I think he ends up with another kill before the round is over. And it seemed like, okay, Energy, they might have a little bit of momentum here. They seem to have figured this out, and let's see if this double op setup works to get them enough rounds to have a chance. But just like on Cash, it's a 10-5 half to start, and it's just a little bit too much to overcome on the second half.
Yeah, and then on Cash, they weren't doing that well in the pistol rounds as well. Another big round was round 16, which was the pistol round. And we saw Stewie on Cash just sit behind the box, get a 4K, and then here, what was the strategy going for Energy Esports in that pistol round? It looked like they didn't have one.
It was super weird. They got out into the yard. They got really pushed up towards the bomb train. They actually got close to Z. And it wasn't like Cloud9. On Cash, we saw Stewie just like one bullet, 4 people. We saw a lot of bullets fired from C9 that weren't landing. I think it was maybe Automatic who was boosted at the top of the connector in Z and had several opportunities, missed like the first guy, killed the second, could have been killed or traded, and it was like they didn't know where he was here, this clip. So like they're literally just running, everybody's looking at the same thing. He doesn't get traded, he stays alive. So there's an opportunity for a kill there. Shroud, meanwhile, gets dropped down to very low HP at the start of the round, survives. Jordan just stays alive on top of the strain. Like, it was just super weird. It was like no shots were connecting at all for Energy on that pistol round.
I noticed Energy a couple of times, even in Cash, where there was shots being fired and they wouldn't turn around and weren't utilized. Maybe that's just like you think communication could be a little too hectic there, and they're not actually listening to the steps and shots being fired.
It's certainly possible. Yeah, I mean, it's I think Dave said it would be cool to be able to like listen into a team like Energy. I know it's so with a lot of the players being German, depending on who's alive, the language switches from English to German to just allow like a more natural communication between the players. So we're interested to hear that. But yeah, there were several times that all the players were looking at the same thing. That 1v2 that Jordan had, where they were on the inner bomb site, it didn't seem like Legia really knew what to watch. They knew that Jordan was outside, but he could have gone up ladder. So I don't know if he was hearing something, but just some of those rounds, if you lose a round like that against maybe SPLYCE, who we're going to see in this next match, you can overcome that, and you can still win those rounds, and you can still win the match. But against Cloud9, if you make those mistakes and they can punish them, like the little opportunity that you're going to get to win a map like that just goes right out the window.
Yeah, there was a nothing setting in round 21, and he just deflated the energy coming out for energy, and this
I
is
like
it right
that.
here.
I like that.
So
Energy just gets deflated. Yeah, so this was interesting because Stewie goes up, pushes up close with the rifle, and you see Fugly swing super wide to get the kill, but gets immediately traded. And they actually worked themselves back into this round. This is 13-7. They had just won, I think, the first gun round, and then the second gun round. So they put Cloud9 in a really disadvantageous situation for their economy. They slow it down. Skadoodle gets this kill here on the connector guy, and now it's a 2v2. None of the remaining CTs have armor, but Jordan makes a really good read, gets to inner really quickly. And this is where I don't know if Legia, they knew that where he was and that he could have either come through Z or ladder. He couldn't be Z that fast, so I don't know. And then Legia just gets caught on the open. He didn't have a very good performance on that map overall. A couple opportunities for him to get kills where there was one in particular that Dave said he hates getting killed the way that Stewie got killed, where like you get a kill and then sometimes you try to fall back. Stewie never falls back. Like Stewie's just gonna take every single fight he can get. And there, like Legia put like probably a 20 bullet spray at him, and he was point blank. Stewie was jumping with a shotgun, and Legia didn't kill him. Like those are kills that you have to have, and if you can kill Stewie, especially, it's a huge advantage as a 5v4 with Stewie's the lone dead player, and it just didn't seem like they were clicking there.
Well, speaking of nothing, we got an interview with him, Jordan Nothing Gilbert. How you doing, man? Oh, we got a couple people in the background. Hey, yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
hey, you got your webcam
watch
installed.
your mouth there, Jordan.
What are you talking about?
We heard that whole conversation you guys just had. We're all extremely offended.
I can't believe you guys just
No,
said
I said
that.
David smells.
No, I'm just kidding. We can't
We're
hear what
totally-
you guys are.
totally
We're
busting your
trolling
balls,
you,
Jordan.
man. We're trolling you. But yeah, I mean, I got a question. How much fun are you guys having this season? Because
Holy
obviously,
pipes.
you guys are having a great time in the game, but you guys obviously seem to be having a blast outside as well. What's the season been like for you guys?
Yeah, it's been pretty awesome. We obviously all get along out of game. It's funny because we have a lot of different personalities, and I think you see that whenever you take a deeper look at our team. Everyone's got different ties to competitiveness and different backgrounds of competition, but everyone seems to have fun even though we're different ages. And yeah, I mean, it's a fun time, especially when you're winning, right? So
yeah.
So have you always been that good with the scout, or was that just like a miracle round for you? Look at the
I used
instant
to play some
smile right
Rocket
there. I
Arena
love
3
it.
on, some Quake or something, got me in the scout. I've never been like much of an opper because my hard pad play, like I randomly bid with an op, but with a scout it enables me to kind of move around and have that mobility. So I feel like there's a lot of players that are good with a scout, but yeah, as a rifler, it's much easier than an op.
So you guys obviously been playing just like everybody else, a ton of Counter-Strike. You guys had some added travel in there. You had some great performances at some offline events. You had the opportunity to get to ESL New York. Obviously, you have a huge lead over the rest of the division for this season. How are you going to stay focused and say, like, okay, guys, we've been playing a lot. We're a little tired. I want to say jet lag just because I love to throw that one out there. And you guys have to win to be able to go to ESL New York. What are you doing to stay focused? What are you doing to say, like, avoid the burnout?
I mean, right now we're trying to focus as much on strategy than just simply like playing a lot, because within 20 minutes of playing CS or sitting down in a deathmatch, we're warmed up. So we're not too concerned about hitting our shots at the moment. We're concerned about other teams kind of getting a read on us, and we have a lot of explosive plays. So the key for us is to be able to stay explosive. So credits to like Stu and Tim are sitting down here a lot of nights. They're just trying to create little gimmicks and tricks, some of which we haven't used yet, some of which you might have seen. And I think that's been a key with us staying fresh, and that's what we need to do, because we're obviously going to get burnt out playing a lot. So it's not really, we don't necessarily need to play a lot right now. We just need to talk a lot and keep that synergy up, because I think that's what happened last summer with us. Is we got kind of burnt out after a good run over summer. We played a lot of CS, and everyone's like, oh, excited, now C9 might win a major. But instead of turning that into strategic conversation and chats when we got home, we kind of just coasted a little. And so hopefully that doesn't happen this time. Seems like the young, I think, like I said, a lot of credit to the young bloods on the team for staying hungry and getting us in a server every day and talking about stuff.
Awesome.
All right, Jordan, thank you so much for your time. Good luck qualifying for ESL 1 and good luck the rest of the time here in the Pro League. All right, guys, well, that's a wrap for C9 going up against Energy. I want to give a shout out to thescoreesports.com. Now's the time. Take out your phone, right? Take out your phone, man. I know you got it. Go ahead, give it a download. It's the best place for news and stats, iOS or Android. Well, uninstall it and then reinstall it so they get more installations. But all right, guys, and we will have the second match. It's SPLYCE taking on SK Gaming after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal. This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
There is surely no way out as they toil at it. Will get the finishing kill.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to the ESL Pro League. T-Squared and Ryu hanging out at the Xfinity desk. We want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, Kingwin, for making this season so awesome. We appreciate your continued support. And also, I'd like to mention that the Intel Extreme Masters returns to the Bay Area for the 3rd season in a row. Join us at the Oracle Arena in Oakland, California, November 19th through the 20th for some stadium-level competition in League of Legends and CSGO. For more information on that, IntelExtremeMasters.com is your destination. But we are talking about Splyce taking on SK Gaming and SK's roster. No surprise, we all know who's on this team.
Yeah, if you didn't know, last week, I think it was last week, they got Fur back. So Fallen, Coldzera, FNX, Taco, and Fur. This is the 5 that represents, right now, considered to be the best team in the world. And then going up against Splyce. Haven't really seen this experiment really pan out just yet for them.
Right.
Where they did bring in players from, now I guess totaling 3 continents, Machine Gun being the newest addition, and haven't really seen him develop into the Rockstar fragger we were hoping to. I know it's only been maybe 6 maps that he's played so far. Crucial was the other one that everybody's kind of had high hopes for. I think he's got a lot of individual talent, just haven't seen it showcased yet because they've been on the losing side of all their matches, basically.
All right, well, the players are actually ready. No talking. It's time to game, Ryu. It's time to game. The players are ready, so let's get it going. We got the Bears and Moses. What's up, guys?
Hey. How's it going?
What's going on, man?
Going great. How about yourself? How you feeling?
Feeling better.
Yeah, that's good.
Getting there.
Have some water.
Yeah, a little under the weather when I got here this morning, but everything is, or this afternoon, actually. I did show up an hour early.
Because you're a good
to
worker.
Our call time.
You're a good worker, Jason.
Trust me when I say it has nothing to do with that. It has entirely to do that I am less than intelligent today. So we are going to be going live into our second set of matches. We did just see Cloud9 dismantle Energy, I think. And I know Daze and I had that... we each picked a team that we thought would get more rounds in their matchup. I took Energy getting more rounds against Cloud9 than Splyce would against SK. Do you want to weigh in on that? So it's set at 15. Is Splyce going to get more than 15 rounds in these 2 maps?
Oof, that's going to be tough. I feel like SK is going to probably go off 8-0. You know, nice hot start, and then they start to get auto.
I mean, we don't have to go into this much detail.
I want to go into detail. I want to be completely wrong if this happens. All right, so people will know.
So completely wrong or completely right?
Both. So it's it's like half. So if I'm completely right, I look awesome. If I'm completely wrong, well, it's normal every day for me.
Okay, but circle back. Yes or no, is Splyce going to get more than 15 rounds?
I don't think so, Jason.
Okay, that's a no.
I want to be positive about this.
You still didn't say no.
I want to be positive, but it's hard. I can't imagine them, especially on Cobble. Like, SK seems to be so strong in that map, and I like the way they play.
Yeah, but there's been some weaknesses we've seen out of SK recently.
Yeah, that's true. They haven't been playing up to par. I don't know. They just beat Immortals in, I think it was ECS or something like that.
Did they win that match?
Yeah, they won 2-0. Sorry for spoilers, but
well, it's already over.
It's already over, but yeah. So they got the revenge on Immortals. So I think they're going to start kicking high gear because they have to start winning their matches if they want to make
Yeah,
playoffs.
that is the one interesting thing here. If SK somehow manages to drop the ball and drop even just one map to Splyce. I mean, they really can't go into this and say this is like this team only has 1 win in Pro League so far. We can kind of relax because they're on the verge. They're in the 6th seed. Like they can't really drop these maps. They can't dip down farther lower. That would just be a disaster for SK if they weren't able to make the finals that are going to be in Brazil. So that would be nuts. But yeah, we're going to get started here on Cobble, and I mean, you could see SK at least 1-1 in the season on Cobble, and Splyce a less than glorious 0-3. I think their only win is actually on Overpass.
That's a weird map, but you know what? Hey, it's a different map. It's Cobble. Hopefully they'll be able to bring some heat. It looks like they're going to send 5 people towards this B execute here.
Bring some heat.
Bring some heat, baby.
5 armor for the SK side. They don't have kits. They don't have utility. It's just going to be slaughter everyone in your crosshair. And there's the jump out from SPLYCE. Very quick. Taco's taking some early damage. Here's Cold, though, biding his time, and Machine Gun. No one's looking for Cold. And if you give this guy this much room, he's going to do the damage. He's seen one go and drop, and he's still alive here. So as long as he's alive, I mean, there's really no danger in this round to SK losing it. And he's going to get one more, so Cold from the Chicken Coop gets 2, so does Fur, and that's a pretty easy piss round for SK.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, I think Cold played the exact same spot the last time I watched this map, so I'm surprised that they weren't looking for it. Maybe they didn't do their research, but you should at least watch them on a map like Cobble. If you're going to play SK, you know, like the top team in the world, you want to do a little research.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you know, that's just a comment. Oh my god, look at this buy out of SK. They're in full farm mode. They have a lot of potential bonus money here.
Yeah, getting those auto shotties and umps, they're not taking SPLYCE too seriously just yet. I mean,
you really put some emphasis on that ump.
Yeah, I do. I like the word.
Give it some ump.
peek is ump. Gotta have it with an emphasis and flash it down. Sealand's gonna try to peek through this. He takes out FNX.
That's a nice entry. I mean, at least it gives him a standing. And now, I mean, if they get into this site with the weaponry, and Arya even goes for one more. And with this, okay, there goes Taco. So I'm not entirely sure there's a way for SK to get back into this round. So a 6-second round execute with the Tech 9s from SPLYCE. And I think Fallen and Fur almost just have to save these guns. They get wiped off the map here.
Saving the auto shot is not the best idea or the best feeling in the world. And Fur doesn't actually get a kill, but he gets 2 with them. I think that was... I thought it looked like it through the door, but...
I mean, we were talking about the umps with some emphasis, but this auto shotgun doing some work here at the end. He's going to get a 3rd kill, so I mean, they're feeding him this bonus money. That's what's so crazy about this.
Yeah, why are you chasing Machine Gun? Come on, come on.
Well, Davey finally puts an end to it.
Crazy Man Davey.
Crazy Man Davey. That was a pretty epic story. The cool thing here is that Fur actually has a lot of money. So I mean, maybe he has saved this round. Maybe he drops some pistols over to his teammates just because he has so much. He's at 4,500 while the rest of his teammates are around 15 and 1,400. They're gonna buy in this because of that money that Fur makes at the end of this round with these 3 shotgun kills. He has an M4. So they're gonna they're gonna surround him with pistols, but they're basically saying we trust you to be able to make some kind of a play. And he's gonna be heading over towards the B platform. And it's a B rush, and here's FNX actually, not even the M4, but he gets 1 kill. Isilian trades it off, and there's another one from Fallen, so the attack has been whittled down. This is going to allow Fur, when he does eventually get into the fight, he's rotating from the A bomb site. When he does eventually get here, he's going to have some chances.
Davey just running around with a shotgun. I mean, he loves this gun too. And look at him. He's going to probably keep this gun until he dies. No, he picks it up.
No, I mean, it looked like there was going to be a chance for SK to get into that round just because the first 2 pistol trades were pretty nice. But Davey with that shotgun, 2 rounds now where the auto shotgun gets 3 kills for everyone who's wielding it.
Yeah, that was also very interesting for SK to buy pistol armor after losing that round. I guess they just want to swing it back. But, I mean, I think against a better team, you think they might even... like right after that against a top tier team, or you think they'd be completely saved out? Maybe have Fur have an op for the players.
I think they would. I mean, I think they would do that.
They're crazy.
I've seen them do things of that nature in the past, but I mean, this is a nice entry as well from SPLYCE, and this has been these first 3 rounds from SPLYCE, or first 4 rounds, excuse me, have been very fast paced. Still one in Chicken Coop. That's Cold. So they're going to have to be wary of this moving forward because he's been here so frequently early on. And another one. Machine Gun can't complete that kill, and now Cold's going to readjust. He's got an AK-47, but he's out in the open, and Arya eventually cleans it out. But good damage done by SK.
Well, good start by SPLYCE. Already up 1-3, completely putting a little dent in our 15 rounds total here.
Yeah, that's... Please, SPLYCE, no more. Have mercy.
Looks like they're going to buy up. SK will buy, obviously, and Fallen with the AWP. Not much utility, though. They only have, like, 3 flashes and 4 smokes. So if SPLYCE is able to bait some nades out, they could do pretty well in the mid-round, late round of the game.
Well, this round is not looking slow-paced, and it's not looking very tactical. This is SPLYCE just saying, we are going to... we're going to just try and bully our way into this B bomb site. Here comes the execute, and this smoke, they might have to run through it a little bit. Cold's turned around for flashbangs. Taco's in the site. Cold behind this smoke. He's going to readjust. I mean, the execute, the wall of smokes is up, so there's no information being gained by SK, and no one's fallen on either team quite yet, so this bomb is going to come in and get planted. Machine Gun is toying around the edge of this smoke. but 5 players alive on each team. No one's taken any damage whatsoever, so this is going to be interesting to see how this works. That boost up gets punished. It actually backfires. Taco knows there's one in Chicken Coop. It's just it's a guessing game of when he needs to pay attention to it, because Machine Gun is being very, very patient. And that's going to prompt Fallen. The headshot onto Crucial. Now you might start seeing Machine Gun start to peek. He's been dinked up through the wall. Taco cleans him out. That's well done, and now the 2 remaining members of Splyce, they're over towards drop. I don't think Davey can stop this defuse. This lurk is taking too long to get into the action. Even without a kit, Taco's going to be fine.
Nice patience by SK. After the wall of smokes, no one even fired a shot. That was kind of weird. I've never seen that too often, where a team has enough patience where no one takes a shot until, you know, they start...
Yeah,
smoke start going away.
It shows a lot of confidence on the side of SK to be able to trust the fact that in a 5-on-5 they can win that retake afterwards. And they do. So fair play, well done to them, but they have another bye to get through. They did lose 3 players there, so a little light on some of the utility. Cold's stuck on a FAMAS. And even Fallen is missing some nades in his kit, so I mean the money's a little bit beat up still on the SK side.
Yeah, and Splyce has a game plan of taking B every single round. I think they went B, yeah, all the rounds so far. They've hit B, so they're going to ignore this A bomb site, and SK is kind of thinking, hey, they have to hit A1 in these rounds, so let's keep sending 2 people A, but no. Splyce keeps hitting B, and they're almost doing the same thing. They're just going to jump out, try to get in the site. Arya gets picked off through the smoke.
Yeah, nice find from Cold Zera, and there's FNX coming down, and he's going to grab Machine Gun. So into a 3-on-3, the bomb is not planted, and no one from Splyce is actually in the bomb site. No one has to peek this, but Taco, he goes for it anyways, and Crucial with the AWP punishes him. So advantage towards Splyce, and because this happens so early in the round, there's still over a minute left. Someone from Splyce can make a play. Davey is towards drop, but if he wanted to, he could even go all the way around through A and have a huge lurk going on.
Yeah, it looks like it's Team Splyce is playing this pretty smart by just kind of waiting it out. I mean, the bomb is down in the B bomb site, so they have to go find the bomb. So they're just going to wait, take their angles really slowly. But it looks like they're going to reposition themselves as the Cillian's going to go near towards Davey. They're going to make a drop play right now.
Yeah, and I mean, this is interesting. Fallen's not even paying attention to that whatsoever.
Wow.
Fallen didn't even think that was a possibility. So nice adjustment from Splyce, and Fur's entirely blind. Really, really good call late in the round from Splyce, and Fallen just overexposed there.
Yeah, that's very uncharacteristic of him to kind of be so in a spot where he's so open for that area, because they weren't even in the bomb site yet. Yeah, I mean that's what's so crazy is he wasn't even he was zoned in like that for a lot of time. It wasn't even like he was even considering drop as being a possibility. I thought almost Splyce was playing it too passively to a certain degree, but I mean a great call for them to readjust towards drop, and now Crucial is going to have the pick onto Fallen. So a little bit of weakness shown here by SK Gaming early on in this half. Or Team Splyce is just playing out of their minds right now. I mean, they're almost making the right moves too. I mean, they're hitting A when they only had 1 person A, but SK smartly over-rotates. They have a couple of people in bomb side. Machine Gun takes out Cold Zera, and now Taco's going to rotate. Splyce, though, they have to move up, and they do kill, Crucial does kill FNX in that area. Yeah, nice anti-eco so far. No one's fallen from Splyce. No one's really even taken too much damage. Machine Gun's going to wrap on this site and try and clear it out. There is one player in the back who's been spotted. That's Fur, and Davey takes him down with an aggressive MAC-10. So it is going to be a 5th round for Splyce, jumping out to a pretty big lead here early on in Cobble. And Taco, he's all the way over towards the B bomb site, so not too shabby. Not shabby at all. A lot of people were expecting this to be like a 16-2, 16-1 kind of score. I mean, you're playing against one of the best teams in the world, and they're against one of the worst teams in Pro League. Yeah, it does seem very one-sided, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. But Splyce, though, they're playing up to the challenge, and maybe you can't count them out just yet. Do you prefer being the underdog or the favorite? I prefer being the favorite. Philosophical question for you. Well, I mean, I guess I perform a little better if I'm the underdog, but I prefer to be the favorite in terms of it hands the whole team a lot more confidence. Okay. Come headshot in a server, you get a peek and be a little loosey. Yeah? Loosey-goosey and just, out-aiming people. Well, it's a double save for SK. They've got to build up a little bit more money, so that was a very, very punishing reset they had in their economy. Keep in mind as well, SK won the pistol round. There's a pretty clean win in the pistol round as well. So this is going to start getting a little bit dicey now. Very dicey indeed, Jason. And looks like SPLYCE is going to back off after that kill. They're just going to re-hold spots, see if SK is going to try to flank, because we've got Arya watching for that flank in Cold Zero, though. He's going to try to flank, but he decides to fall back. His sixth sense is kicking in. It's like, nah, I'm not going to do it. Looks like SPLYCE, though. They're just going to keep holding angles.
Yeah, I mean, man advantage, and this is kind of what you know, they also did in that 3-on-3 is they just kind of were patient to wait to see what kind of play SK is going to make, to see if they'll make a mistake and walk right into their crosshair, give them a bigger advantage. So similar thing here with them, you know, watching the flank for so long. And Cold Zera, he's still toying with the idea, but he's going to fall back and commit to it. 45 seconds left, and Davey through the smoke finds Fallen. There's Fur on top of the boxes. Crucial's watching this with ADP, but he doesn't see that gun get picked up. So potential danger now as Fur has taken a rifle into his hands. Taco's still alive on the site as well. And while massive damage is done to Asilian, Fur out in the open has nothing he can do. 6 rounds for SPLYCE, but this is the buy that SK's been waiting for. This was the double save. And they're not going to switch into a double op setup. They're going to stick just with Fallen on the AWP. The rest of them are going to have the M4s.
Yeah, SPLYCE has been taking it slow, and every time they take B, they're tossing these wall of smoke. So having an op in B is not usually the best thing to do, especially when you're hopping out and trying to push after the smokes and flashes. So maybe that's what they're thinking, keeping that op in A.
Well, you mentioned that SPLYCE was spending a lot of time hitting the B bomb site, and I mean, for me, there were 2 reasons why that is happening. One is that they're just not that prepared on the map, so they only really have those B executes. The other one, which I think is a little bit more likely, is that so much emphasis on the B bomb site early on, it just sets them up for an A hit later. And this is what comes in, but Fallen, trademark aggression, he just can't get away. There's just too much ground to cover with no support. So a really nice trade from Arya, a critical trade from Arya.
Yeah, killing off the Opera, especially Fallen at the first pick of the game, or at least in the round, it's just huge. It hands you so much confidence as a team, and smartly SPLYCE is falling back, because SK does have 2 people in the A bomb site, and Davey almost killing Taco, well, not almost, but he was blind. He got blind at the wrong time right there.
Yeah, that was a nice flashbang, a nice peek from Taco, and there's Arya. He's, you know, Crucial has taken over the opping role, but Arya for a long time as a core member of this roster has been the primary opper. So no slouch with that weapon, so it's not like he's operating at a deficiency with that AWP. Flashbang over for Asilian to peek, and he sees FNX up close. Machine Gun, though, he's got the angle on the site, misses the initial shot, and he actually can't connect it. That needs to be a kill. That was right there for Machine Gun, but Asilian lurking out drop is going to grab 1, and it's all down to Arya. 1 on 2. He has the AWP. Both SK players are here. And he's going to wrap around, and he spots 1 boosted, so naturally he knows where the other one is, and that's ballsy just to stick this plant. I like it. And actually Taco, he recovers nicely as Arya. And Taco can't complete the kill. So this is an interesting turn of affairs now. 7-2 for SPLYCE.
Yeah, they're playing like they're not even scared right now. I mean, especially with that plant. That was actually kind of a smart move, because usually he spots the person up there, so he knows that there's 2 people in there, and the other person knows that too, so he's thinking he must be fake planning, but he didn't. And so it's kind of forced him to come out after that.
I mean, this has just been a pretty dirty half for SPLYCE here. This is really well done. And SK's reeling at the moment. This is not what we thought was going to happen. Daze is probably happy, of course. Well, there's Davey with the MAC-10 pushing forward. He gets 1 kill, and he's got the intel. There's 1 more player over towards B. And the rest of his team is going to push up aggressively at A. The question is, Fur is pushed up out towards long, directly to the right. So this is going to have to get cleared. SPLYCE has got to be careful, and Fur gets a little bit impatient, swings out, and he gets caught.
Yeah, nice patience by Arya, just to kind of hold that angle, and is kind of expecting a person to peek right there.
Yeah, that's the bomb down, so it's called. So SK's on the rotate, and Arya's brought down very low. He's the current bomb carrier. Crucial's going to try and help him get into the site. Molotov's out as well, but I think they Molotov the wrong side of that site. Although thankfully the Machine Gun is just strolling up along the wall. He's going to find Cold, and now Fallen coming out gets dropped as well. SPLYCE with a big lead. If SPLYCE was the team to crush the dreams of SK getting into Pro League Finals, that would be insane. So this is actually a very scary situation if you are SK Gaming, if you're a SK Gaming fan, as they're right on the cusp of playoffs at the moment.
Yeah, and now Cold Zero is like, enough of this. I'm going to take out the ult. Go ahead and challenge me and B. I dare you. I dare you, SPLYCE.
Well, he might get his wish. Crucial's going to be heading here.
There he goes. He looks like, let's see if he goes. He's going to hold the passive angle. They're going to smoke off the broken wall bots and see what they do from here. Arya, though, is in the middle. He's going to hide through the smoke. He's going to see if he could maybe listen for people to over-rotate and stuff. And SK still playing 2 people in that bomb site area.
Yeah, one towards mid, one pushed up towards long. That's fallen again with the AWP. He got a kill here last time he played this position, but he got traded immediately. And it almost feels like Arya is over there on the Splyce side of things as a lurker, because the rest of his teammates are still positioned outside B. There's a minute, over a minute left on the clock, but no real aggression, no real movement has been made. They've struggled early on in this half to clear out coldzera when he's played at the chicken coop. Pistol round was a great round where that comes to mind. So they've got to be careful this time. They have the utility. They have a Molotov. They have 2 Molotovs they could throw there. They have 2 smokes they could drop there as well. So, you know, they've got to find some way to flush him out of that position.
Yeah, SK still has 2 smokes left and 2 flashes, so they're trying to get these initial kills and maybe do like a flash smoke retake. And it's like Taco and FNX are just right next to the drop guys. A nice flash pick by Taco. coldzera with the other kill.
Yeah, free kills and crucial. He's got a lot to do. 1 on 4, but great aggressive peek into drop. As the time winds down, as the utility's running out for SK, they know they have to make a play to figure out exactly what's coming, and it works out perfectly. Taco, they don't get much easier than that, but still, so much money is built up for the Splyce side.
Yeah, they do, but they're buying AWPs, or they bought an AWP, and I think they might have to save if they lose this round. Even though they've won 8 rounds and a lot of rounds in a row, they still don't have as much money as you want to, especially against a team like SK, who, if they start winning, it's hard to stop them.
Well, I mean, as soon as, yeah, I mean, if they get hold of this economy again, because their economy really hasn't been that strong on the CT side of things, so if they're able to stabilize, then it gets really dicey for Splyce.
Molotov fire just everywhere. They're making sure that no one's in that spot.
Yeah, but I mean, as well, the amount of utility that's being used over towards this P bomb site should indicate the hit is going to come in. Cold is out towards Chicken Coop again with his AWP, and there's his peek. Gets a kill. Machine gun has dropped 1, but quickly SK respond, and Cold is still safe, and he's going to use his own smoke to escape and kind of find a new way to attack this retake, and he's just waiting for someone to walk through. And it's Arya, but I don't think, yeah, there's Fallen. He finds him out. So that's going to make coldzera's job a little bit easier. Davy's going to be on the lurk as well, but he's got to be very impactful. He has to make this play very, very soon, and it's not going to work. FNX finds him. Cold, he gets dropped. The bomb is tapped, and it is faked, and Fallen gets that kill.
Nice patience again by SK. They're pretty smart and just wait for these smokes and just expecting people to kind of push through these smokes. And as you saw, Fallen picking up Arya right here, just even though Cold is right next to him, he still looks like as a person who was going to push through the smoke. Yeah,
I mean, he was in a tough spot. I've seen coldzera use that smoke very well, where he drops his own smoke just to be able to get out of that chicken coop in a safe manner, but he can also use it to be aggressive if he's not entirely smoked off the way he was there. So pretty cool stuff, but SK now, I mean, finally responding in this match. It looked like they just got, you know, punched in the mouth early on, and it's taken this long to get back into it.
Yes, and SK, though, they're still expecting having 2 people A. Like, I mean, I guess you don't have to change it up if you have 3 people in B and still holding the rush and holding out the round for them to, after they execute, you know, still being able to win the round by just having 3 people in B. But Splyce, though, they're just sitting there. They're just going to sit around, maybe work the drop area. Crucial is going to play a little more passive.
I mean, again, they have no pressure or presence at the A bomb site, so there's really not a whole lot of options they give themselves if they wanted to switch into some kind of an A hit or just any kind of posturing over there. They basically have to hit this B bomb site. It's all that's left. And SK, because they haven't felt any pressure over at A, they've actually cheated a 4th defender here. So this is going to be very, very difficult for Splyce to make their way. Taco wanted to get aggressive. The Molotov forces him back. And here we go, Davey with the Tech 9. He's not going to lead the way, but again, this flashbang. Taco has capitalized on so many great flashbangs from his teammates. He's got 2 in this round, and the other side of that attack from Splyce has been cleaned out. So SK, they seem to have woken up.
Yeah, and also it's not helping that Splyce is pretty much doing the same thing each time that they take B. It's a slow, let's smoke off, let's flash, and then let's kind of execute. It's just, you can't be doing the same thing against SK after a while. SK will catch on, they will adjust and start winning rounds if you keep doing that.
Yeah, and that's essentially what we're seeing here. So it's 5 for SK playing against 8 on Splyce. But it's a save round for the Terra side. They finally, SK's strung rounds enough together to force this eco round. Ferg gets 2 before being dropped by Machine Gun, and Fallen's just going to fall away with the AWP. Doesn't want to get caught over committed to that defense. Crucial salvage in AK-47, but he's being left alone in danger stare, so we'll have to see if he's going to be, you know, a late round playmaker. And actually FNX almost gets caught out there, but he holds his ground and he finds Arya. Now he just crouches to surprise Machine Gun eventually, and he does.
FNX just hitting the shots. Nice kills by him.
Hitting the shots.
Hitting the shots.
And Crucial's given up his position. He has done a little bit of damage to Fallen, but Fallen's not going to be too overly aggressive, wanting to save this AWP. He doesn't want to have to rebuy anything. So Crucial's been baited out into the open into a losing fight, and Fallen cleans it out. So a comeback now for SK in this half.
They angry. They angry, Jason.
I think they've won 4 in a row. So I mean, it was what? It was an 8-1 run to start things out, and now they've just won 4 straight. Or yeah, 8-1 run for a while.
Yes, for a while. For a while, Jason.
And SK did win the pistol round. That's the crazy thing, is they won the pistol round, lost the second, and that's where that 8 rounds come from SPLYCE. So I mean, great response. But now that the money is established for SK, it just seems like, you know, they're going to set up whatever they want to stop this attack now. They figured it out.
Oh, that sucks. He was even looking for that too, and he still missed, and he got his teammate killed.
That was dirty from Fallen. I would like to see that in a replay just to see. That might have been, he was jumping over the smoke, so Arya, he saw it, but he couldn't punish it in time.
Yeah, now looks like SPLYCE wants to try to pick off this middle. They have 3 people in there with bomb, but Davies looking for B smoke. He's going to run into 3 people here, and Coltera picks him off with an ult. And now SPLYCE is a little pickle here. It's 5-on-3, and they're going to have to make some play towards A if they want to win.
They're in a pickle. It's a nice way to put it.
And pickle juice. They're like pickled eggs, Jason. Just sitting there, getting ripe.
Yep, and anything else you can pickle in this world. Opening kill, or at least a start for Asilia, and Arya is quickly the only one left in a 1-on-3. So, I mean, it's looking likely SK is going to bring this up towards 7. So, I mean, this defensive stand that they mounted at the end is very impressive.
Yeah, SK is probably like, wait a minute, we shouldn't be losing to SPLYCE. I know we lost some games in the past, but we can't lose to SPLYCE. And Arya gets a nice shot on Coltera. He's going to have to go up the middle. Fallen, though, has a pretty good angle on him. But he's going to look through the smoke.
Yeah, I don't think there's a chance. Ooh, this would be really cool. The timing of this, though, is going to be really awkward for Taco, and who's going to find each other?
I think Taco's kind of expecting it, though.
No, I think Arya is going to be able to get the jump here, but he doesn't even look that way. All right.
Okay, Ninja.
This works.
He has only 8 seconds left. He has to go plant the bomb.
Yeah, he's going to get there. He's going to get it down in time, but I mean, I think SK is going to be very confused how this managed to happen. They were going to clear the A bomb site, and Taco's saying, I just came from there, so I don't know what's going on. And now look at Arya. He's going to get a little bit sneaky. I don't think they'll even expect him to be here. Arya, this is a beautiful play, and he's going to win it.
1-on-3.
What a clutch for Arya to win. He gets SPLYCE their 9th round, back on the board after losing so many straight, after allowing SK to get back into this this map.
Oh,
so,
I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, that was a nice jump. But yeah, I mean, this is SPLYCE surprising everyone coming into this match. This has been fantastic so far from them. Can they complete it? Can they topple the Giants? We'll see when we return. Stay tuned.
He's going to get the 1 kill in that bomb. Coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this over still.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. Just saw the first half of SPLYCE versus SK Gaming. What is that?
It's, you know, I'm trying to be like, welcome back. Welcome back.
We just saw the first half between SPLYCE and SK Gaming. And it was surprising. SPLYCE out to a hot start, although SK did come back in it.
They did, but that last round was actually huge for Team SPLYCE. I mean, winning that round 1-on-3.
That was sick from Arya.
It was sick. He snuck, like, his timing was so perfect. He lurked through the smoke. I'm surprised Fallen didn't call it, though. Like, because if you see a smoke connector, you know.
Fallen's obviously thinking he has the angle to prevent the cross into the site. So when he sees that smoke, he's thinking Arya has to. I mean, here's the thing: if you go to peek to see if he's sneaking into that smoke, you are kind of overexposed in case he's making something out. So Fallen just made the safe play.
Yeah.
And it's just unfortunate the timing for Taco, because Taco is watching for that kind of a play. It's just the timing was just a couple seconds off.
It's perfect. It's perfect. Perfecto.
And actually, yeah. I mean, and then the play by Arya to run back towards the double doors was the real genius of that. So. Well done by Arya. It is going to be 9-6 in the favor of SPLYCE. They're on the CT side, and this is a map that, I mean, no matter, you know, we talked about that's a surprising first half out of SPLYCE. SK is a team that can very easily rack up plenty of rounds on the T side.
Yeah, usually this map is, it feels like it's a more T-sided map. If you have coordination and strats and you know all the smokes and flashes, it can be really hard to hold this B bomb site. But looks like SK's pretty spread out on this pistol. Looks like they're just spotting around to see if there's a stack. Because we do have FNX Coldzera just holding that mid push with Fallen kind of in the middle, seeing he's going to see where to go in the bomb site. Looks like SK decides they want to hit A. They do have a smoke, or 2 smokes and 2 flashes. So they can make something happen here.
Yeah, well, there's Cillian has spotted out, so he's got the information, and I mean Davey has dualies. He's playing over towards drop, so plenty of bullets there.
It has to be different.
Yeah, it has to be different.
Shotguns, dualies, why not?
Well, this is going to be a 4-man hit for SK, and there is a smoke on Cold, smoke on Fallen, and flashbangs as well on Fallen. Taco is raid bossed. He's got Tech 9 armor, so he's going to be very difficult. He's actually at drop, so he's waiting for some kind of timing to pounce and really cut rotations off. That's a nice opening shot from FNX. He does eventually clean off Arya, and actually Cillian equally has been gooshed down very, very low. And FNX, he's got the wrap, he's got the angle onto the site. This is all going the way of SK. There's some nice trade kills from SPLYCE to keep them in initially. And Machine Gun here, he doesn't have much left to do, and that's the raid boss. I mean, even when he tags him with the bullets, the aim punch isn't there. So nicely done from SK Gaming in the pistol round.
Yeah, taking it slow and just out-aiming them. It was just pure just walk up and then out-shoot them. And SPLYCE did not hit their pistol shots. I mean, if you don't hit the head against armor, you're most likely going to die. I don't know about that, Jason. Yeah, but against SK, that seems to be the case.
I like your sayings. I think I think if you just keep, you know, that one might need a little bit of refinement. But I think you're on the right track.
They're not all.
They can't all be winners.
They can't all be winners, Jason. SK though.
Can't all be gold. Well, I mean, this is an attempted very quick retake. Davey trying to.
Whoa,
what?
Whoa.
Okay, that machine gun. He flies out of the balcony, gets a kill. And this is a little bit of an awkward fight, although he wins that as well. Now it's just FNX. He has taken out Machine Gun, so it's down into a one-on-one, but Cillian has an AK, and FNX spots him out. This is where FNX shines, is these clutch situations. He's known for how cool and calm and collected he can be. Is Cillian just holding the angle, though? Will FNX expect it? And what a headshot.
That is not... winning both pistols and then losing.
And losing both second rounds. So SPLYCE recover, and even a Cillian getting tagged up there at the end when he lands that headshot. That's really well done.
That's hard to do, and SPLYCE, I mean, Machine Gun with those 2 kills pretty much helped clinch that round. That jumping P250.
Well, the follow-up onto Fallen, I think, was even more impressive, because Fallen that's a headshot angle, and Machine Gun can go nowhere. He basically has to win that fight or he dies. So.
And he was being hit in the body with a shot, and he still managed to get the headshot. It's crazy. So SK's gonna buy up pistol armor, trying to reverse it. They do have 3 smokes and 5 flashes, so they do have plenty of utility to do a B smoke execute. Looks like that's what they're going to do, because they're pretty much set up for it. And with Fallen's going to make some noise in that A hall, trying to see if he can keep 2 people there. There are 2 people in SPLYCE in that area.
Yeah, it's working. Just like a minimal amount of pressure. And SPLYCE is that was a Cillian who was pushed up. He's forced to fall back towards the site. So they have to keep Arya here to be able to spot and assist. So, I mean, job well done from Fallen. He's accomplished his goal. The B hit is going to be coming any moment. Like you said, a lot of utility. 3 smokes, plenty of flashbangs as well. There's 1 player in the chicken coop, 1 player in the site for Splyce, and that's Davey over towards drop with a shotgun.
Davey with the shotgun. You don't mess with Davey, I hear. That's the words on the street. Don't mess with Davey. But this Wholesome come down to machine gun. He's in the spot where you need to get as many kills as possible, and he's getting swarmed right now. But no, he doesn't even get a kill.
Yeah, there's those Tech 9s, and the shotgun's gone now as well. So the defense crumbles very quickly. Very quickly.
I'm kind of I'm just like not even one kill.
The smoke into chicken coop is so nice because that neutralizes one of the rifles, and then he's forced out into the open to try and help his teammate, and it's just such an awkward situation coming out of that smoke when you don't know what you're going to encounter. So I mean, really, really good execute from SK.
Yeah, it was very nice, and they hit the nice shots and all that good stuff. But I would like to see Splyce get, a kill on that. You have rifles against pistols. I mean, a kill, please.
It'd be nice to see them get like 5 kills as
I
well.
mean, that'd be nice too. I mean, it's random. Sometimes you get headshot by pistols, but he's got demolished in the bomb site.
Yeah, and that's tough now because you almost feel like even with SK winning both pistols, since Splyce wins both second rounds, you feel like they have just a big advantage in this match. But this is tough. Yeah, I mean, machine gun can't get anything done. It seemed like they gave. I mean, the smoke obviously was incredible in terms of what it allows SK to do. But since he's smoked out, machine gun at the site is being pretty passive as well. There's just a lot of space given to SK to make that kind of attack on that site work.
Yeah.
It's just such an awkward angle when machine gun eventually does decide to swing out and fight.
Yeah, Team Splyce, I felt like was a little too spread out because they couldn't really help each other out. It's almost like it was like a 3-on-1, 3-on-1, 3-on-1 kind of situation where every time they peeked a corner, they had to fight 2-3 people at once. So SK did pretty good in that eco by doing that, but Cillian already takes one out off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, imagine just a rebuttal, just back and forth rounds to start this half out so far. It's entirely possible in a 4-on-5. Cillian's the only one over at A, though, and he's actually going to play, once again, passively. He's actually switching. No one's at A anymore. He's actually switching over towards drop, towards B bomb site. And when these smokes come down to the choke points, it's going to be nearly impossible for them to recover.
Yeah, and FNX is already pushed up through the A hall. He's by the wood, and Cillian's trying to rush back to this bomb site. Did not get caught off. So luckily, he made it there, but he gets blinded anyways, and Taco takes him out. Now SK's going to just rush this A bomb site. Splyce is going to be in big trouble here, trying to retake.
Yeah, I mean, he was fortunate enough to just get out and get over towards the site without being spotted or damaged to try and cross to the other corner of the site. Might have been a little bit overzealous. SK does find him, and I think, yeah, this is... Splyce just saves. They don't really have an avenue back into this, and I'm not entirely sure when you're in a 5-on-4. I don't see the benefit of cheating your only A defender over towards the B bomb site.
Yeah, that seems like that's a confidence thing. Maybe they were expecting SK to stack B, so they're like, yeah, let's just kind of gamble stack, and if they come here, they come here. If not, whatever. But SK read that very smart. I would have sent at least maybe one of the or shotgun guys, maybe scout out A to push just to be sure. I mean, you have a person up. You can have one person in the area. Maybe kind of push through A halls, see if there's a guy spotting. But hindsight is always 20/20, Jason.
Hindsight is always 20/20.
That's life. Life.
Well, 10-9 now. Splyce losing a little bit of control. It seemed like they had a grasp on this match, but it's slowly slipping away. As SK, they're on the verge of evening things out. Although, I mean, still, this is still a pretty strong buy, all things considered. AK and M4 on Arya machine gun, and those UMPs obviously can do some damage. And good utility as well on the Splyce side. So the fact they saved so many weapons gives them another chance here to perhaps find a cheeky little win.
Ooh, cheeky. Cheeky. Machine gun, though, is trying to spam. He's on the platform, just moving around. SK, though, they're up in the drop area. Trying to waiting out the smokes. You don't have to push through smokes against a team that you're confident in.
Good damage on Cold Zero, though. That's going to help limit some of his aggressiveness and assertiveness when they take this bomb site. Once again, I mean, the difference between these two teams on the T side so far, because both of them have this heavy B emphasis, is SK's doing a better job of having at least one person watching the flank and be closer over towards that A bomb site a couple rounds, just to be able to apply pressure. Fur's going to try an entry down drop. He's got to be careful, though. Davies close left, and Machine Gun's going to win against Taco. There's Fur chiming in. He gets a second one. He's brought down low. He can't really do too much more, but everyone on SK winning their fights. FNX has been watching that flank for a long, long time. And I don't think Splyce has any indication that this is going to be an A hit, but all of SK is falling back because they killed that flanker, because they killed the person who pushed up. They know that more than likely that's the only player who is at A.
FNX with a nice watching the flank. If you watch a lot of SK on this map, he does play that connector spot a lot, just watching their backs, listening for the push-ups and over rotations, and so nice move by FNX. You know, having that anchor, you always have to have an anchor in a team. You don't want to get flanked. That's like the worst feeling in the world, is just you're about to win a round and then one person kills like 2 or 3 of you in the back. You're like,
yeah, it's extremely deflating, isn't it? Well, I mean, Splyce is going to save this round again. So they have these 2 AK-47s in a 2-on-3. They decide not to go for it. At a certain point, Splyce is going to have to challenge for some of these rounds. Well, that last save kind of extends it and gives him gave him another decent opportunity of winning. Right now, the idea is keep these AK-47s, but see if SK falls back far enough away from the bomb site for us to take an AK-47 away from them, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah, they're going to just hide and keep their guns, and now Splyce is going to have to save. Unless we do a cheeky drop where Machine Gun and Ara do drop Colts. Looks like they're not going to do it. They just want to save, have the utility, maybe even save for an AWP.
Well, there's been, what, 2 buys now for the Splyce side where they just didn't have everything they could have wanted. They haven't really been able to get out on AWP. They haven't been able to have, you know, more than just 2 rifles. So, I mean, saving here is just kind of saying we need our next buy to really, really be powerful.
Yes. Looks like all 5 members of SK are going towards this B-bomb site, and Splyce is stacked in the A. They're in the A middle, just kind of doing a little 1-by-1 stack.
Oh, all right, Arya. If he played hero, if he got a 3rd kill there, that would have been amazing. But even just the 2 was incredible.
They do have a kit, so this round's not impossible for Splyce if they manage to pick off Fur or anyone else.
Yeah, well, I mean, they have a kit, but SK has Fur, and he's stopping all of this rotation from being anything even resembling close. So, I mean, Cold is going to end up getting that last kill. So 11 rounds now. SK is taking the lead, you know, in the second half.
Crucial does get an AWP. So they are going to get an AWP setup, double AWP setup. Let's see how they can work this. If SK decides to do a smoke strat B.
That Arya is just so, that kill onto Fallen, it's just like he just walks into like some random recoil.
You can see him just smacking his head like, what's going on?
That's what frustrates me, because you can feel it when like you walk into a bullet. Oh, nice shot from FNX. And this is the investment. They had a double AWP setup. So, I mean, that's one of them gone.
You know, it's about $6,000 just down by the first bullet of his AK.
Yeah,
you know? Down
the drain.
Just thrown away. Now, Splyce, though, they are sending 2 people back towards A. Davey did rotate. Machine Gun's by the drop area, crucial spot in the platform, so Crucial does not see anything on the platform. Machine Gun, though, sitting back. SK is working their way slowly towards B. Taking their time. No rush, guys. We got this. We can out-aim these dudes.
They've got to be a little bit careful with Crucial having this angle with the AWP.
But Cold's going to toss a
smoke. So that's going to get a little bit neutralized. And there might be a crack on the left side of that smoke. There is a small one, but it doesn't look like Crucial's too willing to play with it. Actually, on top of the railing, just to see if he could peer over that edge. Doesn't quite work out.
No, but it does give SK some position to just push up a little bit, get ready to flash and just jump out when they want to. Davey almost getting fallen. Locks him down to 15 HP.
Yeah, but takes a lot of damage in return, and now he's very far away, and they know it. Machine Gun tries to hold on as long as he can. He gets cold, but Taco has opened up this bomb site. Nice work from him, and even Fur's going to drop Machine Gun. So Davey's the last one left, and Fallen knows exactly where he was. So no chance for Davey to get back into this.
SK is just, when they're on, they just hit every shot. Their timings are awesome, and it's so hard to read SK sometimes when you're just sitting there in the bomb site waiting, because at any moment they can just explode. And look at Davey just watching him. Finally takes out Fallen, but now his teammates are, SK's teammates are probably pretty upset. They're like, what? You killed Fallen? No. Not our leader. No.
Must avenge him. FNX is going to be the next one up, and he gets it. So,
revenge, my brother.
Yep, good for him. And now that was the buy that was so critical for SPLYCE because they had double saved for that round, and it doesn't work out. The double up never really comes to fruition, and they just get slaughtered over towards the B bomb site. So now it gets extra difficult because they have to save again as this losing bonus builds up. It's just pistols, a little bit of a half buy, some armor purchased here and there. But SK, you know, pretty much in both halves, once they get a firm control of their economy and they don't have to worry about like getting reset or saving whatsoever, they just seem to run away with it.
Yeah, and it doesn't help when the person dies within 10 seconds of the round starting. Cold Zero picking him off Machine Gun, who tried to peek that platform but gets punished. The bomb, though, is by the B area, and Cold Zero and Fur is the only ones there. FNX, though, is just sneaking right through. He just walks up the middle uncontested, so they probably have a good idea that A's pretty clear.
Yeah, and that surprises Davey. He's not ready for that. Crucial's getting shot from the side as well. FNX is going to get another one. Arya running towards him, trying to cover up the gap in the defense, and FNX is still just going to run right through this B bomb site, and he hasn't spotted Crucial boosted up yet, and he's brought down so low. That nade and the AK does the trick, though. FNX does respond, is sick of getting shot in the side, and Asilian with the CZ finds Fallen, but he's got too much to do. He's not going to be able to even save this AK-47. He's been spotted out. He's getting tagged up a little bit. He's got fire behind him. He's got an AK-47 in front of him. So he's going to have to fight his way out if he wants to try and save it, and he at least wins that initial battle. And now it's Fur's turn.
Fur. Avenged Fallen. Can't kill Fallen, SK.
And we've got a pause. So a tactical timeout. SPLYCE perhaps realizing that they've just lost control and try to figure out what they want to do to get back into it.
What do you think they can do, Jason? What do you think SPLYCE can do to really just stop SK in their tracks?
You know, I like the, I don't know about the double op, but I think one op can do the trick. I liked the aggressive idea of it, but I mean, you touched on it. They just are losing players so quickly in some of these rounds. And I also think some of their rotations on the CT side have been pretty suspect.
Yeah, their rotation's been a little weird, and every time SK would hit something, they always outnumber the people that they hit, you know?
I can't shake the, I can't figure out that round why they cheated their, in a 5-on-4, they took the A defender away to go to B. I can't figure out why you would do that and just leave a bomb site wide open for the taking.
I think against a lesser team would probably be like, oh, there's the Colt in A, so let's just fall back to B. But a team like SK, you know, they're not going to be scared of you.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, SK is just maybe that's part of it. Maybe they're trying to be a little bit too creative on the CT side, trying to overcome some kind of deficiency. A little bit of maybe overcompensating for an insecurity.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, that's never...
You know all about that. This is why you're here, the expert opinion. I'm looking for you to build on that idea.
I mean...
Give me some real-world examples.
It's real-world examples. Maybe Davey, you know, he acts all tough, you know, but maybe it's just all, you know...
Go straight to Davey.
Go straight to Davey, you know, he doesn't care. He acts like he doesn't care, but deep down inside, his heart's racing. He's scared. He doesn't know what to do. But if you keep acting tough and just have those eyes where you're just like, no, you won't. Maybe it can happen.
Yeah.
And it scared him off. It sometimes works. But as a person who actually knows how to fight, like SK, probably just gets punched in the face.
Yeah, that probably. I mean, SK certainly looking intimidating now in this. I mean, just running things up. FNX has shown up, and then this is. I mean, Cold is 12 and 15, not having a great match, but FNX and Fur definitely picking up the slack here. Fur's been a consistent star for this team for so long.
Yeah, I always liked his play style, even in the old Luminosity lineup. He was always a solid player. Just watching him at LAN and stuff, he's always a person that did the dirty work, you know, flashing for his teammates, being entry killers, and just.
You like that dirty work?
I like the dirty work, you know. I'm all about the dirty work. Kind of reminds me of me, you know, getting the job done. Someone has to do it to get the job done, and Fur does that. He does it all.
He does everything. Well, so Arya here with the AWP. It's back to that double op setup. Arya's got one Crucial with the other. And Arya's going to get caught out in the open. He goes for that second shot as he's getting tagged up. SK's got to clear to the right. That's where Sin is, and Taco is just a monster. I mean, speaking of guys who have just been a beast for this SK team, Taco has been, I think, underappreciated by a lot of the fandom, but lately he's been showing why he is such a critical asset to this team, and that's the round win.
Yeah. That's what makes SK so scary as a team, is that any one of their players can just go off and dominate teams, like at any level. And it's just amazing. Like if you have this much skill in one team, it makes matches and wins seem easier because like if Cold Zero's not hitting his shots, then someone else will.
I mean, to be fair, they were tested mightily in this match early on. SPLYCE jumped out to a huge lead. And SK just comes storming back. And SK is going to be fine. I mean, they're probably not going to chase after that, but I mean, they're going to be okay with losing those guns just because those 3 players have a lot of money built up. And on top of that, way more important to get the guns out of the SPLYCE hands. And Crucial wisely doesn't try and take that fight any more than he already had.
Yeah, I think maybe something that Team SPLYCE could do to kind of help beat a play style like SK is always peeking 2 people at least at an angle. So if there's one person spotting there, he has to fight 2 people at once. And SK is so good at doing that. You can't play, too many individual spots, or you're just going to get run over.
Well, this is starting to turn into a run over. We've seen a lot of saves out of SPLYCE where they just, I mean, and I can't even really fault them for some of these saves. I think it's been like 3 or 4 rounds where they've just kind of given up on these rounds, but it's just because they're at such a huge disadvantage that, why risk the weapons? That's the one thing. Some of these wins from SK have been so convincing. And here's great entry as well. Crucial, again, I mean, the smoke, the knife. Taco, he's gonna, Cold, you take it, why? Oh, poor Taco.
You want those knife kills, Jason, don't you?
I wanted that so bad, and Fur, he's gonna come out swinging. Cillian falls. Oh, I'm so mad at Cold.
A lot of people are mad at Cold, Jason.
He was hunting that through the smoke and everything.
He wanted it. He wanted some meat.
Well, Arya finds an angle that, I mean, first watching this, it's just not the wide enough angle to protect Cold. So that's going to be a little bit confusing if you're Cold. And that's got to be confusing for Arya, seeing as how he just peeked that and gets a kill, and Fur's still just there a little bit farther to the left. So 15-10 now, SK Gaming not slowing down. Back into a double up setup for SPLYCE. This hasn't worked yet. And on top of that, because Arya goes for the AWP, he's got no armor, he's got no utility. Crucial has light armor, but no utility. So they only have 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs, and a Molotov for this whole round.
Not much utility with 1 kit and glass armor up. Again, last round, you saw Team SPLYCE. Look at, they keep having these individual angles where it's like one person in one area, the other person in another. There's like no crossfires, there's no stacks. It's like you can't play SK, who are really good at just peeking together.
Good recovery of Crucial getting the equalizing kill. That's the second time Arya has gone for that same peek and just been deleted.
Yeah, you've got to practice that more in practice. The match is not working, buddy. Pal. Chief. It looks like FNX, though, he's just lurking in the middle. He's going to see if anyone's trying to flank. It looks like Fallen's going to fall back. They're just going to swing. They're going to see where they can get a pick. And
I think Fur heard a footstep here on this boost. He's waiting for the shotgun as it comes through the smoke. So right when you see the bodies start to form around that smoke, it's just punishes you. So nicely done from Davey. Nice aggression from SPLYCE, and even continuing forward. Taco goes for an entry, and actually Davey's going to capitalize on it. So Fallen's still alive, and he's going to put pressure onto this A bomb site. The bomb is over towards B, though. It's in the hands of FNX, who's extremely low, so Taco really needs, Fallen needs to get a kill there, and he does. That's a big boy shot, and there's still one in the bomb site, which might confuse Fallen, but he's done his job. The rotation is away, and now he can just fall back, and he can circle around. FNX is going to get this bomb plant. It's all about how quickly Fallen can actually get to the site, but that's a critical shot with the AWP. And as Cillian is left all alone in that A bomb site, he's been here this whole time thinking it's going to be an A hit, and Fallen sells it perfectly, and each of Fallen and FNX punish these rotations.
That's a smart move by Fallen. You're down in numbers, and you have to make a play, and he tries to make a play at A to make them rotate, and just so smart CS by Fallen.
Yeah, I mean, and known for some intelligent calls in the mid-rounds is SK and Fallen in specific as the endgame leader. So, I mean, that's a beautiful fake that just fools SPLYCE entirely. And in a round where they had the advantages. Even here, like, look at Machine Gun pushing. So maybe a little bit rattled by the amount of rounds that they had lost straight with the advantages that they had early on in this match that they had then gone on to lose. So, yeah, just a tough match. But, I mean, it is kind of interesting that it was better than we thought it would be. Still just kind of a steamroll. They did get out to what, like an 8-2 lead or something like that?
Yeah,
8-2.
8-2.
And then they only won 2 rounds for the rest, so it was like a 2-14 after that. Well, the analysts are ready, so we're gonna throw it over towards
T-Squared and Ryu. I almost forgot your guys' names.
Damn, we are that irrelevant.
Man, it's not like we don't grab drinks every night at the bar after the show.
That's
but
probably why he doesn't remember.
That's true. I forgot about that.
Prolonged alcohol abuse.
All right. Well, I mean, SPLYCE, they had a hot start. They weren't scared right from the get-go, and it was pretty impressive. Obviously, it's a T-sided map, and it looked like a pretty hot start for these guys, but eventually, falling to SK because SK just so seasoned, used to these situations.
Yeah, and SPLYCE comes out and they played the way that DeBaird's wants them to play, right? Play with confidence. They believed in themselves. Insert other positive cliche phrase here. And it seemed like, okay, wow, like they believe that they can win. I'm still not convinced. They're T-side on Cobble. They did have a good lead. They did win some rounds that you didn't think they would win. But overall, like, you couldn't feel too bad about that performance from SPLYCE. We see here early in the match, this is what, round 6? And they do a good job. They slow things down. Fallen gets caught completely off guard at drop, and they're able to close this out. Good start. It just, you could see, like, okay, SK's like, all right, we're kind of waking up. Okay, you're going to start hitting some really nice shots. Okay, we figured this out. All right, now we get T-side. And it was like, once you go T-side on a map like that, we've seen so many comebacks on that map.
Yeah.
An 8-7, 9-6 kind of half, and then you're giving the best team in the world T-side of Cobble. Definitely not.
You got to try to get something like a 10-5 or 11-4, 12-3 or something like that. But Arya tried his best in round 15 right before, switched on over to the pistol round, and this is it right here. He had a nice 1v3.
Yeah, that's a really nice shot in the Cold Zera, and does a really good job. Kind of makes something happen. Takes a little bit of a risk going to the other site. There's, as you can see on the clock, only 20 seconds left in the round. Taco kind of goes past him, and just really, really well played. He's got a little bit of the timing gods on his side, and that does a really good job on the post plant. He doesn't lose his composure. Sits behind the door, lets the first player go by. Here's the second player, lets them both go by, and then sprays them both down. And these are the types of rounds that you don't usually get to win against a team as good as SK. And this is a little bit of what, if you're a SPLYCE fan, or if you're dazed and you wanted to see them get 16 rounds in that map, those are the rounds that when they win, you're like, okay, like I might be able to see. I'll be a little bit cautiously optimistic.
It was a good play.
It was a very, very nice play from Arya, but then again, you're giving SK T-side of Cobblestone. It's a map that they're very good on against the best teams in the world. And
9-6 just.
And that was basically where the dream died. Like that round, there was one round where they get eco'd, or the SPLYCE wins an eco round after, and then after that, it was a clinic on T-side.
I mean, that's SK put them on ice in round 22 is pretty much what you're talking about. And again, it's just because they're so seasoned. They've been in these situations before. They're not going to panic. They've practiced all of these scenarios, and SPLYCE, again, they had to come out on that T side and just not make it a 9-6. Had to be something around like 11-4.
Yeah, otherwise there's no way that they're going to be able to hold against a team that's this good. I actually felt like this was one of those maps, and this was one of those performances where you realize how valuable FNX and Fur are. I thought Fur had a really, really good map, but him and FNX, sometimes they get overshadowed by Fallen and Cold Zera. And those guys are so damn good that when you get to see them just kind of run around like on this T side and pick up 2Ks and 3Ks and win like really good, smart Counter-Strike, good positioning, and then they instantly hit those shots. I know Moses called out Taco doing something similar, but for me it was FNX and Fur in that one. Really stepped up, and it's a team that's been in those trenches so many times that even when they're down by a large amount of rounds, they're going to work their way back in. A little bit closer than I think anyone was really expecting, but I don't think I was ever like, wow, SPLYCE could win this. It never got to that point where you felt like SK could possibly be out of it.
Yeah, I mean, and then FNX, you're talking about it, 27-14, pretty much getting a kill every single round, if not more.
Just like I said, him and Fur, this was the map. I think if you ever want to see the value of those two players, it's like watch a match like that. We saw how they struggled when they didn't have Fur and they didn't have their set 5. And again, those two guys tend to get overshadowed, but you saw step up really, really big on this map. Needed some big rounds on T side just to get a little momentum. They got eco'd, and then you're like, oh wow, like that's not something you would expect. And then immediately they turn it around, and then they just run the table.
All right, guys. Well, that was the first map going on between these guys on Cobblestone. But I want to give a shout out to thescoreesports.com. Go ahead and download the app. It's the best place for news and stats. Ask Ryu. Ryu's already downloaded it twice today.
I was about to uninstall it right before you started the sellout mode.
To reinstall it again.
Reinstall it as previous advice.
So 3 times today during the break. But don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to have the second match going on between these two teams right after this quick break.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. We are going to get into the second map between SK Gaming and SPLYCE Pro. This time, it's going to be on Mirage. We saw, actually, SPLYCE put up a decent fight in the first half of Cobble, but they fell flat there.
Yeah, towards the end, they just, or after, not towards the end, but towards the end of the first half, they just started to lose their steam. And
never want to lose steam.
Never want to lose steam, especially if you're a steam engine.
And we're off. Yeah, we're about. I mean, the reason why I bring up Mirage as being the map is because this is what SK was known for. This is what this team kind of broke out on, and I mean, it's. I mean, obviously, we've been saying this for about a couple of years now because that was still such a surprising entrance into the scene for the Brazilians. But I mean, they've always been so good at Mirage. This is a map that's frequently banned against them, so this is going to be a really, really tough task for SPLYCE.
Yeah, I remember Team Liquid versus Luminosity at the time. That brought some bad taste in a lot of North American mouths.
Yeah, I mean, I just got over it just a couple of days ago, and you just bring it right back up.
I just took off the Band-Aid and ripped it again, Jason. Ripping off Band-Aids all day. That's what we do here. That's what I do.
Yes, that's apparently what we do here at the Pro League. Yeah, I mean, what did you make of SPLYCE that start they had? That was pretty solid. I mean, it's just like, can they actually sustain that?
I was thinking that they had a good start, winning the round after pistol, getting kills, and then kept hitting B over and over. But after a while, SK kind of got wind of it, and they just stopped them. Like, they literally stopped them, whatever they did after that, and it was...
yeah, I mean, adaptation from SK definitely to be able to stop that, and then no adaptation from SPLYCE after that.
Yeah.
Neither of these teams too successful on this map this season. Neither of them have a win on it. That's going to change. Someone's going to get a win.
Someone's going to win on this map. It's fact. It's a number game.
Although I wonder how many overtimes we can go to before someone just calls it and says, "All right, tie game."
I don't know. I don't think that'll ever happen, Jason.
I don't either. Well, there's a little bit of utility on the SK side, and there's Taco leading the way, and he's going to continue forward. There's two players pushing very aggressively, and then everyone else from SK is following up. Davey gets the first kill until Taco responds on him. Basilian is way back towards Catwalk, and FNX didn't get to see those two kills, but they seem like they would be very cool to watch. Taco gets a nice headshot onto Machine Gun, and this pistol round's over. I mean, FNX, that seemed like it was going to be okay. It seemed like SPLYCE was going to be able to try and mount to retake, but FNX just stomped on that idea.
It's like, no, long-range Glock better than your USP. That's what FNX did. He just outshot people with a Glock.
I'm assuming that was like two of them in the window room. I guess we'll see how many dead bodies are in there when Asilian crosses over, but...
Yeah. Yeah, they're both there. How do you get outshot by a Glock that long range like that? That's insane.
Sick. Yeah, and unfortunately, Asilian, I mean, he has 12 HP, and I mean, obviously no reason to save it, but he obviously doesn't really have a chance at winning that round, so can't really blame him too much for that. But what a round from FNX. And Taco with 3 kills.
Yeah, that was a very simple pistol. They pretty much just jumped out halls, and look at that.
Get out of my face.
The flick, the snap aim, as people call it these days. I call it flick. People are like, snap.
Because he snaps onto it?
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense.
Yes, it does. And now the second round. Now, this is where SK's now won 3 pistol rounds of the 3 that have been played in these 2 maps. But they've lost 2 of the 3 second rounds. So a chance here for them to lose. This is where SPLYCE has been able to come back into it. But FNX, I mean, he had a fantastic first map, and at least these opening 2 rounds here on Mirage have been stellar from him. So he's making sure that doesn't happen. Still 2 deals in play, so a little bit of danger still in terms of Arya and Davey. We'll see what they're able to do.
I think Taco was about to peek out A Palace, but he decides he's going to fall back, and SK is still taking it really slow. I don't think they want to lose another round right after pistol, so they're going to be a little more cautious than they were last map. They're saying, hey, we can't play that bad against Team SPLYCE, even though they are lower in the seeds.
Well, they got, what, 10 rounds in the first map? I mean, for my specific, side game with Days, need to make sure Splyce is limited to 5 here.
5 rounds. I think that's very possible. SK, you know, always very, very good on this map. And hey, they already won pistol, so that's a good start, Jason. It's always a good start to win pistol.
Yeah, and I mean, at least this time as well, SK, they're not going to lose the second round. That's what really hurt them on Cobble. That's what really allowed Splyce to get out to a really good start, was that response out of the second round. So this time it's not going to happen. There's the cool thing is Splyce, that they did upgrade pistols. They have some deagles, obviously, and everything, but they don't invest in armor. So they're still that's going to allow them on the 4th round to have some extra utility that otherwise they might not have had. And Arya's even going to go hunting for another gun. And he's going to be coming up the stairs. It's all about timing between him and Fallen, and works out in Fallen's favor.
Unfortunate for Arya to not get that kill. Davey, though, he still has a deagle. He's going to try to see, but he's going to get swarmed here by Fallen. Fallen, oh, he doesn't check the angle. Davey misses, though. That's sad.
That is a little bit sad.
It is sad. It's like you walk the entire time just to shoot someone in the back, and you miss. And you die.
And you die.
That's life, Jason. That's life.
I don't know what kind of weird life you're living, but to live a day as De Bears, I think that would be I would do that.
That'd be a fun day, Jason.
Well, I mean, it's fun for you every day, isn't it?
You know, I gotta enjoy life as much as I can.
Cold with the Mac 10, he's gonna farm. He finds Arya. And now Fallen, he knows there's a lot of pressure being put on him. He spots 2, got 1, and he's going to get the second, and this is over very, very quickly. For Fallen and FNX all getting some kills here.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling when you can't even kill a person on an eco. All 5 survive. You want to at least try to make someone buy up, but SK, they have AKs, all rifles with an AWP. They're not playing any more games. They don't want to lose any more rounds to Splyce or maps in general.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll keep bringing it up, but we'll talk about it again, that SK is in 6th place. I think that last win might have put him up towards 5, but on the verge of making or not making the Pro League Finals. This is aggressive. This is very fast-paced up mid, and it almost looks like SK after that first map was just like, all right, guys, let's not show respect. Let's just win. So 4-on-4 right now. The bomb is at top mid. Machine Gun at least slowed down the pace of FNX, who is very, very quickly trying to get into the A site. Next step for SK is catwalk control, and they have a Cillian right underneath this window.
I'm pretty sure you heard that jump, so I think he knows someone's in the window room, but first, he's going to check the spot to his right.
I feel like when he gets closer, he'd be able to spot the barrel as he gets closer up, so... Ooh, that's a nice Molotov, so, all right, joke's on you. Can't hide there.
See ya. But has a spot that SK likes to play on as CT as well, so I don't think you could fool SK by hiding in a spot like that.
Well, now they have to go back and get the bomb, so they're very wary of someone being pushed up aggressively. And this is Splyce gambling over towards this B site. 3 players here. One's going to be catwalk, one's in the B site, and one is in kitchen or market. So they're kind of just saying, if you hit the B bomb site, we have a chance. Otherwise, they're probably just going to try and save the gun. And I think the guns are just going to have to be saved, because Fur and Taco are reconvening over towards the A site, where Cold has really advanced position. Fallen is causing a distraction, though, and it might be... Oh, what a shot. That was so quick. And now he could just literally just retreat. He's already basically won the round. Cold's going to die to machine gun, but the A bomb site is open for the taking.
Yeah, Splyce is going to rotate towards A. They know the read, and if they can get these 2 kills before Fallen can fall back, they have a chance to win this round, but they got to move fast. And looks like, I don't know, Machine Gun's going to try to chase down Fallen, but he decides to fall back now. Now, the timing window for Splyce is going away.
Machine Gun has a kit, but yeah, I mean, he was walking all the way up mid to try and find Fallen. I guess he feels like he has to clear Fallen out of position, but there he spotted him. The Deagle's out, and he's going to win that. So Machine Gun can't come out on top of that duel. Davy's going to have to just save the AWP. Yeah, there was an opportunity there for them if they quickly went towards that retake at the A site. It would have been a 2-on-2, but they choose not to. So SK's going to get their 4th. Davy's only going to be able to bring an AWP into the next round.
AWP is still a nice save. I mean, you could win rounds with an AWP. Just make sure you kill Fallen off the bat. And, well, I mean, it takes more than that to beat SK, but... You know,
I mean, the shot from Fallen over in that B site was so sick. 3 players here. This right here. I mean, yeah, I guess so. But I mean, that's just dirty. How do you stop that? Crucial couldn't even react in time, holding the angle.
He blinked. Can't blink against Fallen. Just can't.
The op is going to be in window room. Davey has armor at B and aggressive down A ramp. And SPLYCE, it's only Machine Gun really continuing that. And actually, Fallen spotted it out, and there's the Deagle out again. Deja vu for Machine Gun taking this duel. But the AK from Taco. Machine Gun gets baited into over-aggression and punished.
Taco, nice bait set by Fallen to actually pre-fire that op shot. So if he was there, he'd get the kill. If not, Taco would just swing as soon as that other person hears that op shot. Because, you know, after the opper takes a shot, you want to move and kill him. It's nice little teamwork by SK.
Yeah, and Taco doing some work. And Crucial's brought so low with Zeta Buni, eventually does get spammed. There's just nowhere for him to go from there once he misses that shot. So SK's looking like they're going to get out of this round with all 5 members surviving. Davey has a chance against Cold, but he's being very methodical in clearing all these corners, and actually the timing, again, the timing doesn't work out in the favor of SPLYCE. So quickly 5-0 for SK.
SK feels like they're like a python. They're just slowly just squeezing SPLYCE to their deaths. Like every round.
What does that make SPLYCE?
That makes SPLYCE a deer.
I mean, SPLYCE's logo is a snake.
Oh.
Interestingly.
So I guess it's their small little...
The smaller snake?
Garden snake. That's what I think SPLYCE is right now. The little garden snake, not a cobra that we picture. But Machine Gun aren't taking 2 off the bat. They don't like it.
Yeah, this garden snake's got a little bit of bite, although Fallen chimes in. Cold's got connector. And Fallen actually has an open path into that site. They take those 3 players. This is probably the fastest pace I've seen SK have in some time. In terms of how consistently they're just quickly hitting these sites. So 2-on-2 and SPLYCE, we saw him save a lot on Cobble, but they have to go for this one. Cold and Connector, he loses that fight. Fallen, this is the one time the timing is going to work out for SPLYCE as Fallen looks away, and that flashbang is perfect. So Diffuse is going to come in. SPLYCE is finally on the board, but they're in a reset scenario in the sense that they just win one, and they only survive with 2, so they're going to have to drop some guns. Their money is going to be depleted, and if they lose this next one, that becomes a problem.
That becomes a very big problem, but it's always good to win a round. You know, you have to start somewhere, Jason. You have to start somewhere.
Great initial holdover at that A bomb site as well.
Yeah, they're getting out picked off, and that fast move kind of didn't work that well against them. They did get the bomb down, but SK was just waiting around so easily when they're taking it slow, checking angles, smoking off parts of the map like window and stuff, and then just slowly working that connector, B-halls, and everything. Just very good at just clearing these small angles that you have to play together. You have to bait each other as CT if you want to take out these this powerhouse.
FNX is in a very weird spot as Davey has his op lined up down this hallway. There's no way for FNX to actually fall back from this. He has, I mean, he doesn't have any flashes, doesn't have a smoke. So it's all going to come down to when he decides to actually peek, and I think he might hear these footsteps. I don't know if Davey's close enough, but he's definitely going to be able to hear the scoping pretty soon. And if Davey pushes up any closer and doesn't clear that angle, that could just be a free kill. Meanwhile, SK across the rest of the map hasn't really done anything. 2 players top mid, 1 in underpass.
FNX is still there. What patience by him. I think he's going to swing here in a second. He has to swing.
I think he's in this position. I don't think he's going to swing because I think he's going to be more of a lurking goal for him, more of like someone else is going to start the action, and he'll come a little bit later when he thinks someone's like taking their attention away from these B halls. Well, for now it's a split. And Davey, he jumps over. FNX knew it the whole time. Outplays patiently. That is so well done. Now, Crucial in the market, he's just watching for the cross, but the bomb is actually in tunnel, so no one actually has to cross into the site from catwalk, so Crucial's going to see nothing.
So that move that FNX hopped over right there, he hopped over when his teammate was taking up catwalk, so the opper could not, or a person if they're spotting halls can't just swing down and look towards catwalk, so it's a very timing play. You know, it takes practice and coordination for a team to be able to pull that off.
Well, and FNX kindly removes the head of Arya, and this is the issue with the double op setup is when you get to this retake, look at how, I mean, the 2 ops in market can't be aggressive, the 2 players on catwalk aren't being aggressive, so really that retake there was no attempt to actually get back into that bomb site. So it's going to be another win for SK, and even Ascillion falling there. Machine Gun's just got to try and save this interview, but it's not going to happen. 6 rounds, and this is that nightmare reset for SPLYCE.
Yeah, they're going to have to save 2 rounds, so you might even see a pistol armor buy right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think they might actually. Ooh, that's a good shot. That second follow-up from FNX. I think they might actually choose to buy in the next round, just because Davey and Cillian at 2,300, Ari's at 3,000. I think they might just say, sorry, Machine Gun and Crucial, you guys have to go with a lighter buy, because they're going to be down so far in rounds, they can't really afford to be double saving at this point, because T-side Mirage to be up this much, it's going to be difficult as it is already for Splyce to be able to come back.
Yeah, and then Splyce just decides to throw away their lives by all taking the long range in middle. I'd prefer them, if they want to push somewhere, maybe push towards A Palace or even B Hall, take the fight up close, make them miss the the close angle shots. I mean, you get that long range shot with rifles. It's really hard to outshoot a rifle with a USP.
Yes, it is.
It is. I mean, I know. I know, Jason.
You are the John Madden, I think, of Counter-Strike.
Thank you. You just got to score as many more points than the other team if you want to win. That's my John Madden.
I mean, it's a tough goal to attain, I guess, that being the John Madden type voice.
Hey, yeah, it's. I haven't practiced it, but maybe I'll practice it just for you and for the viewers.
So yeah, I mean, this is what I thought would happen. This is that buy that's going to come out. Arya is with an AWP and no armor. Machine Gun with a UMP, so he can have utility. He's one of the only players that has a good amount of utility. There's M4s otherwise, but this is going to be a very tough round for Splyce. They just can't afford to let this gap get any wider.
No, and Taco's lurking on the A ramp. He's listening. He made a footstep though, so Machine Gun knows he's probably in the area, but Taco wisely falls back.
Well, it's interesting that I mean, this is just maybe a little bit too critical, but just out of my own, that flashbang from Machine Gun through the smoke. If it's not followed up on, that's like, what's the point of that flashbang?
It's a waste of a flash. You're right, Jason. You're absolutely right. Like, I don't say this enough. Like, if you're going to use nades, if you're going to use a flash for something, make a move or do something with it.
I feel like that's very nitpicky of me to say, but I see it frequently, not like in other teams as well, where I'm just Oh well, speaking of nitpicky, Arya, that might be a bit much. Pushes up B tunnels with the AWP, and there goes that critical weapon gone. He had some information that they weren't really towards the B bomb site, but now with 50 seconds left, that information gathering is going to mean pretty much nothing in a couple seconds. And Fallen goes for a fancy jump, doesn't work.
Ferg gets picked off an A. He was just trying to lurk through A by himself, not really waiting for his teammates, which could be maybe like a scout for information, trying to call out spots, and so SK has some already set up for that. But looks like SK's going to fall back towards B. FNX does have bomb in
there's not a whole lot of time left, so Taco's going to try and make something happen, and Cillian's back there with an M4. The Machine Gun's close up. So Taco just trying to bait some things out. It is only going to be Davey here, and he pushes forward. That's the bomb, and now he knows it, but Fallen with the Tech 9 cleans him out, and is Crucial going to be able to stop this plant. 10 seconds left. All he has to do is get one kill. Fallen's going to bait it out. There's very little time. Oh, but it works out in his favor. SK Gaming, it's risky, but it works, and it looks so cool.
That was just so close in time. Like, literally, if he peaked 1 second later, Splyce would have won the round because of the time. Literally 1 second later, it's just so SK. I mean, they play that really perfect, and it's amazing how SK can win some of these rounds. Sometimes it blows my mind.
I mean, that's so sick from Fallen to be able to have the confidence to just tap that bomb when there's very few seconds left. So it's going to be 8-1. And Machine Gun, he's close by. Cold, I mean, see the spot, that's how he does. The timing, Machine Gun's just falling back, and he's not prepared for that peak. So 8-1, and there's no weapons for Splyce. This is going to have to be another save round. Everyone's sitting right around 2,500, so Davey trying to do everything he can.
Curious by that move by Machine Gun.
This is dirty.
It was a 1-on-2 for Machine Gun, and he didn't go for the bomb, but he didn't fall back to save the gun. So he just stood there and spawned and died anyways. So it's kind of, what are you doing? What are you doing? Don't hesitate, man. You have to go
commit to one or the other, I think is what you're saying?
Yeah, commit to one or the other. Like, either go for it or just fall back. Like, don't just sit there and spawn trying to get some kills, because SK has like $10,000. I mean, it just blows my mind, Jason.
Well, smoke's going to clear, and Taco's going to find Arya behind it. There's that really mismatched pistol versus rifle fight that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, it's SK just outplaying them in every angle, every position. It's hard to see Splyce winning this match when it doesn't matter what SK does, they're winning. They're literally winning everything.
And you could see, I mean, you described it as a python, but you can see SK, I mean, they have map control in mid, they have a player over towards Palace in A, and they have a player at B. So slowly constricting on each of these bomb sites, slowly applying pressure and seeing what they find. It's FNX who's going up against the stack here. And he's been shot at by one. I don't think he realizes the extent of it. I think that's the second player that he's going to call out. And now he sees a third, and he falls. So now it's coldzera's turn to have a little bit of a shooting gallery at this range with the AK-47, waiting for Crucial to peek. And you can see he's just anticipating where this next peek will come from. This is really nice from Cold. And he's not in too much danger at this range. So now at low HP, he's just going to fall away. But he has all the intel that this is going to be an easy plant at the A site.
Yeah, SK does plant an A, and it took a while for SK to plant the bomb. I know they're trying to look for people in numbers, but still, they're going really, really slow, not taking any chances at all, making sure that they don't win more than 5 rounds, Jason. Just for you.
Yeah,
I'm sure they do that just for you.
I'm sure they are too.
Looks like SK is going to come with an easy win. Davey, though, does get an AK, so let's see if he can save this AK, because he's going to go against...
What was that?
That's my, like, sigh of... Just get a kill.
Contentment?
Just please get a kill, guys.
Oh, that's awkward.
Show them that you belong in the pro league. Put up a fight.
Yeah, this is tough so far. So back onto the AWP for Crucial, no armor. The ops of SPLYCE on both maps really haven't been that effective. I mean, we saw how many times that SPLYCE wanted to lean on a double op setup on Cobble, and it got punished basically every single time. It's happening here as well. Crucial, the main opper with 1 kill. Arya, the kind of secondary opper, sometimes picks it up as well. He only has 2 kills, so no one being effective with that op, which would probably help SPLYCE out a lot.
There we go, SPLYCE. Being aggressive towards that middle, picking off FNX. SK, though, they have 3 people with a bomb towards that B Halls area. Taco's just making some noise at the A Palace, trying to get some people's distraction.
The first half of this was, or the first half of this half was so aggressive from SK Gaming. It was very fast-paced. A lot of, at least like 1 or 2 players rushing up to gain map control and take fights very early on in rounds. It's massively slowed down to a little bit more of a default style. So changing the pace up a little bit is SK Gaming. And you have to say, this is one of the first times we've seen SPLYCE with a man advantage in some of these rounds. They definitely have to capitalize on this. But again, they're cheating a rotate over towards A, which they did this on Cobble, and I harped on it a lot there. With so many players over at A, I mean, it's going to be a 4-on-1 at this B bomb site. No one's even close to rotating. Machine Gun's starting to cheat over that way, but this is a lot of faith in Davey.
Yeah, and they're playing, I don't know what information that made them want to stack here, but Davey now, he's going to have a lot to hold. He's going to be just sitting behind the bench, and he doesn't have a kill, so Blizzard just picks him off, and Fallen picks off Machine Gun. Now it looks like SK is going to get an easy plant. Taco, though, pushing a little aggressively, gets picked off by Crucial.
All right, so there's going to be a flank coming in, so there's still an opportunity here for SPLYCE, but the issue is the flanker is a Cillian, and he has the kit. If he goes down, I don't even know if you can continue to try this retake. Cold's going to find Arya, who's coming up catwalk. Crucial still can't get any ground and market, and he's being pushed upon. Fallen's not looking towards the flank, but now it's a 1-on-2. Like I said, he does have the kit, but all this time the clock has dwindled on the bomb, and Cillian, he's waiting for SK to make a mistake, but he can't wait. He's got to go search this down, and it's just not going to happen. There's a kill, but he's got to run away. The bomb's already ticked far too much, and the spam through is not going to work. But that's a 10th round for SK now.
10-1, SPLYCE. What can you do, man? I think maybe...
Give me a motivational speech, Eric.
Well, you're playing against the best team in the world, SPLYCE, all right? SK, they've won majors. You need to step it up. You're here for a reason. You guys play 12 hours of CS a day. You think that these guys know something that you don't? Maybe, but that's not the point. The point being is you need to play with confidence, okay? You need to play with confidence and with the passion of hitting that shot, hitting an angle. Go out there and get them, boys. Slap them.
And then you slap them right at the end?
Slap them and wake them up. SPLYCE, wake up.
Interesting that we haven't seen a timeout either. I mean, even if they wanted to give that level of a speech, they don't have the time for it.
They don't.
So, no timeout quite yet, despite SK just kind of running all over him at the moment.
Looks like, though, SK's going to back off. They love just kind of poking around a little bit and then backing off and seeing how SPLYCE would react, but SPLYCE isn't reacting that much. They just kind of rotate over towards that middle. Machine Gun, though, is trying to peek this A-Ram. He's going to fight FNX here in a second. No. He's going to look. Nope.
I mean, he peeked up a little bit towards this A ramp and got some information about numbers, about what kind of weaponry they're working with over at the A site, and he's gone passive since then. So still, I mean, SK is spread out all across the map. 45 seconds left, and like no one is really together. So they don't have a long time to decide where they want to go. But this slow pace is allowing the utility to run out for the SPLYCE side.
Yeah, SPLYCE only has, they just wasted 2 of their Molotovs right now, and with 30 seconds left.
Oh, look at what this has done. Because this is so late in the round, the smallest amount of pressure put on the B site just caused like a very minor shift. But that puts so many SPLYCE players in awkward situations trying to get back. One on a balcony, he's going to fall to the Tech 9, and Fallen is a beast. That's a nice shot onto Asilian. They don't even need a smoke to cross. And so quickly, Crucial and Davey, they've got nothing left in this round. They've got no opportunities.
It's just amazing how every time, I mean, I can't say this enough, every time SK takes a fight, it's always like 2-on-1. Like Team SPLYCE is not like playing spots as a team. They're always kind of spread out a little bit or over-rotating, kind of like no really game plan as a counter-terrorist on this map.
I mean, that one small shift in the defense, they didn't even rotate that far. They just kind of, you know, just a few steps towards the B bomb site. You can see it on the minimap. And then, I mean, it's Asilian and Arya who are most out of position, which opens up Arya to being killed by Cold up connector. And then just fantastic shots, Fallen with the 2 entry kills, basically. So well done from SK, and this is a dominant first half.
Very dominant, and it forces SPLYCE to buy some shotguns and umps, and Arya with the AWP already gets taken down. It's off the bat. That's not good.
No, that's not good at all.
That's not good.
Very much not good. And Cold is just continuing his tear. And actually, even Taco's completely blind, but the timing for Machine Gun is just so unfortunate. He gets behind the cover of smoke just in time, and Fur waiting for Davey. This just seems now that SK knows they have like mentally broken SPLYCE, and they're just saying, we're not even going to do anything. We're going to let you beat yourselves. It's some judo level play.
Ooh, judo, nice.
Yeah,
like
use the momentum against them.
SK, the black belt, and SPLYCE, yellow belt. Just doing literally one move over and over, and SPLYCE can't do anything about it. You gotta group up. SPLYCE, you gotta group up together or something to, like, I know you want to stack somewhere, but you still get picked off one by one, even if they stack a bomb site, which is hard to imagine that can even happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's some aggression going on, but it's not really this coordinated aggression. I think, I mean, that mid push they did a couple rounds ago to get man advantage was nice. It's the follow up from there once they get that pick where they just didn't have the manpower at that B bomb site. But outside of that, I mean, that all right.
It's good. Just every round, like someone just dies off the bat. Like, it can't be good for the team. Like every kill, it's just one by one.
Yeah, this is why I'm saying just mentally broken. There's so much aggression going across the map that it just seems like SPLYCE is saying, yeah, we've lost.
They gave up.
Well, I mean, SK doesn't have the bomb. It's in T-spawn.
They don't even care anymore, Jason.
They're playing Gladiator.
They don't need the bomb. They're running one by one at this point saying, well, these guys aren't even shooting back at us. We might as well just play Gladiator. Look at that. They're inside. They push their spawn. They don't care about the bomb. They're just going to try to go frag hunt right now.
Yeah, Fallen's watching for the push. It almost seems like, yeah, I wonder.
Taco's like, fine, I'll go plant.
Maybe. I mean, he's being cautious as well about it. So, yeah, but SPLYCE seems like they're not really too interested in leaving these B halls. Davey is investigating a little bit, but he's only got a scout.
Yeah, unless he hits the miracle kind of 3 headshots in a row. Asilian, though. That's a good little start.
Clawing back into this round, and actually, Davey's going to find his way over towards the A bomb site with an AK-47, so he could potentially do something. The bomb's getting planted for mid, though, which even though Taco and, or excuse me, even though Cold, Zera, and Fallen aren't anywhere near the A site, they can still peek from that range. Taco now knows where Davey is, and that hurts.
every time they die, it's like, he sees him, he's ready, but he still can't kill him. Taco has a flash out. He's jumping around, and it's just, it's hard to watch, to be honest. Fallen just rushing around with his Tech 9, out shooting people with rifles. It's like,
so you seem to be like in anguish for watching this, but I think at some point you have to just enjoy it. Enjoy the mayhem.
I'm trying to enjoy it. I mean, I'm enjoying SK because they're doing a 5-up strat. I think that's pretty cool.
Sick.
It's just like
I'm so excited.
just want to see what they can do, giving SPLYCE no respect, which they shouldn't.
All right.
The way they've
5 ops. Let's see how they take this round. Fallen misses the shot, a very narrow crack, and it looks like they're gonna continue forward. Davey, now he's jumping up with the scout, and he's actually gonna take out first. That's 1 op of the 5 down. 4 remaining, 3 remaining now. Machine gun with the aggression, finally successful on Fallen. Who's next?
SPLYCE is working together on the 15th round and a half. What do you know? Here's some results.
All right, Taco. Machine gun trying to bait out the shot, and there it is, and Taco just wins that battle. He is dinked up, so he's got to be a little bit passive. He's going to go meet up over towards the B bomb, so that's where Cold and FNX are, and they haven't really got into the action too much. FNX watching for a push and underpass. Cold Zera looking for someone to be jump spotting B, and that's, I mean, he knows where Davey was there with the scout, and that's kind of what got his teammate kill, was the jump scouting, so he's waiting to see if that's going to happen again.
Here's what I don't understand. Arya pushed up literally to almost T-spawn, and then he falls all the way back. So now he still has to keep 2 people A instead of holding spawn and maybe keeping the extra person towards B. Like, they give up the spots they take. It's weird.
Cold is going to get that first kill. Jumping through, it's Davey with the op who misses his shot. And Cold wanted to go for more. This is awkward. The knife is out, and that's not going to work. Davey trying to get a little bit fancy. Unfortunate. Now it's a 3-on-2 situation from a 3-on-5. Make that a 2-on-2. The op of Arya ringing true. Taco and FNX still have theirs. Both players are going to be coming from market. FNX looks like he wants to peek this. He's going to do it slowly, and Arya cannot react in time. So crucial in a 1-on-2, and actually he's got 1 player very low. Taco's already low. He's got FNX low as well now. He's going to work his way out. There's the op, another missed shot, and the flashbang actually blinds FNX. The second one, though, recovers, and that is, all right, this is just SK styling, having some fun.
Have to take some Pepsi AC or something watching this, getting heartburn.
Well, you got to imagine SPLYCE is having some heartburn because the 5-op strat is very effective, and we will be back after the break to see how quickly SK is going to end it.
He's going to get the 1 kill in that bomb incoming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this overstill.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. We had, I believe it's called a slobber knocker of a match.
Oh, I haven't heard that word in a long time. I like it.
I don't even know if that's the proper word. Either way, it was actually a very one-sided affair. SK is up 14-1 going into the second half, and they'll actually be on. They did that on the T side of Mirage, which is pretty incredible. They also did it with a 5-op strategy in the last round.
Somehow still won.
Yeah.
Even though they were down in numbers towards the end of that round, and they still somehow pulled it off. Crazy. Well, maybe not that crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this I don't know. I really don't know what to how to explain it anymore. Dualies for Davey again. And SK is going to push upper B, which is right into the setup. And actually, Cold misses initial shots, somehow gets away. There's Taco with a nice flash, 5-7 as well. He's got 1, he's got 2 at 1 tap. He does eventually fall, and Cold as well follows. But Fallen has such a quick flank. If FNX can even just get one more, stay alive, cause a distraction, whatever it might be, anything he can do. Oh. And that's so dirty. That is so dirty, and FNX with one more. It's just down to Davey with the dualies, and falling on that flank is going to clean it out. So 15-1 now.
Yeah, that's all I can say. Yeah, just outshot.
This second peak right here, that one tap, that's nice. That's very nice.
It's always very nice to get those one taps. It's a very satisfying feeling. Makes you feel good inside. All those hours of death matching and practicing.
Those hours for this one moment.
For this one moment against Splyce. Crucial though, rushing down the middle. It doesn't work too well because Fur takes him off. Silly and Machine Gun are going to try to go with this underpass and pick off this guy Connector.
Oh, this is not good actually though. Machine Gun's got a sick flank going on right now, and it was kind of SK took their attention away from Connector. Even Fur's going to fall. So looking good for Splyce off the back of 2 kills of Machine Gun. 3 kills from Machine Gun. Coming alive here, so it's a 1-on-3 FNX. He's got to hold everything down, and he's not able to do it. The Tech 9s, again, are pretty powerful.
They seem to be a pretty good gun. When you want to win, I feel like the Tech 9, though, it's random. Sometimes I have the Tech 9, I'm spraying someone, it just goes all around them. Sometimes I'm just aiming at their chest and headshot them. How does that work? I don't know. I don't know, Jason.
Well, the Deagle starts things out, and that's what kind of pulls the attention away. So 15-2, Splyce, that's their first of 14 they'll have to win in a row.
I'll bet you SK is going to buy every single round until they win. You think so? You think so, Jason?
No, I don't, actually. I think if they lose this, they would save.
Oh, yeah.
Here's what worries me is that we have days when I have that kind of the game where we're where, you know, I said Energy would get more rounds than Splyce would today. And if Splyce brings this up, they only need 4 more for me to lose that. So I don't want that to happen.
Cillian does take out Taco off the start, so it doesn't look too good right now.
No, it's not looking great.
SK might win only 15-6. It might look bad, Jason.
Just to mess with me. Well, Arya's taking this duel with Cold. Cillian and Arya are actually pretty tagged up at the moment. So 3 players over towards A. It's Cold at B.
Nothing from SK's rotating yet. Fallen, though, is trying to spot the middle.
I mean, this is that kind of gamble stack, right? With just the armor and the pistols, and they're just saying, you know, see what happens, see what comes of this. SK, I mean, Cold with the Deagle, though. Oh, and he drops off. That that flashbang hurts. Double Molotov right at Cold, and he's trying to run away. He gets one. That's nicely done. If he could get another one, that would go a long way, but Davey's holding the angle for that kind of a repeak, and now with 1 in market, that's just for trying to come over and do something for it, but Splyce is on top of things at the moment.
Looks like they have a little confidence. They're starting to round up some rounds, round up some rounds.
Round up some rounds?
Round up some rounds. Like a rodeo, they're just rounding up.
Yeah, why not?
Or a mathematician rounding up.
I'm not going to lie. I have our producer has not muted himself in my ear, so everything he's telling, all the graphics he's having them put up, is going into my ears throughout this whole thing. I have no idea what you're saying.
That's
I can't
cool.
hear you.
That's okay. You don't have to hear me. You just have to watch this game and imagine Splyce can come back from a 15-1 deficit.
I feel like I'm getting like a little bit of a glimpse into what it's like to be insane and just hear voices.
It's okay, Jason. After a while, you just accept it.
He just apologized. It's all good.
Got it. You accept it, and sometimes you just listen to their ideas once in a while, all right? Not all the time.
Yeah, right? That's just some of them.
That's the crazy people if you listen to all of the ideas, okay?
Definitely. All right, so back to normal. I'm no longer insane. 15-3 now, and yeah, see, I told you.
There you go. You're so smart, Jason.
I know.
SK, though,
But it is kind of interesting that trend continues. I mean, it didn't happen in the first half here, but okay, so SK's won 4 pistol rounds today in these 2 maps, and they've lost 3 of the second rounds. Ooh, there's an interesting boost going on towards the B bomb site. But Davey's just going to walk up A, so it might not even matter. And yeah, Splyce has made it here, and is Machine Gun going to go to his left? Yes, he does, but it got a little dicey. He did get hit in the face by the pistol. Still alive and kicking. Yeah, and this. Why are you showing us this, DJ? Good lord.
This is a PG-13 show.
I mean, there's a. Yeah, this is shouldn't be doing that.
You know, we're just having people killing each other in the virtual world. Can't show crotch shots. Just can't do it. But one thing to notice of Splyce, even though they're going to win this round, you notice that when two of them were taking the A bomb site, their team wasn't even near to even help them out at all.
Yeah.
So it kind of shows the level of teamwork that Splyce does not show compared to SK, where SK, if they're going to take something, their teammates are ready to just pounce in at some other angle or on the other side of the bomb sites. You know, you just tell the difference.
You can tell the difference. I think the scoreboard helps that as well.
I mean, that's a dead giveaway, but if you just look at just pure team, like there's no scoreboard, you get to see on the little mini map just how Splyce like works things. It's just the timing's a little off, the players not playing tight together. Just if they have better teamwork, I think they can have better results.
Well, you'd certainly hope so.
I'd hope so, but you just never know. Never know with Team Splyce.
Look at this very mid-centric defense for SK. Two in connector and then 2 on catwalk. So ready to pounce if there's any kind of mid-control. But Splyce, I mean, it seems like they obviously know this is going to be a buy, and they're just super worried about what SK is going to do to them. So everyone is so far back waiting to see what kind of defense is going to be thrown at them, how aggressive it's going to be.
But Splyce looks like they're going to go to a underpass. Maybe try to boost in the window. But it could be trouble, because if Fur Fallen swings to the underpass, they're going to have a nice angle on them.
Well, the tough part is, okay, so it's smoked off now, so... Well, it's kind of smoked off. Cold's pretty close up, though. This is an interesting angle. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think he's pretty exposed to anyone coming beneath. And even Fur, I believe, is going to be spotted out. FNX gets a kill. That's over towards a ramp, so that's kind of one prong of this attack that is now taken away.
It looks like they're going to fall back towards the... I don't know. I think they're confused. Like, Davey was trying to go to A with the bomb, but he decided to fall back. Fur taking out Cillians. Arya's exchanging kills.
I mean, that's so effective. How many players SK had watching mid on catwalk and everything like that? Just so many bodies, and Splyce wasn't prepared for it. Crucial, though. Oh, he had a chance for that flick, and he's going to get the follow-up. Fallen now. He's going to get dropped by Davey, and this is what I did not want.
You do not want them winning more than 5 rounds.
Oh, it hurts. He's going to win right at the end.
SK trying so hard to get that 15-1, but just not holding CT side. That's a little weird.
Well, I mean, Taco obviously didn't realize that Crucial spotted him, but that's just a nice hold of that angle. And then, I mean, there's a kill right there that I think FNX gets more often than not.
More often than not, but not against Splyce. Not today, Jason. It looks like Splyce is going to go into an A execute. They do have plenty of utility to work with. SK still playing that heavy mid connector kind of setup going on. FNX and Fur can really swing there if they want to. Cillian, though, is going to try to lurk up. See if he can get some kills. He's lurked up in connector. From SK's looking, he's shooting it at FNX in the back. Finally gets him. Just on the jungle with the jumping ump. Or Mac-10, I'm sorry.
It's all right. We'll let it slide.
We'll let it slide. We all make mistakes.
It's been a long day. We've all had plenty of Soylent.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be water coming out in no time.
Brilliant. Why not? Fur's a ninja.
No, Jason.
Oh, that's a bummer.
You wanted him to.
I didn't think he'd be able to get the defuse because he didn't have a kit, and they were also pretty close by, but still, that would have been cool. Either way, I think that spells the end for my portion of the bet, taking energy to get more rounds, because that's 16 now for Splyce. Energy got 15.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jason.
It's just one of those days where nothing seems like it seems like nothing's going right.
Nothing. No pun intended.
That's not a pun. Oh.
Long day. It's okay. FNX is pushing middle. He's hungry. He's going to sit here under the smoke. Maybe he'll get a kill or two. Nope. Arya's going to be like, hey, I'm going to headshot you. Why not? Taco pushing out Cat. He gets Arya, though.
Yeah, that's a nice equalizer as well. Crucial's taking a lot of damage as well, so he's softened up. Oh, he takes even more. And he's trying to return fire, but that's a losing battle. Down to 19 HP. So, good hold so far from Taco with 1 kill and plenty of damage onto the Opera of Splyce.
Looks like the baby's just going to smoke off that window. Going to hang out. Check out the barrels and cart over there in the middle. Having a good time.
And this is going to be the next dice. Fallen's inside the A site with an AWP. This is I mean, he better not miss, I guess, is what it comes down to. If he's going to play that kind of a position, He has Fur close up onto A ramp, so at least there's one thing he doesn't have to worry about. There's the first kill. And now Fallen knows machine guns in Palace, but still, they're trying to relocate to better positions, and Fur's going to lose that fight, so Fallen gets underneath balcony with an AWP. He's now got his teammates over. He does have Cold here to support him. But there's Splyce players coming from 3 different angles. One from A-ramp, one from connector. There's a flank coming in meanwhile, and Cold hasn't spotted machine gun getting out, and they don't clear underneath balcony, so Fallen gets one before being traded off. Now machine gun walks into the crosshairs of Cold, and Taco on this flank. Surely he is the insurance policy. Surely there's no way that Davey can make this happen. Inside the smoke, he's going to plant the bomb, and actually there's Taco coming up the ramp, and that's going to be an easy kill. So there it is. SK lets Splyce get to 16 rounds across 2 maps just so I can lose my bet, and then they decide to finish it up.
They decide to win. They heard you bet, and they're like, no, Jason, we don't want you to win. We don't like you.
Yeah, apparently I think that is exactly actually verbatim probably what they said. But I mean, dominant on that map. 14-1 in the first half, which was the T side. They showed really no weaknesses there against Splyce.
Very good teamwork. The timing was perfect, and in most situations, they always had a purpose every time they attack somewhere, so it's very good.
Yeah, that purpose being planting the bomb.
Planting the bomb. That's all it took, really. That's all it really took for
some rounds.
SK.
Some rounds they didn't even want to do that. But we'll actually send that over to the analyst T Squared and Ryu. See, guys, I remember your name. I'm getting better.
Yeah, there you go. The purpose of that game
Getting
was
better, aka sobering up.
I think the purpose of that game was just so you could lose that bet, Moses. But yeah, that's what we were expecting from SK on Cobble, and then they bring it on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, there's clearly dominant both. So, I mean, there's not like a lot of thorough analysis to really provide when there's a beating that's that severe. Just way more firepower, way better tactical team. They didn't get off to a slow start. They had a big lead, and then they had a little bit of fun. There was a fun 5 ops on the T side of Mirage. Yeah, I mean, it was
it's a good time.
It was that kind of a match.
It's a good time. Well, they were feeling confident when round 7 started to roll around. Like you said, they didn't get off to a slow start this time, and you can see just this is when they destroyed and pretty much broke the economy, and it was game over from there.
Yeah, I like the way FNX played the B halls. There were several rounds that it just seemed like he either had all the information and the ability to go and make a play, or he just literally just ran in and made a play. Yeah, I mean, there's just not too much to say. I think Splyce realized that this one was getting out of hand really early. They didn't really have an answer. They had some times where they would like stack a site and it would be the wrong site. Just great reads. I mean, SK just overall was just outplaying them, outsmarting them, and as De Beers likes to put it, they hit their shots and they played with confidence. The De Beers halftime the halftime speech just wasn't enough to get them any more than the 6 rounds that they got.
Sometimes you just gotta pick them up and shake them, as the Bear says.
Yeah, he wasn't able to do that entirely with his words. I mean, he talked them into 5 rounds in that second half. You know, like to get them that 6th round mark, to have Moses lose a bet, I think was really the goal of his pep talk there. But yeah, it was not enough.
Always a good day when Moses loses the bet, but. You know, if you want to come back, you at least have to take the pistol round. You know, that's a start at things. I think 14-1, yeah, not most likely going to happen. So it's SK. Yeah, what can you do, man? That's the perfect text for that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what you do. It's this is sort of common. Actually, both Immortals and SK do this, where they'll play either a CZ or a 5-7 up close in the halls. They do the same thing a lot of times at the balcony at A. And yeah, I do like that Davey did have dualies. I kind of wanted to see him win the round with the dualies, but it just, you know, there's not, maybe if he had 3 guns instead of the 2, he would have a chance, but he gets shot in the back. Fallen closes that.
All right, we actually have an interview with Fallen from SK, so let's get him up there. Yeah, you're excited. All right, let's let you ask the first question then, since you're so excited. Hey, Fallen, how you doing, man?
Hello, guys. How are you guys doing? I'm good.
All right, Fallen. So I need to know, you guys are playing. Let's say you play Na'Vi soon. Will we see the 5-op T-side setup?
So my question.
That's a good question. I mean, if we're feeling that it could work, we're probably going to use it. I mean, when the game is going our way and we feel that we can punish them trying to be aggressive, we use it. But it's not something very special. We're just having fun, and sometimes it's pretty cool to do that.
Yeah, and it definitely, you know, winning is always fun too. So you guys had a little bit of a slow start on Cobblestone. You were CT side. You got ecoed a little bit. They had some big rounds, but you guys were able to maintain your composure. Is there anything that you said to the team to allow you guys to just keep your heads in it and make that comeback in the second half?
Yeah, I think they were playing super well in the beginning of the match. They got some important rounds. They won the pistol round, and then we won the pistol round actually, but they won a force round, and we actually did the same on the second round. So that proves that forcing on the second round on Cobblestone is pretty effective. And they managed to break our economy once again, and then we started getting ourselves back on the first half. I didn't say anything special. We kept ourselves very calm because this is something we have been working on the last games. The recent loss we had against Optic and most recently against Immortals in the other tournament, well, actually in ESL tournament, it showed us that we have been focusing too much on strats instead of focusing on playing naturally, which is our best way to play. So basically after both defeats, we got ourselves into some meetings, started talking about what went wrong. So this game, when we start losing, we just try to stay calm and focus on our game.
You know what I want to know about? I want to know about that kitchen, man. How much more does that kitchen expand? Because, and also, when are Ryu and myself,
big, right?
when are we going to get our invites to come hang out at the house?
Guys are more than invited. We did invite Daisy already. Daisy lives close to here, but he didn't come. You guys are invited. Feel free to come.
So you mentioned you guys are playing a little bit more loose. One of the things you talked about, a little bit less dependent on executes and strats. We definitely saw FNX and Fur had really good games today. Do you think that just kind of like letting the talent showcase itself a little bit more, even going up against a team like SPLYCE that struggled a little bit this season, is the solution moving forward? Do you think that that's going to solve the problems that we saw you guys have a little bit against Immortals?
Yeah, so in my opinion, Counter-Strike, there's a lot of ways you can win a match. You can win rounds, and you can have a team doing proper executions. You can play on freestyle and get kills, and then decide things we're going to do during the round. So when we're practicing, we try to do something we don't know how to do yet. So for example, we know how to play loose, we know how to play freestyle. We have been doing that since the last tournaments. So when we're practicing, we're trying to do something different. So that's when we start focusing on doing some executions, we start faking, creating some new strats. But what happens to our team is that every time we start practicing those things, it's kind of, we start playing like robots. The way we need to play loose again, we don't feel the confidence to do it. So it's a process. We have been through it in the past. That happened to us before the major, actually, when we lost to Selfless on an overpass game. After that game, it was kind of the same that what happened to us against Immortals this time. It was like, all right, so the practice is making us play bad on the way we like to play it. So strats are cool, but let's play the basic games better. And that's what I have been trying to do. Today we beat Immortals in another tournament. We beat SPLYCE 4-0 today, so that we're on the right path to be back and play as strong as we need to see the best in the world.
All right, Fallen, thank you so much for taking your time to sit down with us, and best of luck for you for the rest of the season.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks for the cast and everyone watching it. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there you have it. SK, they're making their way up towards the ranks. It's what we were expecting. They were off a little bit slow here, but SPLYCE, a nice little confidence booster for them moving forward.
It's funny. We talked a little bit before I give you thoughts on the SPLYCE experiment. With SK, we talk about how they play every opponent like it's the best team in the world. That's just the way that they always go about it. And that sometimes it does open themselves up to upsets because they're slow and they're pragmatic. And when you play a team that's a little bit unpredictable, but that can hit some nice shots, they can lose. So it was really, I liked that. I think that's a really good sign, a really good thing for them to loosen up. You've got coldzera, one of the best players in the world. You've got all this firepower behind them. Loosen up a little bit, let them win some rounds just by looking for picks and playing a little bit more North American, a little bit less South American. And then on the SPLYCE side, yeah, it's you saw a couple glimmers there. It's the whole experiment itself still seems to be a little bit of a question mark. 3 continents, we know that there's some communication issues. We're not seeing progression in like the tactics and the way they're approaching these maps. And I don't know what to think what they do next season. I don't know like how long those guys are under contract, if they've got their visas and all that stuff to where they'll be that team for the next year or so. But yeah, it's still a very unique experiment. It just doesn't seem to be paying dividends quite yet. Yeah, definitely nice to see SK finally having some fun. That's going to relieve a little bit of the pressure, if any, that they're feeling. But guys, I want to give a shout out to thescoreesports.com. Go on, take out your phone, your Android or iOS device. Check it out on the Google Play App Store. It's the best place for news and stats. And don't go anywhere. We're going to have, as Moses likes to say, the Battle of the Foxes. We know it's his favorite quote. Winter Fox taking on Echo Fox after this short break.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal. This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
There is surely no way out as they toil it. Maxwell will get the finishing kill.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to the ESL Pro League. T-Squared and Ryu hanging out at the Xfinity desk. We want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, SanDisk, for making this season so awesome. We really appreciate the continued support. Also, ESL 1 is right around the corner. It's going down October 1st and 2nd at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York. 8 teams battling out for $250,000 in prize money. But the action doesn't stop there. The Street Fighter V Brooklyn Beatdown is also taking place. That's an open tournament with $75,000 up for grabs. For more information on that, ESL-1.com is the destination. But we are now talking about Echo going up against Winter Fox.
That's right, the Battle of the Foxes. I know Moses loves to call it that. He was going to tweet it out later. These are two teams that still have their hopes alive to make a run into the playoffs. I think Echo Fox is a team that had a really good start. A lot of people kind of said, oh, they're going to make it, especially when they expanded it from 4 teams to 6 teams. And they've just been inconsistent. So super important. The results tonight have huge implications for the playoffs for both teams, as well as the other teams at the top 6 right now.
Well, let's take a look at the rosters for people not familiar with the Winter Fox. Now, obviously, coming over, Australian squad here, and
a lot of Chris's.
Yeah, it is. Run us through these rosters. 3 Chris's.
Yeah, so we've got Zusi, we've got Chris 1, Chris 2, Chris 3, and Mike. So Afnu, Imagine, Dexter, and Moku. A lot of these guys have a lot of skill. It's just they don't seem to all click on the same map. And then we're familiar with the 5 from Echo Fox. Seen them a lot lately. Roko, Rix, Sean Garish, Shazam, and Freakazoid.
All right, so you were talking about this is probably going to be a 1-1, but you wouldn't be surprised if it was going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me in either direction. I think Winter Fox, they haven't quite clicked from what we've seen, but they haven't played a lot recently. So we haven't had a chance to see them, and you never know which Echo Fox will show up.
All right, guys. Well, it looks like the players are getting ready into the lobby, so I'm going to throw it on over to the casters. They are blazed.
Didn't even say both of our names. Just apparently just putting the combo name in there. So
just a partnership now, Blue.
Yeah, that's all
You're
it is.
Lumped in with me, the good and the bad. Mainly the bad.
Yeah. Well, we take the good with it. Anyway, we're getting ready to jump into this match now. It is going to be Echo Fox versus Winter Fox, and I'm sure, just as an advance warning, we're probably going to mix up the names like 50+ times throughout the course of this matchup. So you'll have to forgive us for that, as it is going to be a tongue twister matchup. Daze, though, your initial thoughts going into this match?
Well, honestly, I haven't seen Winter Fox play too much. I played with Dexter and Imagine a couple times in Rank S, but that's about it. I really have no idea what to expect, Blue. I know on the season, I believe they're actually 5-5. They have 2 forfeit losses to SK, so I don't know if that's going to count against them or not. But Echo Fox 9-9, as we're already getting into it, man, Piston Round is live, and what is this? Winter Fox looking like they're just going to do the B rush.
And they're going to go right into the bomb site here, too. Roka looking to hold it. He spots it coming, but not being very proactive on the peaks here. Really just waiting time for Rix to get into position. But when it's his time to shine, doesn't end up picking up the kill. He'll get knocked out by Afnu, but at the same time, traded down to a 3-on-2. And Shazam just barely holding their peaks while reloading in the main doorway. We are going to see Freakazoid getting knocked out, and APOC with a jumping shot finishes off Shazam. It's all left to APOC now, but it's in a 1 versus 1. As Sean tries to rotate in out through T-spawn, working his way into those tunnels again. He's going to find an empty bomb site in a moment here, but at the same time, APOC, who was checking inside of there a second ago too, is being allowed himself, but now he's gone all the way off of this bomb site. He's rotating towards A, where hopefully he'll have better odds, especially with Sean still really just finalizing his investigation on getting ready to move over himself.
I feel like every time we cast together, this happens. They take B, they push through CT, and get towards A. It happened, remember, with Fern Fallen, when Ronnie knifed him in the 1v2.
Yep. So the same exact situation is going to occur now. We can see Sean actually moving up quite a bit here. APOC trying to see if he can hunt him down, but he hasn't spotted it. There's the angle he's looking for, but he's the one that actually ends up taking some damage from it. And Sean jumping up once again to try and get the angle. He's going to roll up. He'll grab the headshot. A lot more ammo this time than we saw Rix have in the last encounter against SK, but obviously they'll have plenty of time to grab the defuse as well, and that'll give Echo Fox the pistol on this first map.
Yeah, you're actually very unfavored there. If you would have went a little bit quicker instead of going through mid and just going up that A ramp, you would have probably been able to plant on top of the box, get towards the long before they even get there. And the Australians, man, we saw Renegades just rush B against Echo Fox, so maybe this is why Winter Fox did it. You're right, man. This is going to be difficult. Winter Fox and Echo Fox.
It's so similar. Like the foxes are even in the same syllable position as well, so it's a bit rough, but we'll get through it. And as we get into the second round too, we do have the usual investments coming in. Shazam, though, unfortunately, being met with a bit of an unlucky fate there, peeking out to a player that pushes up towards top barrels. He's dinked down to 10 HP and well, obviously won't be able to play from this position anymore. They're just going to yield Freakazoid to hold this and watch out for any direct mid pushes that Winter Fox may decide to go for here.
Yeah, and you know, they obviously want to win the round, but any kills are going to be huge. They're still going to buy the next round. APOC able to afford a deagle since he did get 2 kills on that pistol. And they're slowly probably going to go up cat. That's what we usually see in this blue.
And obviously APOC here too is still investigating out towards mid. Or he's going to creep out, and this is where hopefully Freakers are taking the position from Shazam. Earlier should help, but there you have it. The shutdown from him. Rix, who's been patiently waiting over there for the longest time, ends up grabbing the kill, and even Freakers would hold in the line against 2 more players to try to jump down against him. He'll end up with a 3K on this round, and Roka finishes off Dexter to grab the final one.
Yeah, about 25 total health on Shazam, Freak, and Roka there. Now we get into this AK buy round. Dust 2, we'll see what Winter Fox has in store for us.
The thing that we did see though from the Winter Fox side, when the last time that I got to cast them at least, was unfortunately when they went up against E United, which was a bit of a just crazy match because nobody could win 2 rounds in a row. So where you have that normal thing where someone gets ecoed on second round and they trade back and forth and back again. That literally happened for like 3/4 of the half. So from that, we can tell, even obviously once things normalize, that Winter Fox had a pretty aggressive buying style. And they may expect to do that even beyond this gun round too if they're forced onto a save. But early on, Echo Fox, as you could see already, wasted no time in pushing in to the upper tunnels here. Winter Fox decided to hold outside of it for good reason.
And they know. They heard them. There were sound cues, so we'll see what they do off this. Looks like they're going to throw an Xbox smoke and then maybe walk into the B tunnels.
They're going to start to move into this zone now. They get a flashbang though, and it's perfect against Freak. And obviously Roka had pushed himself down towards mid to hold the angle there, waiting for the usual rotate downstairs, so they counter that out. You imagine, nicely played by himself there, jumps right up on top of the box, waiting for that rotate from mid, cuts him off. Rix did pick up the first kill, and after that one, ducks away pretty quickly as well. But if he repeats that one, there's going to be a lot of players waiting for him. However, Shazam spots some of this action first, out towards Cat, as Winter Fox do eventually regroup here in the normal position at mid, but then fall back. Don't decide to proceed forward up towards the A bomb site. Pretty much all of them now are actually working their way out towards long to take control here. And at the moment, you still really only have Rix in position. Shazam moving back into CT should be able to catch the cross, but they've also got a smoke, so there's no reason why they wouldn't use that here to get across safely.
And again, RYX here is everything. When you're on Cat there and you hear them, and you can hear them all towards long A, they smoke CT and are able to cross pretty safe.
Shazam trying to find some more here too, but what he doesn't realize is that Imagine's got very up close to this smoke too. He's going to add another one into the fray here. He can definitely hear the jumping on Shazam. All he's got to do is push through that to find the kill. Rix has found one a little bit closer up to the site itself, but at a heavy cost himself there, back out towards long. He's picked that one up. He's now down at 15 HP. Shazam, gotta be careful, obviously. The smoke's gonna be fading at any second as he goes. Oh, the flick from Shazam right onto Imagine's head, destroys him. And now Zeus down at 6 HP. He's actually gonna be able to snag a kill against Sean Garris, but Shazam again, responding with his own pickup against APOC, leaves Zeus as the last one alive, but Shazam is gonna shut it all down, and he gets a 3K on the round himself to put Echo Fox up 3-0.
Yeah, he was kind of forced to peek a bit there because the bomb wasn't even planted for him. He had no nades or anything like that. But, you know, whenever B tunnel is controlled by the CTs like that, and they know, right after they get that kill, if they would have just ran into B, they probably would have been able to take it pretty easily. You know, you could just go in there with like 2 people. Generally speaking, the worst you're gonna go up against is a guy outside the site. So unless he has a well-timed flashbang, but of course, you know, if you play it properly, you should be able to take it.
And now, as we take a look at how exactly Winter Fox will respond, not as much of an aggressive buy going into it, though. Obviously just saving up for the next round here. Half buys for some of these players, but most are just going to pick up the pistols themselves. Echo Fox, though, no trouble at all resuming their usual route. And for Winter Fox, into the tunnels again in the early seconds of the round here, and then retreating out towards mid. More than likely going to shape this up into a pretty straightforward mid to B split, but again, you got Freakazoid waiting for this. You still have 2 fully committed to the A-bomb site, and you even got Sean in a position where they may catch them off guard if they don't initially check that they're hiding against the fence, waiting for these guys. But imagine he'll start off the move in here, and the others just continue to wait for it as they play patiently. Winter Fox also waiting for their own opportunity to start off this hit, but yielding a little bit. We could say Sean Garris doing a perfect job of holding off the hallways here. Him and Roka combo together those 3 kills. Dexter does actually take down Freakazoid in the CT position, but it's a very little consequence now, unless you can find another entry, which you won't. Roka, and then Shazam rotates back into Freak's position there to shut down Imagine.
Yeah, and so far for Winter Fox, You know, I haven't seen them play before, as I said, and they're doing things much differently than other teams. You know, like even on the eco round, they came out mid and CT spawn dropped on the same time. When they had a 4v4 and you thought they had B control, they ended up going through lower all the way back to long. So, you know, so far it's not working out. I have no idea if it's gonna, you know, keep not working out, but it's definitely different.
They're looking once again here to try and shape up and actually even watch out for extra aggression this time from Echo Fox too, since it did become a bit of a thing that they tried on that first gun round. Wasn't really pushing out towards mid that much, but we did see fast cap maneuver, which is obviously what they're taking a slow approach now towards, however. And Freak actually taking up this position this time, gets into the first duel, but APOC, he's going to be the one that takes it, knocks down Freakazoid. We've got the op winning at the fadeaway position on Shazam, but he gives it up. However, they've got two there. It's Rix that peeks up there from the bricks, finds the kill onto APOC, the trade, and also that Molotov doing a decent amount of damage to Imagine as well.
Yeah, and they did a complete 5-man towards A. They wanted to take long Cat at the same time, but Echo Fox playing Cat there as Dexter comes towards middle. Roka's hearing him up Cat. He probably wanted to get a pretty quick flank because he knows the A side's pretty vulnerable right now. Shazam evens it up on Offnu, and RYX holding Cat like a beast. So they should know where the last two players are. They don't have to worry about Cat because of that player in lower, but that CT spawn smoke is pretty deadly blue.
And Shazam is now going to try to push his way back up through that there. Won't be able to see anything, and Rix still being denied of his position here too. They end up falling back a bit, but oh, the Molotov is tossed up on sight from the distance. And Imagine's going to stick himself in it, thinking he could get out of it in time. Thankfully, there'll be a trade from Zeusy, but now in a 2 versus 1, he will have to be cautious of this eventual pressure working its way in from Bashan. But for now, his primary focus is on Rix as he moves out, just taking the attention too. He knows he can line this up in a moment. However, he's predicted it. He's seen him moving in. There's the pickup from Zeusy, and now Rix, he's on the clock. He's got to get up to this bomb site. Doesn't even go out towards long to hunt down that kill. Zeusy, though, peeks up, tries to toss a nade up to the site, and the Molotov is way too far out there. Not even going to be anywhere close to the bomb. So it's another defuse for Echo Fox and a 4K on the round for Rix.
Yeah, and you know, whenever you set up 5 guys on one side of the map, so Winter Fox having all 5 guys towards the A side, the longer you wait, right, the longer it's, you know, the longer in the back of your head you're like, well, they could be in tunnels now. They could be T-spawn now. So they opt to go pretty quickly. Echo Fox has very good rotations there, but I was impressed by Winter Fox's Molotovs and smokes while they took up long. They were really well placed. They almost gave them the site for free, except Imagine, you know, died to a Molotov. But they definitely had good nades there.
And Shazam gets himself a free push into the mid door as he's waiting for this peek from Zeusy. Also being a little bit careful now that he has some utility being tossed in his direction here as well, but eventually ends up to give up the pursuit here. It's been a little bit too long. He hasn't spotted anything, and the longer he sticks around, the more of a risk he has, especially with the smoke set too. Someone pushing their way over towards Cat and jumping down for him. Sean tries to take the shot too, as they've now also, this is an important note too, gone for the double op setup, of course. But Winter Fox do actually get themselves set up onto Cat without taking any damage, and in fact returning quite a bit of it onto Sean as he tried to stick around there and take the duel. But eventually these guys fall back, and now we're in the pretty usual setup for the CTs, with the main exception, of course, being the lack of mid pressure. This is a bit more well-warranted considering the Cat pressure they did deal with just seconds ago there. And now Molotov's out into the site trying to flush players out. Molotov's going to be a mission. Shazam actually just walks right past. He saw the one player drop down. It's almost a double for him as he takes down APOC. Tries to go for the flick, but he's not going to find it as Zeusy catches the trade. And now he's stuck down below, but Freak, he's got the intel of Goose. Again, though, only getting 1 kill. It's Roka that pushes back out and grabs a quick 2 for himself. And it all falls to Imagine in the 1v3, but he'll instantly get shut down by Sean when he tries to peek mid.
Yeah, you know, Winter Fox just not checking Goose. Freakazoid gets 2 easy freebies there. Nice shot on Shazam, or by Shazam there. Not only kills 1, but brings Offnu down to 17 health. Pretty easy. A couple frags for Ryan there. And then, you know, as soon as that happens, that guy from CT has to come up, try to kill that Goose guy, and then Roka flanks him.
So good setups from Echo Fox there too, and a good job at these guys. Even though the more aggressive pushes that they're making have tended to be fairly hit or miss, thankfully at the very least it's giving them some intel that they're able to use and make the pushes from Winter Fox somewhat of a moot point towards the end of the rounds here now. So regardless, we're going to see them just going for the usual group of, again, they've once more kept the bomb just sitting outside of those upper B tunnels, but take a look at this flank from Rix. Nobody's decided to watch long, and he's literally walking right up right now. This is going to fall to trigger discipline, of course, because he's got this position, but if he strikes from the top of mid there, it's going to be very obvious. He might get 1 kill, but it falls apart pretty quickly. Now he's just walking right up. Good timing on there. The turn from APOC. And with that, obviously, it's going to sound the early warning system. So Rix will only end up getting 1, but he also gets some great damage onto Offnu and a little bit on Zeusy there, too. So definitely shaking them up a bit and worth a 1-for-1 trade.
Sean holding a pretty aggressive angle there, gets an easy kill on Dexter. Whenever you go up against this double up, it's so tough to play against because everywhere you go, they're jumping into the smoke. Sean gets a CZ kill. Roka just backing him up. Easy headshot on the off new. Everywhere you go, you have to be worried about it, right? You try to cross palm tree, there could be an op there. You try to peek into B, there could be an op there. You try to peek long, there could be an op there. When you're getting up cat, you're being pressured because there could be ops there. It becomes so much more difficult, and you have to utilize so much more utility as the terrorist side to get past that.
So with WinterFox again back down onto yet another eco round here. They're sitting down 7-0 at this point. Early utility being tossed out over here towards long, but the actual push itself is held back by Molotov's. Dexter, though, works his way in that same push that they've been working towards here, down over towards the doorway. But again, nothing following it up. And while with Rix having the success he had on pushing out long in the last round, it appears as though he's going for it again. And at the moment, it appears that WinterFox are making the same mistake on not covering that flank early on. With the one exception, of course, being here of the much slower pace that Rix is taking with this push. He's actually going to catch WinterFox more than likely. By the time he gets up to this position, they'll have already started their push onto the site. But as I say that, they're just now throwing out utility. They're moving in there now. Shazam tries to go for the flick up top, but ends up missing completely. Second shot misses too, but the pistol is a direct headshot onto APOC. The second one now being assisted by a teammate. Imagine's going to grab that kill, but again, here comes Rix on that flank. Grabs 2 out of the 3 remaining kills, even denying the plant at the end of the round as well, so not even getting that little bit of extra money. WinterFox obviously will still be able to buy here, but not looking good at this point.
Yeah, and it's a bit odd as we see a tactical pause, I believe, by WinterFox.
Yeah, so WinterFox are going to go using their tactical pause, and I mean, with good reason into this too. They've tried pretty much everything in the book at this point, and it hasn't worked out. So not only needing a minute just to cool off a bit out there, obviously, since this is probably getting a bit frustrating, but hopefully for their leader to re-strategize things too.
Yeah, I mean, we're not even seeing them hold like basic map control generally. So it's a very different approach. I'm seeing a lot of pretty different movements by WinterFox, but as you can see, when Echo Fox doesn't respect them and they actually push towards areas where there is no noise cues or sound cues or anything, they're being so rewarded for it. We've seen Ronnie push twice now. They actually had complete tunnel control that one round. I know they should have lost that round, but they still had control of that area. And WinterFox is playing a strange strategy.
Yeah. still looking to get themselves formed up, as we can see.
I mean, it's just different than everybody else. This is a very small sample size. I don't know if it's something that's really bad or anything. I don't think it's necessarily bad to have 5 guys go towards A early or anything with that Xbox smoke, but there is definitely openings, and WinterFox is getting punished for having those openings.
Yeah, and Echo Fox, we're seeing them too, like we said, like you said, especially towards the middle of the round there too. If they're not being met with any aggression themselves, they'll almost always try to push up there to grab it. And they almost always have the advanced drop on exactly what the play is going to be too. So they have early rotations moving into these sites, even when there's a few trades on the site tick itself. We're able to see the Echo Fox players line up for the retake almost instantaneously. And at this point, obviously, they've been flawless in doing it, even when they've had to pull off the retake, because on a lot of these rounds, they've just been denying the plant too.
Yeah, they've had a couple close rounds that they could have won. The round Zeusy killed Sean, went towards long, wide peeked with a Molotov. Definitely should have just dropped in the pit. That's your main way of winning that round, and just trying to jiggle peek and get him off the bomb, and then, mess with them, Think about how Swag would win the round, all right? He'd be the most annoying person to play with, play against. You don't just toss a Molotov like that. And then they also definitely could have won the pistol round as well. But again, it was an odd choice, right? He should have known Sean was flanking at that time, but he still, on that pistol round, went through the middle. As we see a full buy here. Dexter with the op, watching middle, and it looks like they're going into more of a default setup, 3 towards long, throwing the Xbox smoke. I think they've thrown this almost every single round, 1 in B tunnel, and Dexter, I believe, opping middle.
We have the fast cat, though, coming up from both Shazam and Rix, as they're in position to punish this rotation. And they've even caught on to this, too, as this has been a pretty consistent theme, somewhat being abandoned now, but they've usually sent 1 or 2 players down below. The peek onto Dexter, though, as he pushed up from suicide, doesn't yield a result. As Shazam tries to slow peek that, he will punish it. He was waiting exactly for that one, so he takes it down. But Rix already doing a good job here, too, of just tossing the guns back. A little bit of a juggling job there as he tries to get it away from them, but now he's got to be careful because there may be a hit on its way here in the next 10 to 15 seconds or so, but thankfully for himself, the rest of WinterFox buy him time. There's another frag from Dexter, though, back up towards mid, and he's even going to get fed a 3rd one. No flashbang or anything on the peak that time from Roki. He's just giving it. He even tries to go for the 4th here, and he might just get it, thankfully for himself. He will end up missing that one, and Freakazoid is going to be ending up as the person on top of things as he picks up that kill. But still, the damage has already been done. This goes into a 4 versus 2. Freak is trying to trade, but he gets one tap by Imagine at range from top mid. And now it just falls to Rix, who has pulled off some incredible plays at this point, but this is obviously going to be asking a bit too much. So more than likely, we'll see this one resulted into a save, and the Winter Fox will finally be up on the board.
Yeah, and I really like what Dexter did there. When they threw that Xbox smoke, it kind of baited out that cap peek towards bomb tree area, waited for it, got the kill. That could be punished by somebody peeking middle, because you're completely out in the open, right? You're in fast pass, and you're scoped onto catwalk. If anybody peeks around the crack or anything towards T-spawn, you could definitely die there as a T. But it is a good read by him, you know. Echo Fox has been pretty aggressive, trying to, as Ronnie tries to save, or RYX tries to save that gun, dies. But Echo Fox is trying to take all those openings, right? So it was really smart by them. You say, hey, I'm going to give them what they think is an opening, but I'm posted on it, and I punish it.
That now, the Winter Fox roster, as we see Dexter having some good plays himself.
Yeah. That's a great way to punish the double op setup, right? Your opera just kills 2 of them right away. But you see that pretty often in like high-level play, and it's really intelligent, right? So sometimes you leave a gap in a smoke or something like that, and then you know the gap is there, and they think it's a botched smoke and something messed up, and then you know it's there, and you pre-fire them or are so ready for it. So that was a little bit similar, you know, way of thinking of how Dexter was.
Bit of a mind game tactic there to
absolutely
edge them out, and it ends up working out perfectly. Bassi just dominates the entire mid area, and what's great too is they capitalize on really I would say the confidence that we've been seeing from Echo Fox. They were up 8-0, they tried to go for those blind peeks, and 2, they weren't really trying to support themselves with flashbangs or anything like that, so he's ready for that one. He's able to take those duels quite nicely and shuts it down, but all of a sudden Echo Fox immediately changed their tune. They haven't, the T side switching back to them, however, for Winter Fox, they haven't decided to push into those tunnels as per usual, so as you can see from the minimap, we've got Echo Fox pushed all the way up. They know for sure there's no play even coming close to that B-bomb, so they've got to be stacked in mid, they've got to be playing for Cat again. Rix is even just sitting directly outside of the doorway. That Molotov even spreads, and he can hear it too. He just barely hops outside, but Sean chases him down. There's with a flank. He wrapped all the way around from T-spawn, and now all of a sudden, they know for sure that this is coming in. I think someone just jumped off of Freakazoid's head. We do see Shazam grabbing 2, even with the dirty flick again for the 3rd one. Very well played.
Yeah, and again, I mean, that's been the story of the half so far. Echo Fox just, even though they lost that round before, still, no sound cues at B. They just take complete advantage of it. They push it. Winter Fox has nobody there to punish it. They know exactly where they are. Now, poor Imagine, man, twice now. He's just getting wrecked by mollies. Just getting wrecked by them. And now their buy is terrible. 2 Galils. Well, not terrible, but, you know, they have no op to support them. As 4 guys go towards long A for Echo Fox. Sean quickly making it back towards middle. Those are smokes that can cross. Oh, that was a nice smoke, man. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm. Like rolled on the ground a bit there.
Yeah, that was a cool bounce. Not a terrible buy, but I hate the Galil. So anytime I see a Galil, I'm just like, it's a terrible buy, you know? Pretty biased towards the Galil. My hatred for it. As Echo Fox has Sean boosted towards CT spawn. So it's really important that Roka here at B does not just die to somebody like walking in or something. He really needs to stay alive so that they don't go barreling through the B tunnels and they opt towards middle as well.
Now, however, Winter Fox, obviously with things not necessarily finding any results in the early round, they just go back to their usual strat, which is to try and push themselves, at least in the early round here, over on towards Cat, or at the very least make some noise to throw off Echo Fox. Now this could still turn itself really into any other type of play.
But they have adapted a bit. I mean, I think it's too late of an adapt as Zusi goes down to spawn. Sean kills him as they run out middle, but Freakazoid and Sean have this crossfire. This is not gonna work, as Echo Fox completely just shuts it down. Roka with the 3K, Sean and Freak in spawn. I think they got 1 each. Perfectly set up for that. No CT spawn smoke. Easy round for Echo Fox. But they did try to adapt. They had a 1-3-1, you know, 1 green box watching the flank. That was a fine strat. It's just, you know, they didn't get the kills. But positionally, that was fine.
Yeah. Just not finding the entries and the basics here to get themselves into the bomb site. So Winter Fox, actually now that they've been broken again, or at the very least are forced to half by here, just a direct take. And actually, someone decided to push through mid, so Roka's alone here. He's handling it though. Molotov again doing so much damage. Zusi trades out Roka before he gets too many kills, and that's a great reaction from Sean. But again, Shazam not checking down below in the corner, so another trade is going to happen. This time it's APOC taking down Shazam. It's brought into a 3v1, but players like Sean are sitting at 1 HP, and Rick's not much better off. Zusi knows that. He's going to push right in, punish him, and even things out, but What he didn't realize is that Freak was pushing in through the door smoke. Now they've lost sight control. There's still a minute and 18 left on the clock, but Freak doesn't want to wait any longer. He's just going to move right up, punish Zeusy, knock him out, and Echo Fox will find their 11th.
Yeah, and that was a unfortunate round from the people who were watching, right? Sean has a nade out, gets jumping tech 9, I think it was. APOC has a smoke out while he has B tunnel control, dies. That was an odd one.
And so Winter Fox now are going to just try to see if they can find anything on another eco round, but their track record obviously hasn't been that great. Shazam, even with the full confidence push, and even sticks around for a little bit there too, after he misses that first shot.
Yeah, down 11-1 and you're on an eco. This is rough, Blue.
And he's even going to realize, too, that there could be players pushing in from lower. So he goes for the smoke. He'll have a teammate pushing in. That's Rix again, going for the cat push. And, ooh, feels bad for Sean. So he gets wrecked, but Rix jumps right down and returns the favor. Out goes Zeusy. It's up to Imagine and APOC now. Well, just APOC now. And Shazam is the one standing in their way. Not in his usual position here by Cars, so maybe catch him off, but obviously that shot's going to be pretty easy to hit, so he'll take it down. 2K on the round for him, and 12-1 for Echo Fox.
Yeah, and so far this has just been a slaughter. An absolute slaughter.
Just looking at the massive difference, too, in the overall score lines here. For Winter Fox here, most of their players are sitting around just about 5 kills or so, with some variance in between. I'm pretty sure almost everybody on Echo Fox now is sitting over 10 kills, or at least just under it. It's in Freakazoid's case, and Freakazoid hasn't been slumping a bit. However, they're going to go for the aggressive push, and this time there's people waiting for them. Imagine and Zeusy are actually standing by on the gun round. They're able to prepare that, and all of a sudden it goes in with 5-on-3. They also didn't even spot the bomb or anything with that, too. That's still a pretty standard opener, so it's not like any great intel was gained off that play.
Yeah, they pushed 2 in there. They had Freakazoid there as well, hoping that regardless of the outcome of kills, they'd rush into B. And, you know, Freakazoid would be able to clean up. Hopefully it was like a manageable round, maybe 3v3 by the time they pushed. They run in with the bomb, Freak kills them, throws his nades, delays, and then they win the round that way. Didn't work out like that because Winter Fox got the 2 initial kills, completely slowed it down, and now Echo Fox taking a gamble towards mid and A here. But Winter Fox smartly going straight towards B, has complete sight control, and now Echo Fox in a extremely tough retake scenario.
There's even off cutting off the wrap from Rix too. Freakazoid is able to toss in the nade to finish off Zeus at the very least, but now Freak and Shazam versus 4 of them here, and they don't even really have a great path to get back into this bomb site. Dexter's holding the corner here. There you go. It's going to be a pretty easy kill for him when he tries to push back in it for Shazam. He does try to sneak it through the smoke. They've spotted it, though. He'll grab one more kill against Dexter, but then gets traded out. A team ace for Winter Fox, and finally they're going to find a second here, but obviously Echo Fox will have no trouble just rebuying into this final round.
Yeah, 12-2, so pretty poor half by Winter Fox so far. We'll see if they could get this last one. As Shazam runs to the door, gets a nice kill on the guy towards sight, but not much he can do when there's 3 guys staring at you.
It's actually going to be Dexter finding a nice shot on Roka. First time we've seen that in this half, where he actually connects through the door. Knocks out about 70 or 60% of his HP, bringing him down to 37 there. And Winter Fox again shaping up their form here in the tunnels initially, waiting to see if they can find that push this time. Again, though, Echo Fox had a similar round before where they did make an aggressive push early on, that ended up costing them the round due to the Opera Dexter punishing them heavily. Rix, though, obviously playing a lot more passive this time, holding up, waiting for the push, and Roka could buy. It's just launched into the atmosphere a bit there as he's tossed back. Zeusy also finding the second entry as Sean doesn't even know where to go. 3-on-4. The guys from Echo Fox are not knocked out of this round just yet, but Freakazoid slowly starting that shift back in already. He hears the plant, but he cannot find the player. And with that, APOC is going to be able to catch him inside of the smoke, taking him down, making this definitely a lot less palatable for Echo Fox. A big risk taken by him, and it doesn't pay off, so now the round becomes even harder.
Yeah, again, almost impossible retake, but that round they almost just said, hey, screw it, nothing's working. I'm going to jump out the long smoke. They jumped out at the B smoke. Luckily, they were able to get the kills. It's kind of one of those rounds you just, you know, you're just like, this is probably our best chance to win, just being completely random.
Shazam is trying to see what he can find here towards the end of it, but 2 players are peeking out towards him. They will close it out, and with that, Echo Fox will still hold quite a dominating lead, but we did see a few more rounds for Winter Fox being tossed up on the board towards the end. So with that, guys, we're going to be coming back to you in just a few minutes with the second half. Be sure to stick around for more right here at the ESL Pro League.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb. Coming down to the side. FNX has to stay up. Joe, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, here to the ESL Pro League. It is WinnerFox versus Echo Fox, and at the moment it is an Echo Fox shutdown against WinnerFox to claim the Battle of the Foxes here at the ESL Pro League. Just try to get as many foxes in that sentence as I could.
Yeah.
So only had like 4
Fox. What else we got?
Jamie Fox.
Jamie, that's a good one, man. Damn.
I'm trying to think of who else.
I don't know. But anyways, that was rough by WinnerFox though.
Yeah.
Megan Fox, not so rough. She's not rough at all. She's a. But yeah, that was interesting, man. That was interesting.
I mean, like we said, very direct, I think, type of strats from those guys as they were lining up for defaults and whatnot later into the hat, but for the most part wanted to try brute forcing it, and obviously Echo Fox were able to punish that. They caught on to it. They were never catching any, because you were mentioning sound cues quite a bit, so they were pushing, they were getting good intel, they were always getting reads, and even when they didn't necessarily rotate early, they had great flanks because of those aggressive pushes. So
yeah, that was an interesting half, man. Just seemed like there was a lot of map awareness, a lack of awareness of map control and things like that at WinnerFox, and that half went by so quick.
Yeah.
That was like 10 minutes, man. As we see Echo Fox B rushing. Last 2 times we saw him, they rushed long. This time they're rushing B. Offnew in the sight with his USP gets 3 insane headshots. You imagine in the doors, he gets a perfect flash for him, but can't make anything out of it as he crosses towards the site. Surely we'll get a bomb plant here, but RYX and Shazam, 71 health total, and this is going to be very tough to win.
Shazam and Rix now looking to hold, and they don't have any coverage on doors too, so in the time, thankfully it doesn't happen, but somebody could have pushed in essentially for free. It would have been all on Rix to cover. Shazam, definitely not the player to be watching tunnels right now with a push coming in that direction. He's very low. Zusi already knocks him out, and Rix to try to play it aggressively. He's met with 2 players at the doorway. Dexter just shuts it down, and WinnerFox will get their chance to try and run a comeback here as they'll pick up the pistol going 4-12.
Yeah, and every time we've seen him on Dust 2 so far. Rush long, lose the round. Rush B, lose the round on pistols, and I think we've seen it 3 times in the past 2 days now.
Yep.
That they've just rushed and lost.
And the best cases for it, I think, as you mentioned the first half too, was when they actually changed up the site due to it being brought in like a 2v1 situation or something like that, and they decided to try and wrap away from that player. There was the Rix incident where he knifed, I think it was Fallen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
but that was on their CT side though, no? Yeah, I'm talking about their T side. They just seem to just rush.
No.
Just 5-man rush every time. I don't know. But Offnew hit some really nice shots, man, in the site there. And Imagine was trying to help him from the door. Echo Fox just pretty much a full save. They spent about $1,900 this round, and they'll probably try to get the bomb down. Not sure what they're going to set up here for. If it's going to be cat or something towards long. But for now, they're waiting, see if they can punish any pushes by the WinnerFox squad, take, any guns away from them or anything like that. But WinnerFox seems like they're fine with just holding back, waiting for Echo Fox to make their move, and then, holding their respective positions.
Echo Fox now are going to shift out here towards the general mid positions that we do see. WinnerFox, in the meantime, still shifted into their usual spots. We may see the peek from APOC in a moment, where he has a chance of catching a battle with Sean, but he's actually falling closer back to A with good reason, too. As Echo Fox are getting ready to really just explode out onto the bomb site itself. Sneaking in and obviously being very careful of that potential push from Sean, which hasn't happened yet. And still, that hesitance from Echo Fox. They end up pulling away from this one now. They're going to group up in the mid doors due to Sean not spotting anything. They're going to go for the mid to B hit. There's the mistake, though. They didn't end up waiting for anyone to peek them from B. So Imagine with a quick 2 kills. The flashbang even lets him wrap out there. And he's just picking these guys out of the skies. They try to jump around it. Very well played by Imagine. He gets a nice little 4K round.
Ump work, man. Nice 4K by him. Gets about $2,400 for that. I wish they would buy an op here, man, because they can't give up any rounds, and they know Echo Fox is behind, but they don't. One thing I want to say is I see what Echo Fox wanted to do there. They wanted Sean was peeking towards CT spawn, and if he saw an A rotator there, they were going to go up cat. But since he didn't see that A rotator there, he figured that guy was probably Goose or something like that, and then hey, let's go out mid B instead. Obviously, Imagine just owned them, but I see where the thought process was there, and that was actually pretty. I think that was pretty clever.
Sean trying to play around with the long, pretty much the entire team from Echo Fox trying to play around with long initially, but not really letting them do that just as of yet. Roka, though, nicely done from him. Just trying to get boosted up onto the boxes there to spot over top of the smoke. See if there's a player hiding out on the initial area, just sitting beyond this. And the nade that gets tossed in two pretty much destroy Sean's health pool with armor. That's almost max damage on it for him, down to 53 HP. And now we'll see if they still decide to go for this. The initial strat, which to push out here directly, is not really going to work out so well. So they've rotated 2 other players closer here towards Cat to also open up that angle. But keep in mind, too, WinterFox have committed 3 to the B-bomb site, and they haven't really been given any intel to suggest that this is going to be an A hit yet. So you only have Dexter with the scout, and Zeusy sitting just at the edge of the pit approach there to defend this site. And if both of them go down, that's almost an instant save that'll have to be called by WinterFox.
Yeah, and Echo Fox is making really smart reads, man. They just walk out. He's here with the scout. Nothing he's going to be able to do. And we saw that they had no sound cues towards A, no sound cues towards B, but WinterFox opted not to push anything and gave up a lot of map control, having 3 towards B there. Basically just took a risk. It's a calculated risk. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that, but Echo Fox, you know, they win this round so far completely clean. We'll see if Imagine can take out any guns here. That's the reason I think it's really good to have an op in that round, though. Just like you could have an op and you know they're not going to have a counter op in that scenario. Since they did only get the bomb down once, and there's so many. You know, if you know you're not going up against an op and you have an op, and they definitely could have bought one, it's something where you could find, you know, areas of weakness everywhere on the map.
And so Imagine here too is going to get approached on, catches that first kill against Rix. Looking to hold now, but everybody collapsing onto him. It's all a matter of time at this point if they can approach him quickly enough. Shazam first up to bat, but what he doesn't realize is that Freakazoid is going to catch him first. Rounds around the backside of the steps, takes him down, so no save at all for the CT side as they go into the 4th round.
Yeah, that was an awesome shot by Sean there on Zeusy, though. Like, I don't even think Zeusy got a bullet off. I'm not sure if he saw a shadow there that told him he was there or what, but that was a clean kill. And Sean only had 50 health.
Spots him initially, if I remember actually going back to the round, I think he saw like a little bit of his arm peeking out, if he may have just been hiding a little bit too far out from the wall position, and then he just commits to it and catches the kill there, so.
Yeah, and WinterFox in a terrible spot now, man. On a save at 5 to 13, so Echo Fox will probably make this towards 5 to 14, and they are in somewhat of a default. Lower B tunnel push from middle is open, but they're smoking off the catwalk or on the Xbox, and looks like they're going to try to take control of that in middle before they do anything else.
Echo Fox are still hunting here too, just to make sure they had already seen the Deagle push from Imagine. Maybe waiting up to see here if anybody else is going to try the same thing over here towards like the doors and whatnot, which is obviously where a lot of their attention is being drawn to at this point. And obviously on the eco, no reason to really rush things since the actual site take itself is going to be a much easier task, trying to make sure none of these cheeky spots catch them off guard. Molotov does its job perfectly to push Imagine out from cover, and Sean even gets a little bonus kill out there towards mid. But what he doesn't catch, of course, is Zeusy pushing up. He's moved in, he's retrieved the AK, but he's got 3 other players sitting on the other side. He goes for the duel right out in the open. Dexter pushes, gets another kill, but it's a fast 1-for-1 trade, and here comes Sean on the flank to finish off the last player. APOC gets knocked out of the round. Decent damage done to Echo Fox, but these economical victories don't even matter anymore at 5 to 14. This is it. This is the round that WinterFox have to win, or the game is essentially over.
Yeah, and WinterFox so far has looked completely outmatched. I mean, Echo Fox has gotten almost every single entry kill. They've held sites cleanly on CT side, and they've just looked so superior towards WinterFox.
So Echo Fox again, just forming up into the default here early on in the round with Roka being the slow lurk out over here towards long to make sure there's no additional pressure shot against them. And WinterFox, though, playing it safe and with good reason, too, considering what's at stake for this round.
I didn't realize how much you could actually see over that box and long when Roka got boosted there. I didn't realize you could see that much. That's actually a really good boost.
Oh, he's playing it alone here, so won't be able to use it yet. It's actually going to be Dexter that picks up one from the drop-away spot. Takes down Rix, who so far has actually been dominating really both halves over there towards the cat position, specifically on the CT side. We saw some really good pacing from him on either just playing it back to the sites and realizing when the aggression was going to be pushing his way, and also
flanking catwalk, right? think that happened twice, and he almost won the round for his team both times.
That was his area of the map to
Dexter
control.
getting a nice 4v5 kill on Catwalk from the bricks area. Common spot that you see all the time. And Echo Fox grouping up towards Catwalk. Looks like 3 or 4 of them are going to come up here and maybe do a spawn drop hit towards A.
WinterFox are ready for it, though. They've got 4 players in the general vicinity of the site, with Imagine having to fall back a little bit from mid. He's almost at a touch from this one, but he can rotate in pretty quickly. There's the drop in, but it's only Freakazoid. The rest just push out onto the platform. Dexter finding the first kill. Freak, a little bit of trouble catching the tree, but he does find the kill. Now Imagine's going to try to push his way back out. Nobody checks Goose, though. APOC just unloads, but he doesn't get a single kill onto any of them. Roka and Freakazoid find the 2 pickups for the T side. It's just Offnu and Zeusy now. Offnu's stuck behind a smoke, and there's nowhere to see through it. Ends up, well, trading with Freakazoid in positions there, but Freak knows he went through as well. He gets flashed, though, and I think he flashed himself, so he'll get knocked out. He even gets a second kill here, so all of a sudden, it falls to Shazam to clutch out. Good flick from him to finish off Zeusy. Last man alive is at 5 HP, but Offnu rolls up and grabs the headshot. Finishes off Shazam, and somehow WinterFox wins that round.
Yeah, good kills by Offnu here. Both rounds, you know, on CG side that they won, he pretty much won the pistol round for him. Had a huge part in this round. Dexter grabbing 2 entries. Little bit, you know, whenever they throw out spawn drop smoke, they're all, like, I think every single time you hit Catwalk, if Freakazoid's alive, he is going to spawn drop. You got to be a little bit more aware of that if you're Dexter there.
So now, obviously, with WinterFox buying themselves a little bit of a lifeline here, they will have to keep it going strong as the Echo Fox go right into another gun round. And this time it's a lot faster paced out towards long. Good early nades do some damage to hold them back and also isolate them to the immediate area just outside. Zeusy's waiting for them with the SMG, but that's a dangerous battle to take. APOC will find Freakazoid through the smoke, but Roka catching a trade. They don't catch APOC, though, going up onto this platform here, and he's going to be able to pick up another kill against Sean before diving into the pit. Combos that into a third one, apologies for him personally. And now brings it down to just Rix and Shazam as the last 2 alive. He does still have the bomb. Shazam this is at this point, so he can pick it up and try to... Actually, no, he doesn't. It's up on top there, and he can't boost himself, it looks like. So he might have lost it entirely. He needs to call back a teammate to be able to retrieve just this. Now, the smoke at the very least may hold back APOC, but still, this is a lot of time being wasted here, and they're both just isolated. APOC pushes in. At the very least, they'll punish that, but well, they've still got to struggle to pick this thing back up. And
how did he even get up there?
I don't know. I think someone...
Well, APOC, a very ill-advised push there. He wanted to redeem himself even more than he already did for that goose hold. So he wanted to try to ace.
Got 3 kills, so at least in terms of trading power, did a good job. And now has put this back into a 3-on-2 where essentially they could still lose control. The good news is that obviously with the push from APOC, they did spot a few seconds ago that they were both here, but...
Yeah, and I like what WinterFox did. So as soon as you see that, you could aggress out the other side of the map, giving you a ton of map control, allowing your other 2 players to, you know, play pretty... Well, they should be playing pretty aggressive towards A, but instead they have 2 players towards B for some reason.
They're going to be relying on the confidence of Dexter here to win this out, and the problem is he's going to get flashed away from his position immediately. Thank goodness for him is that he's not going to get immediately traded, and he'll miss the shot again, so now he's got to deal with pressure from down below, as well as the push up the ramp. He'll grab that kill, however, one being knocked out, and now it goes into a 1v3, and the timer's going to run out anyway. Shazam trying to get as much damage as possible, and now, more importantly, save the gun. A second pickup for him, but we definitely want to duck away now. He'll end up making it out of the round. Obviously, no cash for him, but he saves the op and took 2 more out with him, so that's great, obviously, for when we see Echo Fox picking up an additional round here to immediately break this CT side, since obviously, I mean, even looking at the buy on this run, we still have 2 SMGs in check.
Yeah, their money's still pretty weak, but, you know, 14-7, Echo Fox is on the save here. Shazam with the op, he's probably going to try to entry in, see if he can get the kill. This is the bunny hop, and if there is no smoke in B tunnel, it might be open for him.
Shazam is hunting for that too, but a little bit more of a delayed smoke. Echo Fox will shift back down to the default spot in mid, waiting for the hit here. And obviously, some reactions from WinterFox will be warranted, sending APOC back down to sit behind the box in case of a mid to B split. And we can even see in a moment here, too, if he wants to play for it, Zeusy to push out towards long. But they're definitely not feeling as confident to make those movements as we did see Echo Fox doing back on their CT side. At the moment, for the most part, these guys are still just playing to the default spots, not really wanting to test the limits beyond that. As Echo Fox, again, shape up for that cat hit.
Yeah, and this round's still dangerous, man, because you could have an op entry, so you all want to, like, the main thing you're doing right now on CD side is just saying, I can't get entry by this op. We're all playing for that. As long as you don't get entry on that by that op, you should be able to win the round, since if they do come close, you know, they don't have head armor, it should be pretty easy kills.
And there's the push from the B site players, too, to move into the tunnels. They've cleared it out completely. Now they just got to get ready for the eventual A hit that's moving in. And obviously, potential for a flank lined up very early here, too. Roka leaping down. but unfortunately doesn't yield any results. Dexter also taking down Sean Garris. We still have the Oppin check here too, but that pop flash has blinded everybody, and Dexter and APOC with the flank rolling in, shut it all out, and Imagine's going to pick up the final kill there too. An 8th onto the board. They're starting to round it back. Still 6 rounds to go, unfortunately, though, and with the money being as delicate as it is, there's still that possibility that Echo Fox roll in on their next gun round and immediately shut this out. But even they're taking their time with this one too. Money's still kind of on the edge, so they decide to go for a half buy here.
Yeah, they don't have that sense of urgency. You know, they're saying, I don't want to get in a habit of buying low when we can just get fully bought rounds and have utility to do whatever we want.
But Echo Fox early on in the round here. They'll shift into the tunnels again and end up just transitioning this back down to mid. There's no follow-up lead itself out towards the site. However, there may be a pretty quick follow-up into mid, though, since Roka and Freak are already peeking this one, along with their third teammate here, too. But there's no one to watch for Dexter at all, back by CT. No smokes or anything coming for that, and nobody checking for APOC either. He just waits it out, waits till they're both lined up, gets the third kill as well. Good patience from him to shut out the round, and Offdu is going to get the final one. Sean walks right into his own death, and a 9th round will be up on the board for Winter Fox.
Yeah, what was APOC doing over there towards B, man? He's usually at long. Ends up getting 3, though. No mid to B smokes, so that was pretty routine and easy for the Winter Fox guys. And now 9-14, and see if Echo Fox can stop this comeback.
The task ahead of them at Shazam, who's actually normally pretty good at hunting these cross shots. Obviously hasn't had many opportunities to look for it just yet, since the outbuy has been a bit more of a delicate thing for him. They're out towards long though, and actually APOC pushes out too much. It's Zusi that catches not only Roka, but an additional trade on a Freak, so he'll get knocked out. Rick still has to win this out though, and he does. Hides behind the barrel there, takes down Offnu, brings the odds back into his team's favor for now, but that's not going to stop them. The flashbang will push Ricks back behind cover. Again, holds away the long hit for a little bit longer. This is where Sean is going to move in though, and this is obviously where things go back into the CT's direction, but it does not. Dexter's expecting something a little bit farther up towards top mid there. That's where Sean punishes. Imagine that he's got a great position just edging himself on the outside of this smoke. He's going to find Ricks, but now down at 1 HP in a 1v2, the situation has become very, very unpalatable for him as he tries to sneak back up and eventually wait for this hit to come in. Restrain Nade is just going to tap him and knock him out of the picture.
Yeah, just a basic fast long hold or take by Echo Fox with 3 there. I believe they had 1 towards middle, and then Shazam came late after he picked. Able to kill the Winter Fox guys, trade with good numbers, 2v3, and then Dexter just, you know, pushing towards the middle. Pretty tough kill if Sean's ready for that, towards the mid. And now it looks like they're going to try to boost, self-boost on the CT spawn box and play through towards A. We saw this setup earlier, but imagine having a little bit of trouble there.
Rip super boosts.
Yeah, that was a lot easier about 3 days ago.
Definitely not a factor anymore, though, thankfully.
Offnu was like, I got you, bro.
Let me come help you out here, give you a little bit of assistance. So he'll support that one, and obviously with 4 weighted over here towards A, he's able to do that without worrying too much here. They still have time, they're able to just molly off in case of a much faster approach from Echo Fox leading up to the A-bomb site. Won't go for it though. It's still waiting for that time to run down a bit, and obviously for Echo Fox really to shape up here as they hunt down any early intel they can grab, any early frags they can grab. Still just inching that down, of course, and as the last few smokes moving for the CTs, we can start to see them poking at the side a little bit here. Freakazoid firing off some shots early on, maybe a couple nades going in, and also the initial push from Sean. This has been his responsibility for most of this half so far. It's been to lurk out towards mid there and punish any players that may be pushing in early to try and find intel themselves, or obviously line up a bit of an early flank when they detect the cat hit, but now he'll fall back. And it's actually going to be very direct this time from Echo Fox too, as they'll also likely work themselves out here too. Spawn drop is going to move its way in. Now Freakazoid did get spotted there. There's Imagine that moves in with the punishment. Offnu being the one to communicate that. APOC moves out to punish. Shazam trading out 1 kill, but this is still not really favoring at this point the Echo Fox roster as they move in. They're slowly getting whittled down. This goes into a 4v2, and eventually Offnu, he's got the last man alive. Shazam pinned to the corner at very low HP. Just going to peek right out, finish him off. And another round for the Winter Fox guys.
And all of a sudden, they already have 10 rounds, man. So
yeah.
10 to 15. Every single time we've seen Dust 2 this past week, it's been extremely T-sided. But between these two teams, CT side looks like it's reigning supreme. So Winter Fox just had a really good read on that, man. They had that guy boosted. He quick rotated towards A. They all used their flashbangs. I mean, the Echo Fox take, even to get past elbow, I don't even think they really got past it. And it took them, you know, 20, 25 seconds probably. So they did a great job of just delaying with flashbangs and peeking off each other's flashbangs, and it was a pretty easy hold for them.
These eco rounds, similarly to what the members of Winter Fox were doing in the last half, not really yielding any great results here. For the most part, just getting shut down. And that's another great thing here too, is that because Echo Fox have been fighting a bit of a closer battle, they're seeing more consistent economical resets from the guys here on Winter Fox at the very least. They had pretty good streaks. We were able to go gun round for gun round, and they kept the CT money a little bit lower, but obviously here this round, Echo Fox is sharing some of those same struggles that they're having to deal with consistent saves just as much, and possibly to a larger degree too. It's we're not even really seeing, especially in the past 5 or 6 rounds now, they haven't really even gotten any plants.
Yeah, definitely, and we'll see. Like, the story of today so far has been that, you know, one team gets out to a big lead, then another team gets like a few rounds, and then the other team just wins. Like, we saw that with NRG and Cloud9. We might be seeing that here with Winter Fox and Echo Fox, but another save from Echo Fox. So they keep doing these saves where they have very minimal investments. Going through this B smoke, Roka leading with the Deagle. They completely give up the site. I think they were expecting a buy round here, but they're rotating so quickly, Blue, going through the doors as fast as they can, and these Tech-9s are just annihilating them.
Dexter, at the very least, is able to grab a trade on Shazam, but the problem is now they've handed over all of this power to the T side here. Rick's even picking up a rifle to use too. They're trying to push back in window. Nobody's working for a tunnel flank either. They had plenty of time to try and go over this if they wanted to, but they're just working at the site. That's a great flashbang on Rick's though, and he's got to duck his head down. There's no follow-up upon it, despite the kill from APOC. Shaw now trading out an additional one on the Zusi, and Roka just waiting for the eventual push up there from the window room. So there you have it. At the end of the day, it's on an eco round that Echo Fox will close things down. They do find it, and the final score, I believe, is going to be 16-10. Echo Fox will take it. They'll move ahead. A dominating start, bit of a rocky finish, but they do take the map at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you know, they were in complete control that entire time. They didn't really have that sense of urgency where they were like panicking or anything. You could tell. I don't know. I felt like they were the much better team.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw too, like we saw right at the very last round, just consistent double saving and whatnot, not really being pressured at all. They knew they had control of the situation, so just wanted to take it gun round by gun round. But guys, we do have some analysts waiting for us back over at the desk to talk about that. So, Tom and Ryu, take it away.
Yeah, Echo Fox looking, you know, strong after their losses to SK and Optic Gaming a couple of days ago, and was a little bit worried that they were going to throw that one away, but all in all, you know, it was still a strong performance from them. Yeah,
Definitely a rocky finish to that win for Echo Fox. I don't know what happened with Winter Fox in terms of their performance to start that. They started really, really slow. They were whiffing a lot of somewhat easy kills. They didn't seem to be playing like a good. Watching them play, like, I couldn't figure out what they were trying to do, and that makes me feel like maybe they weren't quite sure what they wanted to do. They had a 5v3 advantage on one round, and like here, it looks like they're trying to set up like a B split. Ronnie pushes all the way through long A without being detected, gets a kill, gets traded, and like it just kind of falls apart. There was, when they had that 5v3 advantage, they had this, I think they had B wide open, they like ran it back down. It was very, very weird and kind of scattered. For Winter Fox, I don't think that they've been playing, they haven't been in all the qualifiers. They're like one of the few teams where they haven't been playing like 7-8 maps every couple days. You know, like a lot of the other teams, they were in the E-League qualifier, they were in the ECS qualifier, they were playing in like the iBuy Power tournaments. There was just a lot of Counter-Strike occurring. They were one of the few teams, I think, that was not involved in any of it, so maybe they had a little bit of a break. We haven't seen them in the ESL Pro League in a couple weeks, and they definitely seem to be rusty. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, especially on that T side. But their CT side wasn't too bad. It started with them winning the pistol round, and then you started saying, all right, maybe it's possible.
Yeah, this looked, so Afnu is, again, I've said several times, like, I feel like these guys have a lot of individual talent. These are some beautiful 1 USPs that he's landing, like just nice USP headshots, really clean. You see his aim is like pretty on target. It's not like he's spamming to hit them. And we just don't see more than one player for Winter Fox seem to step up at the same time. And here, the first 15 rounds, it didn't seem like anybody was really stepping up. So this was good. Maybe it was a little bit of the boosting confidence. It allowed them to maybe click a little bit and say, like, hey, we can come back. This is how we have to start. We have to win this pistol. And they were able to string together a bunch of rounds in that second half, but it was just too little too late.
They were able to get a couple, and then round 20 was actually another nice round for Winter Fox, where it was like, all right, well, is this actually gonna happen? But they fell short, and it was just because, again, their T side was a little bit sloppy, and that goes to, you know, when you're a less practiced team, having those, you know, executes becomes that much more difficult, especially against an Echo Fox team who's, you know, in position position to possibly make top 6.
Yeah, and so on this round, Dexter gets 2 kills, and APOC just whiffs 2. Basically, at least one of those kills has to be a guaranteed kill. He whiffs that, and then we end up seeing, I think, Offnu bails them out in a jam towards the end of the round. And when you win a round like that, where it's like, wow, that was kind of sloppy, but, you know, we won that round, maybe you build a little bit of momentum off that. It ends up in a 1v1. Offnu, as you see there, super low HP, and they're able to secure the round anyway. So when that happens, sometimes it's the boost, sometimes it's a little bit of the shift of momentum. And then it was like, okay, so they're going to get a couple more rounds. Echo Fox decided to double save, but you never really felt like they were pressured, that there was any chance that was going to slip until maybe it was like 16, 15, 13 or somewhere in that range.
Well, 4 rounds later, that's when Echo Fox just shut it down and was like, nope, not letting that happen. Actually, this is round 26. So yeah, I mean, that was pretty much it. It was curtains after this.
Yeah, and that's, again, like Echo Fox, I think, was just super confident that, like, we know we're going to win this. Let's not take any crazy risks or give them any huge opportunities. We'll double save if we need to make sure we've got the utility. And then sure enough, they ended up closing it on an eco anyway. So the comeback was looking like a good CT side. It honestly was. It's just when you only get 3 rounds in the first half, you don't give yourself a lot of opportunities to make mistakes. And if a team capitalizes on those mistakes, it ends pretty quick.
Well, and something to keep in mind as we were talking about this earlier is Echo Fox, they're dust to, kings, I guess you can say so far. I mean, they've looked really strong on that map, so that was going to be pretty tough for Winter Fox. What do you think is going to happen in this next match? Do you think it's going to be a little bit closer?
I hope so. We did see the Winter Fox players come to life a little bit there. There wasn't a lot of tactics there. It just seemed like they were scattered. Maybe they were out of practice. That seemed like on their T side they were going A almost every round. Their mid Bs got shut down like before they even got out the doors in some cases, like they were 2 feet away from the doors. So the fact that they were at least hitting some nice shots there in the second half is encouraging. That maybe this next one, which I think is Overpass, it's a more tactical map, but if they're starting to play with some confidence, that maybe they make a game of it.
All right, we'll find out what's going to happen. But I want to give a shout out to theScoreEsports.com. It's that time. Take out your phone, Android or iOS device. Check it out on the Google Play App Store. It is the best place for news and stats. And don't go anywhere. I believe we're going to have Overpass going on between Echo Fox and Winter Fox after this break.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, here to the ESL Pro League for our final map of the evening. We're getting ready to jump into it. It's once again going to be Echo Fox versus Winter Fox. At the moment, Echo Fox just stomped Winter Fox. Yes, that's right, in the first map. And now we're getting ready to jump over to Overpass for the second map. Daves, what are your initial thoughts as we get into the second map?
Initial thoughts, didn't look that close on Dust 2. I think the score line was a lot closer than it actually was. Not sure what's going to happen on Overpass. As I said, never seen Winter Fox play. So this is the first time I'm watching them. Haven't been impressed so far, Blue. Haven't been impressed.
It's been, yeah, like I said, the team has so far had an interesting story about, first of all, how they even came into the league.
Really?
How they suddenly just popped into it, it seemed like. And, well, I mean, honestly, like, none of the talent here really knew much about them, beyond maybe some of the, like, from what we talked to you about some of the Australian players and whatnot that sort of saw how this team came along. And it seems that this team almost, like, kind of popped out of nowhere. So with that said, they've been working basically from the square one of where a team will be looking to form for itself. So yeah, so it's a bit of a building block story for these guys. And
well, we are going live, Blue, here on Overpass. Echo Fox starting on the CT side. Winter Fox over on that T side. And Ops, very important on this map in my opinion on CT side. We saw SK and Immortals play earlier, and Immortals had that B CT side. Remember that?
Yeah. We'll see what Winter Fox has to bring to the table on their T side here. But for Echo Fox, they're actually going to be playing it pretty aggressively. Out over here towards the bathrooms area, we've got Freakazoid holding just around the edge of the connector, along with having Sean Garris in the bathroom connector itself. Now the Winter Fox wastes no time on getting out towards long. The rest of them are still holding back a little bit, but they're literally leaping right past it, trying to go into the A-bomb site, and they may just end up walking right onto it unless, well, yeah, they end up slowing down here, so that theory kind of kills itself. But Freakazoid still waiting for more pressure to work its way down from long there, and obviously Shazam watching out for additional pressure. He catches the first one. Will get traded up by Imagine, but now they've spotted the bomb, and Sean's picked up a secondary kill here. Imagine back out, though. He's going to find a second for himself personally, bringing this back down to a 3v3, and obviously causing a little bit more hesitance here. Winter Fox still trying to peek out and look to see if they can grab one more kill to re-enable this A push, but since they haven't picked it up, actually going to change it up, work their way down to B, where Rix is going to be your mainstay player to hold this away, since he's still in the general vicinity, waiting to see if they end up wrapping down.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a fake. Dexter crawling in through short here. About to be seen by Graffiti. Gets killed by RYX. Roka sitting in the pit. He's probably going to get an easy kill as Offney tries to 1v1 Sean. Loses that battle. Imagine going for the plant. Actually gets it. That's pretty big. Roka not able to kill him in time. But Echo Fox does win that round, and you don't want to get too cocky here. You know, they're probably thinking, hey, we're way better than these guys we showed in the last map, but you don't want to get too cocky here. Echo Fox, you know, they probably can't drop another map if they want to get into the playoffs. They are already at 9 losses. We all think that if you get to 10, maybe you'll get in, maybe not. We're not sure. So they still have some tough matches coming up, and they don't want to lose this, man.
Well, last season, if I remember correctly, I think it ended up being like 13 or 14 wins was the safe point, but now there are, I think, 4 additional matches that you have to play because it's gone from 12 to 14 teams. So with that said, I think that number would go up to around somewhere between like 15 and 17 would be the safe spot. So you need to try and win out, especially for Echo Fox from this point forward. And obviously we're getting past the small investment round from Winter Fox here. Pretty straightforward at this point, no surprises. Beyond Shazam being caught out in the open there due to the big rush they pushed on short. Rix even moving in there too very quickly to shut out the final player. Dexter tried to be a bit sneaky, but no, it's not going to work.
Yep, so an AK buy going to happen right now. Looks like RYX is going to keep his SMG as well as Roka and Freakazoid. Shazam hopping up though. So we'll see how they do this. If they try to leave Shazam more on an island, if they try to get aggressive somewhere, maybe just leave 3B. We'll see.
In the opening moments of this one too, we still see actually a lot of that aggressive pressure working its way out from Echo Fox, including Sean Garris going all the way back down to the bottom of the connector here too. Won't catch anyone. Initially pushing their way back up here to hold control in this area, but we have 2 players primed up to push their way up towards the steps, 2 more in playground waiting for long pressure and their own opportunity to start moving forward, and obviously Dexter still waiting back outside of Monster. They're lurking a bit too. But for now, obviously, since Echo Fox haven't spotted anything on the initial push, they'll leave the default players, Sean and Shazam, here to watch out for an eventual push in this direction. But in the meantime, they've rotated the third away from this one, and now Freakazoid sitting a little bit further back. Shazam actually being caught off. He has to rotate away from this one pretty quickly. Actually just leaves Sean out there, but Sean tosses in the smoke, and imagine he spotted him there, but he doesn't actually knock him out. So Sean catches that first kill, and he can leap away without taking any more damage here. Falls back to the site. WinterFox will have no chances of trading that one before they actually initiate their push. And now they're stuck again. Down a man here, and they've got to make up for it, and that's not a great start. Shazam finding another kill against Zeusy. 2 more, hugging that wall. At the very least, they'll get up to this. They'll get up to this little stairway here that leads over to the site, but now they've got to deal with the big push of players, and Dexter's really their only hope of throwing things awry at this point. We even see him getting knocked out, and obviously here for APOC, there's not a lot of hope, and it'll just get taken down by Freak.
Yeah, first gun round for WinterFox, not 1 kill on the board. Great flashes by WinterFox initially to push Shazam off, but even better support nades by Sean. He counter smokes, flashes, gets that kill on Imagine. Shazam's able to fall back, and it's like you clear him off one angle. Now you have to clear him off another angle, and then finally you have to push into the site. So there's like 3 steps when it comes to pushing him back when he has an off there and you don't have anything to test it. And you know, now they're back on an eco, full P250 save with 1 flashbang. And they're spreading out here looking for kills. Not sure if any are going to present themselves as RYX gets caught with a flashbang in his hand, runs back to safely into B. And WinterFox slowing it down here.
Dexter a little bit hesitant to chase that kill onto Rix, despite him finding Rix with a nade in hand and essentially what could have been a free kill, but no follow-up upon it just as of yet. And the bomb obviously still positioned way back just outside of T-spawn. They are going to start this hit towards the A bomb site though, and at the moment Shazam a little bit hesitant on watching it, but no reaction from APOC at all when he peeks out towards the long. Takes down the elite player from that angle. Shazam just taking some shots, although Dexter finally starts his push. The ace hit's going horribly grand, and this is where the bomb is, so that's the most important thing. But at least we see that 1 kill against Rix. Again, that doesn't really follow up that with anything else. It'll just get knocked right back down. And this is a great start for Echo Fox as we get into the first big investment round from WinterFox. Money being built up this early on here too. Pretty much every player in a position where they can afford at least 1 rebuy. Rix is the only one below that, but he's obviously going to get support from a teammate. They'll pick up a gun for him, and these guys are already sitting great 5 rounds in.
Yeah, only 4 deaths on their team in 4 rounds. 5 rounds now. Finally, WinterFox gets to buy again. No op on the T side though. And we'll see if they can push Shazam back off, getting those aggressive A picks without taking any deaths.
Imagine's going to move his way forward with the rest of the team again. Still really favoring that short A style of play that they've been using in the first couple of rounds. Finally, Echo Fox have bitten off of playing inside of the bathrooms. That doesn't mean Shazam's not here with the op. 1 kill for him, but he actually does get knocked out. Not only this too, but they're going to find Rix initially. Opnu picks up the 3rd kill against Sean, and Imagine is hanging out. Gets another peek from Freakazoid. This is put into a 1v4 very quickly. Good, just a dry take from WinterFox, and it actually ends up working out great. So Roka, not with the greatest hopes in the world, definitely going to be looking to save at this point. And WinterFox will actually take this round here, putting it up to 4-1.
Yeah, just a quick take. They smoked things early, they flashed through it, and they went very, very quickly. Didn't give WinterFox, or Echo Fox, excuse me, a chance to really set up very well. I think RYX pushed B, I assume, dying to Dexter. Imagine chasing down Roka in that heaven area, gets that kill. And WinterFox gets a nice round, man. 4 alive at the end of that one.
We can see too, Dexter, which is making some noise early on here too, but it's this hit directly up on A that really works out. After they push through smokes and whatnot, it's just fragging out, and obviously the Echo Fox is not fighting anything at all. But they're not out of hot water just yet. They still have to get through this one last buy round from Echo Fox before they put them on ecos and have some easier territory ahead of them to really push through and obviously try and tie this scoreline back up. And if they get reset, well, we go right back into the same style of woes that they were dealing with on their T side on Dust too.
Yeah, taking quick sewers control right here. They have almost full map control. Dexter going for a very aggressive peek there. Pretty much by himself. It's kind of interesting, you know, I'm pretty sure Dexter is their opper, but he's actually like their B-lurk right here on overpass, so not something you generally see. Great nade.
Perfect timing on it as well. Catches it when APOC
I want to ask, is 47 damage when you have armor the max amount of damage you can do with a nade?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah, because you said that, I think it was Sean that got naded at long doors. I had no idea, Blue.
It's right around the 50 mark. Yeah. So just within that range is where you're like, yeah, that's pretty much.
Have you ever taken a 100 damage nade?
No.
Really?
No. Never been so unlucky.
I killed Mo twice with 100 damage nade. Only Mo though. I've never done it to anybody else.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
So we'll see a couple of players getting traded out here. Again, though,
re-aggression by Echo Fox towards that short. they get traded out pretty easily here. Imagine, only with 2 health though, but Freakazoid trying to re-aggress one more time, just spots him without even any fire back from Imagine, but easily traded by Offnu, and now they're probably going to try to go into that B site. Worried a little bit about their flank. Offnu coming through short. They want to make sure they don't die to Heaven or Graffiti. They have a well-timed flash in order to get that bomb down safely, and now they're in complete control of this round.
And Dexter trying to move up there too to look for one more pickup against Sean Garris. He's hiding out in the smoke.
And both players are spotted. Shazam looking in to see if he can get anything given to him by Winter Fox, but I don't think he's going to go for it if he doesn't see anything.
Offnu is going to try to sneak up here too, and really just playing it safe, obviously, to make sure that no one else had worked their way into that site. But at the end of the day here, both of the remaining Echo Fox players will just get pushed back out, and they're going to be, more importantly, looking to save these guns, as I mentioned before. They did get this one rebuy here, but now the money's going to be emptied out pretty quickly. They're down to no cash at all. Maybe one more rifle pickup, but I doubt they're going to go for it, considering the current status of it. And Winter Fox will be able to bring this up to 2-4. We'll actually see a bit of combat happening here. Nicely done from Zeusy.
Shot.
Grabs Sean, takes him down, and only the op makes it out. So definitely won't be seeing a reinvestment, I would imagine. They could actually go for it. The money's a lot better than I thought it was, but
yeah, well, Winter Fox, you know, as you see a great nade by, I think it might have been Sean, not sure, but into that doorway. And it's 4-2. Winter Fox has a pretty good economy built up, and they're showing signs of life here, Blue.
Yeah, a little bit. Bringing it back. Still a long way to go, of course, and a long way, even longer way to really solidify that advantage too. So we're only about halfway through the half itself. They're going to push forward and waste no time with it too. They're not really checking in the connector, and Sean gets that kill, re-aggresses in. He goes beyond the Molotov, and with that, it is going to end his life. Zeusy ends up burning him down there. APOC obviously having some heavy assistance towards it, but Shazam now sitting here back behind the APC. He spotted the long peek, and now just directly out to the left side, grabs the kill. There's no flashes or smokes or anything to hold him back. They just go right for it, and right into the headshot on the second player from Zeusy, out into the open, spots the 2 additional players pushing out, so it's a full rotation. No real reason here for him to peek it out again, so just waits it out, plays it safe. Great round from Shazam, and Echo Fox will retake control.
Yeah, great round from Shazam, but they're making it really easy on him. You know, like as you said, there's no real well-timed flashbang or anything. Whenever you're along there, I mean, you're going like, it takes you like 10 seconds just to run from one end to the other. At any point, an op could peek you and kill you. You have no op covering you. You're not using utility to get that control, and just a head scratcher of what they were thinking there.
Freakazoid actually going to get a lot more aggressive this time. Most of the team, actually, they're just pushing right out, which could prove dangerous because obviously Winter Fox is sitting back waiting for this one. There's Offnu with the first pickup. Rix wanted to try and re-aggress, but he just tosses in a nade anyway, and Freak, who had pushed up to Party, now goes back down around that corner there on the right side, and he gets shut down by Zeusy too. Early aggression again being the enemy of Echo Fox here, and they're going to get brought into a 3-on-5.
Yeah, good job punishing that. They were ready for it, man. They had guys ready. They were waiting for it. And Sean on an island here at B. We'll see he's blind. Gets the first one on Dexter. Dies to Offnu and APOC trading that kill. Now the CTs are probably in a safe scenario. We'll see if they can get any early kills and then try to go for it. But I don't think they're going to, you know, if they don't see anything early, they will probably save.
And it's going to be these two. Obviously Shazam getting boosted up there too, beyond the initial CT push area. They don't catch anything within the first few seconds of it, and
yeah, immediately opt to save. And scoreline here, APOC still killless. Shazam doing work for Echo Fox. Sean second there. How many frags is that? 8. And then 4, 3, and 3 on RYX, Rook, and Freakazoid. But Winter Fox is on the hunt, gets the kill on RYX, and Shazam. Whew, nice jump by Imagine there. See how he did that?
Right over the shot.
Yep.
So that takes out, and again, we can see here too that Winter Fox was absolutely ready for this aggression to work its way out. They had actually been holding here in many rounds in the past. I think it was the first time they tried to boost up to the long push itself, but it definitely wasn't a random decision on this round to decide to hold back in Playground and wait for that. There's already been 2 or 3 other occurrences where they've decided to sit back and wait it out. So again, they get the advantage, and finally, they're actually going to put Echo Fox onto a save round here too. Only Rix and Freak able to buy up armor. The rest are just picking up upgraded pistols, and obviously Shazam won't buy anything at all. She's just going to save for the op.
Yeah, I was a little worried for Winter Fox after that Dust 2 game, you know, watching their T side, but their overpass is looking a lot stronger than I thought it would be.
And they're opening things up again with a slower play over there towards Playground. Early control of Connector at the very least. There has been pretty consistent pressure from Echo Fox in here, but it's the bathrooms area that they really were struggling with, even in regards to pistols and whatnot. But for the first time in the half so far, they have the real advantage with this. So unless Sean and Shazam are able to pull off some impressive shots, more than likely we'll expect these two to get mowed down. However, again, they did boost it up. Nothing to be spotted over that smoke, though. Not a really great angle to work with. And Sean with his peek. There are players waiting outside. Down he goes. Shazam definitely not going to be able to retrieve that deagle. Just decides to fall back a little bit more and wait for the eventual push. With that, they should know now that they are going to be, for the most part, under a save here. But nobody actually checking down the lane. So a free shot from Shazam bring off down to what is now 14 HP. Finishes him off. And even just dives into the bathroom. Now all of a sudden, Freakazoid pushing out with his own pistol. He's got a second player into a corner. Him and Shazam are able to double team it to knock him down. Thankfully, Shazam is caught trying to go for an AK pickup, but Freak again with a 5-7. Brings another player down to 15 HP. Knocks him out. He's up to 3 kills this round. He gets a full buy from the Winter Fox roster. Now he's got an AK with armor, and it's just him versus Dexter. But this is Dexter. This has been the big man on the field, but it's not enough. Rix and Freakazoid take him out with a double peek. And somehow Echo Fox win that save round.
Yeah, Shazam doing good work with the USP. Freakazoid came in with just a perfect flashbang. Blinds them, runs in with his 5-7, gets a kill for free right here. Then the other guy just seems completely oblivious, Zeusy, towards Freakazoid, and he just shoots him while he's trying to chase Shazam around the corner. And really nice shot there on APOC after he chases him down and gets that AK. Then from there, pretty easy to win that round, and that is just a huge, huge economical turn, right? If Echo Fox wins this round, all of a sudden Winter Fox is going to be saving, and as they go out through B here, they catch Roka completely off guard. RYX gets traded out by APOC and Offnu, and now they have B site control.
And now as well, Echo Fox are going to try to rotate in, but this is so late. Winter Fox have all the time in the world to get themselves into post plants here. Freak wrapping up, but even he's got to be cautious. He's going to get mollied out here, double mollied for some reason. Extra security measures, as they do try to hold them back a little bit. And, well, that's a third one, too. Although that one, not sure what that one's going to do, unfortunately. A little bit too far in the back. Still, though, Winter Fox using all of that here. And, well, Echo Fox will get a dangerous amount of control back, but it's hunting down the 4 kills that is going to be the tough part. They've got to push up towards Monster. Offnew with the re-aggression. A perfect timing to catch Sean just standing out in the open there. Even if he goes down, he's got another player standing behind him just to take his place. And now the time's low enough. Really, just to seal the deal, they push back in, and Freakazoid will grab 1 kill. They'll be traded out by Dexter, and the Winter Fox guys get back control here on a 4th round for themselves.
Yeah, really nice shots on the Winter Fox players, but you got to be ready for that when you're the CTs. Like, that happens way too often. That's a really common strat at B there, just creeping long B and just exploding as soon as they throw their smoke. You get out there right as they're throwing it and generally get in front of it. So Echo Fox back to another save, as the two teams trade rounds, round after round. And again, with the B push, Roka spots him, falls back into the pit, and Winter Fox should be able to claim this round pretty easily.
APOC pushing his way up here too. He's actually got one of them down pretty low at this point, but imagine he's going to be the one to claim the first frag, and even pushes up there on top of the plywood too to pick up another one. Now Sean does have a potential flank working its way in from construction, but they've got a player watching for that already. Dexter, well, he's not necessarily looking at the correct spot for it here. He's going to push back in a moment here. He knows someone is in the area, and there you go. It takes him a moment, but he does find Sean Garris, knocking him down. Freakazoid, not even really a part of this battle, just taking a bit of a break in the bathrooms there. And it'll be a 5th now for the Winter Fox roster, as an unsuccessful eco round rolls in for Echo Fox.
So it'll be 6-5, and they're just going back and forth, Blue. Just back and forth.
No decisions being made, just like that United game. Except, at least people are saving in this game now. That's the key difference.
Yeah,
Echo Foxes at least.
You never want to really be compared to E United.
It's very true.
You really don't.
A2Z maybe, but
I think that's A2Z sure, but the team as a whole, it's a pretty devastating insult to be compared to them.
They're not even bottom of the league at this point, too.
I think SPLYCE
They're like second to last.
I think SPLYCE is.
It's either them or Complexity. I forget where the Complexity is at, but we'll check that after this one. Winter Fox, though.
Although I did win my bet with Moses.
What was your bet?
Oh, we said, I asked, who do you think is going to win more rounds? As Echo Fox is on another eco. Dexter gets a quick kill on Sean. Said, who's going to win more rounds in the 2 maps, NRG or SPLYCE? He said NRG, and I said SPLYCE. And SPLYCE won 16 rounds versus SK. NRG only won 15 versus C9.
Good job.
Had to bet on my boy Davey. Just flying around with MAC-10s and auto shotguns.
He does do that quite a bit, actually. It's quite entertaining to watch with him.
It is.
He tends to have some more of the high-level plays. Should note, by the way, for those of you guys that missed it, that first kill in this round was actually through the spam spot approaching. That's where,
oh, was it?
yeah, that's where I think it was Sean that got knocked out there. Just gets completely wrecked at the beginning of the round. Nice little like shot on the AK there too. So Winter Fox hitting themselves a great pickup, and Echo Fox obviously trying to wrap back in for this one. There's Roka finding the shot a little bit further out there towards construction, so they gain this back, and now they're really just stuck in the arena at this point. But Zeus opens up the back door. Thankfully, they'll have the route to clear out here again if they want to, but for Echo Fox, both of them just pushing back in through CT main. Rix will peek out here in a moment, maybe, to try and catch anybody from Winter Fox. But again, this round is pretty safely in the hands now of Winter Fox, and they should be able to tie it up at 6 rounds again.
Yeah, and you know, something we didn't mention, Blue, is that Echo Fox snapped their, was it 5-game losing streak in that last map on Dust 2?
What was that, sorry?
They snapped a 5-game losing streak when they won that Dust 2 map.
Did they really?
Yeah, lost 5 in a row until they won that.
Well, it's against Winter Fox, so.
Blue. A win is a win, all the same, right? Doesn't matter if you're beating SK or Winter Fox or C9. A win's a win.
I guess so. Well, we should be able to get that nice shot back up on the replay as well. As we can see, too. Just lines it right up, and there you go. A little bit of a spray, but he does catch that. Sean caught right in the middle of it. Even sticks around, too. I think he was trying to wrap over.
I just learned I've been spamming that wrong for way too long.
With that, obviously, Winter Fox with the tie game, they'll have to win at least one more gun.
I don't think they've opted one time on this T side, by the way.
They haven't. I've noticed that as well, that we have the op roll clearly defined on the CT side, but on the T side, they either just avoid it completely or someone else will pick it up. So I think that's Dexter that just doesn't really feel confident on the T side. Actually, a fairly common thing that I've noticed too. I think Adren used to be like that as well, where he really wouldn't pick up op on T side when he was still on Liquid.
Yeah. Well, back when he was on Liquid, never mind.
Not the best period to compare it to.
No. It's a weird, man. I don't know. Like, Adren's good, and then sometimes he just disappeared. I never understood it.
Just faded away.
Just never understood it. But it looks like Winter Fox is going to do a complete B exec here. Full Molotov take. Smokes. Everything. The counter nade's coming out. Roka surfing. Freakazoid and Arani with a great crossfire. Completely shut it down. Zeus's spot is already spotted, and he's in an almost impossible scenario with the bomb down on the site.
He's going to try to push in here too, just creeping up for it. Hunting for the player in the pit, doesn't find it. They're just spraying him down through the wall. They've caught him, they've knocked him out. Rix is going to be the one that claims the kill at the end of the day. So a nice little 3K pickup for him. And although it was close for Winter Fox, they brought it within 1 round's grasp. They weren't actually able to tie it up, so Echo Fox get the lead back again.
Yeah, that was actually a really awesome crossfire, though. They had Roka close long, and then they had 2 more there. RAX was shooting them from long towards the pit, and then they had 1 around graffiti, so not much you could do against that. 7-6. Winter Fox should be able to buy these next 2 rounds, though, even if they lose this one, I believe. So probably going to be gun rounds for the next, regardless of who wins this one.
But Echo Fox themselves here too, as it will go into the final round. They'll just be forcing up after this one. Dexter, he's looking for that slow creep. He's actually been pretty successful with this too, because Echo Fox haven't necessarily been paying mind to the early pushes here. Gets up behind the sandbags, doesn't move in all the way just yet, since his teammates are still playing around with more aggressive positions too. Like, you've got Zeusy all the way pushed up towards long. Rix, oh my god, looks away at that. Just probably the worst possible timing.
Blue. The timing.
The timing on that one, man.
Wow.
And
that was a freebie.
Roka thankfully trades that out for the guys on Echo Fox. So the calm of the storm is maintained for now, but now Winter Fox themselves are getting ready to just push right in, or at the very least they're getting ready to start the fake over here. Will be committing to it, however. They've got Zeusy up towards long. Sean just standing in that corner position there, but he actually doesn't get the kill on the Zeusy. He's the one that takes him out. Shazam's got a little bit of a hole to look through here in the smoke, but decides to push through the smoke regardless. APOC finding kill on the Freakazoid here, and Shazam trying to duck behind the dumpster, back up by Bank. Gets wrecked by a nade. Roka hopping up, finishes off APOC, but now he's alone in a 1v2 with 19 HP, and he can't really spot either of these players too. A nade that bounces back, gonna go way too far. Doesn't even bounce off the wall there too, so no damage at all done to Imagine. As he creeps in, he is spotted by him peeking out. Another traded round rolls in, and we're tied again. This time it's 7 rounds.
Yeah, Winter Fox generally opts for pretty quick strats. Dexter just getting so aggressive at B there, catching Ronnie off guard. And now in this last round, decent buy by Winter Fox, but nothing special. And We're seeing Winter Fox fully stocked up on everything they need. Looks like it's going to be another 4-1 towards A. Dexter always lurking towards B, it seems.
And the guys from Echo Fox here too, obviously with the force that they bring to the table. Mainly SMG sitting on 2 of these guys for Sean and Rix. And besides, as we do see actually a 1-for-1 trade to start it off. Besides Sean here, they're actually holding back the SMGs quite a bit, and they push the rifle forward first. You saw there with Shazam. He picked up 1 kill, but immediately got traded out. And a nice little lurk there for Maypock around the corner. Dispatches of Sean, another one getting knocked out there too, and that opens the pathway all the way up to the A-bomb side too. They don't realize this yet, but it's going to be easy sailing until Freakazoid is able to rotate. Now, we hark back to one of their first eco rounds or two. This is actually where Freak went off with the 5-7 and got a 3K to hold this position. So if they decide to commit to this one here, he could definitely impact, but well, they're going to decide to wrap back down through Connector, and we're going to have another 1-for-1 trade with the Rix running in through the alt tunnel to pick up a kill there. He has, however, given up sight control because of this, and when he tries to regress through Monster, that's where he'll get knocked out of the picture. It's just Freakazoid now. He'll have to do this 1v3 again if he wants to try and win out this round, but if not, Winter Fox will actually be holding the lead at the end of this half. Trying to play around a little bit here. There's the first pickup. Long range. He's got actually the headshot angle against APOC here, but he can't actually find the head itself, and he's now being flanked, but I think he realizes it. He's going to jump down here in a moment to try and locate Zeusy, and he can hear him, but now he's got to wrap around the corner, has his pistol out, but is shut down when he tries to leap forward. Zeusy's going to shut it down. With that, Winter Fox will hold the advantage coming outside of this first half, ladies and gentlemen. Very close game indeed. You're going to want to stick around for the second half as it's coming up here in just a few minutes. More action right here at the ESL Pro League.
He's gonna get the 1 kill in that bomb. Coming down to the inside. FNX has to stay up. He gets the trip for FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this overstill.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
And we're back once again, guys. For the last time this evening, it's the ESL Pro League, and it's the Battle of the Foxes, Winter Fox versus Echo Fox. A much closer second map here as Echo Fox did dominate Dust 2, but things are obviously this time switching favors. Not to a huge degree, obviously, but we do have a switch in the leading power as it is Winter Fox that have the advantage coming out of the first half here on Overpass.
Anybody's game.
Yep.
Anybody's game, Blue. Very tight game, close game. Both teams look pretty evenly matched this map.
And we saw a much more well-formed T side as well.
No, we absolutely did. They were prepared. You could tell they were much more prepared than they were on Dust 2. As we go live into the second half, Echo Fox 15 and 10 on Shazam. Everybody else hovering around that 7 to 10 kill mark as we get into this pistol round.
And the Echo Fox roster, again, with the rushes, they're just going to push right over here to the B-bomb site. Splitting up a little bit here so that they can push in towards construction and maybe wait to see if they can catch any, like a boost or something like that over plywood. But it's actually not a rush, I correct myself. They hold back a little bit there once they're shaped up for the push inside. Just waiting to line up smokes and whatnot. But as they do get closer to the site and get these in, they are ready to execute. Now, that's going to call very early rotations from the Winter Fox side. Nobody's checking Toxic, so Zeusy's first kill and second kills are essentially for free. Finally, Shazam trades it back out, however, but the damage has already been done. And now the bomb's going to go onto the floor. They're getting very aggressive, pushing up here towards CT main. Responses are waiting for them, and in fact, the first one's going to go in very quickly. Imagine finding a kill. Freak does the same, but now it's just Shazam, and while he's going to grab one more, he will immediately be traded up by Dexter. And Winter Fox again get to keep this lead now into the second half, as they're going to go 9-7 by picking up this pistol.
And this is a really important game for Echo Fox, man. This is a very important game. So they dropped that pistol. Big round by Zeusy here. You know, they opted to push CT there. I think they were thinking they were going to be getting flanked. They also had the smoke there for it, because there really was only one person contesting the site. So when you're thinking, oh, there's only one person contesting the site, it must be, you know, a flank, let's push up towards CT. So I don't necessarily think it was a really bad call. Definitely gets punished for it though, as nobody was flanking from Winterfox. They all just, you know, just destroyed them over at Graffiti.
For Echo Fox this time too.
They counter by fully here, I think. Tech 9s, 4 Tech 9s, a P250, smokes, Molotovs, and they're probably going to set up for a pretty big B take here. Winterfox giving them complete map control. They're not really challenging much. Echo Fox just waiting for them all to be able to group up and then set up for this take.
And man, down on the B-bomb site, you really only have Zeusy and Dexter, or apologies, Zeusy and Imagine to watch out for this pressure. But Imagine did a great job. They messed up on not watching for Toxic, so this time they are going to molly that position out, forcing them into pit. Nobody checks the pit peak position though, so Imagine just walks right up there, he grabs 2 kills. Roka did trade out one of the Zeusy, and also he actually survives for a lot longer than I was expecting there. But thankfully, Sean grabs the kill. This goes into a 3-on-2 situation. Dexter already in heaven though. That nade actually did massive damage too, bringing Sean in the 37. The Molotov's going to force him out even more. His life is forfeit. They actually double mollied it. One went back further into construction while the first one was in the default spot. Nicely played. It holds them back. Molotov in a pit to stop the CTs, but one's already pushed his way up towards Toxic here, and along with a perfect flashbang towards Monster, that is going to allow Ofnu to move in there, shut down Shazam. It's just up to Rix now, and he's making all the noise in the world as he tries to push his way through that smoke, and not even before he gets through it, and the second he tries to leap outside, Ofnu, the denial USP shot, and it is going to give Winterfox their 10th.
And that was just a perfect retake by Winterfox. Threw the proper nades, mollied the site, and naded it, gets the free kill on Sean. Shazam gives up his position as Ofnu gets pushed up close there. Great pop flash for him. Then they know exactly where the other player is because they cleared long. Smoke it off, get on the bomb. That was extremely well played.
Let's take a look now at Echo Fox again, as they're just going to push themselves up over here towards Playground this time, the majority of them anyway. But obviously Winterfox with some of their own aggression this time, getting early damage out on Sean. He's lost half of his HP already. Not a lot of high hopes for Echo Fox in this round. Just specifically push their way closer to the A-bomb site. So in fact, they're just going to give this up entirely, shift back downstairs. Freak, hoping to find a player or two lurking out here in the connector itself, but nothing to be found in that respect. And they're all just going to group up back over outside of Monster. They will be given free water control, as Winterfox doesn't want to play around with it just yet, but they'll obviously be expecting a hit in this direction too, and they'll have the very early flank lined up from connector in the event they just go for a direct execute.
Yeah, Zeusy spots at least one there. He's playing up close with his MP9, and we'll see how many kills he can get.
Just a shutdown at this point here too. 4 and 5, Zeusy almost with the ace, but APOC rolled in there and stole one away, unfortunately. So
yeah, that's super difficult to play against as a T when they just fly across like that, and you don't have like an op posted or anything. It's actually very, very, very CT-sided generally.
How about that now? 11-7 as we get into the first gun round. Winterfox primed to hold the lead, but now is the real test. We see the op coming in for Shazam, a factor that was basically absent for most of the last half there. Shazam now finally bringing a little bit of that flare to the T side. And Winterfox still sticking with the rifles mainly for now, but a much less direct style of play from Echo Fox as they've held back. They haven't even pushed up towards Playground or anything. They've gotten themselves into water, but this is still a pretty safe area for them. Winterfox are still holding in default positions, although they do have the 2 pushed down in connector again.
Yeah, so a good amount of aggression by Winterfox. Echo Fox about to clear it. We're going to see Sean take a battle versus APOC. Ofnu kills Roka. They try to pinch it from the sewers. Freakazoid tries to trade. Dies, not only dies, but loses the bomb as RYX trades off for APOC, and Shazam goes down the stairs, gets another kill. So we're 2v3. Both players from Echo Fox have been spotted. We'll see if Winterfox takes any map control. Imagine tries to, but RYX shuts him down.
And now this goes into a 2v2, but we do have the very dangerous flank working its way over from Dexter, and this is only boosted by the fact that Echo Fox, with all these trades happening, are a lot slower to actually want to move into the site and execute. They're still hesitating a bit. They still have plenty of time on the clock, and this only boosts that even more. So Dexter has the potential to completely shut this down, especially if he moves in and finds the kill, but actually is held back on the tops of the ladder a little bit. This will lead him right into the kill against Rix, shutting him out of the picture. Shazam, with that happening, he's just going to shift over towards the A-bomb site and go for the free take here. He'll be able to get into the site and find this bomb plant without pretty much any resistance at all, but he's going to have to immediately get his gun right back out to take on Zeusy and then spin around to take down Dexter too. Zeusy smart, though, waiting for his teammate to get into a better spot, but Shazam doesn't want to wait for it. He's going to creep right up. Doesn't even check the bottom of the steps. So it is a free kill for Zeusy to end the round. WinterFox going 12-7, and Echo Fox not finding anything on this T side.
That was really well played by WinterFox on that 2v2. Zeusy immediately went towards A when Dexter heard RYX coming back towards them because he knew Shazam was going to get the bomb and he's going to think there was one B, one flanking there. It's a free A plant, and Zeusy played that very, very intelligently. Having said that, the guy that counter-aggressed towards long B that RYX killed, no need for that. When Dexter is pushing towards the other site, you know, and has complete control and is flanking them and they have no fallback options, you don't need to push there. He made the round much more difficult than it had to be.
Echo Fox lining up a pretty much, again, a direct play outside of Monster. And maybe held back a little bit by the smoke, but they are priming themselves to get inside of it here, too, with Shazam leading it. The Molotov, though.
Beautiful Molotov.
Beautiful Molotov, but Shazam is going to get that kill. Thankfully, he's held back a little bit more, and Zeusy is going to be able to finish him off with the Molotov. Nice shot from Shazam regardless there, but also look at all the damage that does done from the Molotov, and imagine right in the middle of the Hornets that moves in 1 kill, 2 kill. He does get taken down by Roka, but the Molotov burns alive. Roka, he'll get knocked out of this one. More Molotovs being tossed onto the site, and it'll force Sean to peek where Dexter ends the round.
WinterFox, I mean, all the answers right now. I mean, I know, you know, he got 1 kill and then died, but that Molotov did so much damage. Well, he actually died and then got a kill because of the molly. Look at that damage. Look at that.
It pretty much brings the 4 remaining players, I think, around 50 HP.
Oh yeah, that did like
200
200 damage.
And then
crazy.
They even use like 2 more to burn the final 2 guys at the end of like the trades that happened on the site. They use 2 more Molotovs to just burn the final 2 out of position, not taking any risks. This happened back on Dust 2 as well. I think one of the redeeming factors that you mentioned for the first half was their nade usage, and that's certainly showing here in this half.
Yeah, we definitely see some good mollies, some good nades as Dexter misses that off shot and gets hit up, man. Offnew, though, able to get those 2 really nice kills, and now they're in just defense mode. They need to use their utility, get to safer spots, and then win the round safely.
Peek rolls out from Shazam, but is a wide peek, and that's going to be an easy punishment for Offnew. Dexter finding the final kill, too. Not a whole lot from Echo Fox there.
Now we're 14-7. I feel like this game is going by.
Is
it just me, or is this so quick?
Wait.
Roka.
Got enough money for armor, but that's it.
That must be a mistake, dude.
It has to be.
It has to be.
It's going to be fun to watch regardless.
Yeah, it has to be. So we'll see what he does. Probably hit up a couple spam spots.
It's actually going to work his way. Wanted to go down to the alt tunnel initially, but now he's holding outside a Monster. They double smoked it. He's in a box now. He's going to battle outside of it here. They definitely won't be expecting this. But we'll see if he's able to find anything with it as the rest of his team.
What do you think when you're WinterFox and you see that? Like after they see that?
I'll probably think it's a mistake, to be honest, but
probably.
That or they've just gone full tilt at this point.
Yeah.
Roka's just trying anything he can to pick up kills. Early on, though, we've got that push coming out from long here on APOC to hold the close corner as they wrap around flower pots here. Shazam getting boosted up on top of it, but also Offnew's got to be careful, too. Relying on the call from his teammate. There we go. He spotted it, but now he's exposed, too. He needs the support from Offnew. Perfectly timed. 2 pickups from them. Shazam trades it. Now needs to go for the second kill. He's traded out the pistol to do that. He's found it. Roka, in the meantime, has abandoned the hit towards B. Grouped up with these players. Shazam peeks into Dexter all of a sudden. So now Roka's going to move in. His first target here is going to be against Imagine, but he's hiding back in the corner. I'm not sure if Roka's spotted him. He'll sneak up here, looking into the corner. There's the Negev, and it finds absolutely nothing. Does like 30 damage as well. He will get traded up by Sean, but now it's just Zeusy working his way in from downstairs there. Has a position just below the dumpster, getting ready to re-execute. But his problem, obviously, no utility, no real way to force his way back in. He's just going to creep up, rely on a stealthier style of play. I hope he can pick up 1 or 2 of these guys, but there's nothing there on the site when he works his way up on top. And it's that perfect plant spot. He'll have to try and get aggressive towards the bathrooms to punish these guys up, but even when he moves in there, Sean will still be waiting. Apologies, Shazam will still be waiting for out towards along there to try and hold him back. So not even finding anything inside of the bathrooms either, as Sean is positioned in that little cubby just on the outside. So it's an easy closeout on the round for Echo Fox, and while Negev won't find anything, we will still see a pretty straightforward round, which goes into the favor of Echo Fox finally. First round of the half, actually.
Yeah, and we talked about that post plant 2 days ago and how difficult it is when the T's just hide, essentially. And He just had no chance. He didn't even see anybody before the round was already lost due to time. Shazam basically takes that round into his own hands by peek. Not necessarily by the first 2 kills he got, because those were trades and pretty easy trades, but by that 3rd kill. Just straight peeking Dexter, winning that op duel, was him taking that round in his own hands and winning it.
Now, after we finally see the Echo Fox roster getting just a singular round on the board here, obviously Winter Fox will still have plenty of money to continue to contest this and continue to try and push themselves back into the lead, back into the situation where they will take this map and force a 1-1 for the evening. They're even trying to do some boosting power over here to the A side to it, but Echo Fox are taking it pretty much as slow as can possibly be played in this round. They haven't even started moving towards short A yet. Just now we see Shazam picking out towards the party area there, and Sean lurking his way up to the staircase.
Yeah, so they're going to concede map control, but they're going to have a lot of utility because Dexter is spotting everything. You see that they still have 5 Molotovs. 5 Molotovs. So it's no, there's been no, contest to anything so far. And Echo Fox can be able to walk up to wherever they want, but then as soon as they hit those the bathroom area and push too close, Dexter's in a really nice spot to be able to make it 4v5.
Echo Fox now kind of forced to make progress closer to the bomb site itself. Dexter is waiting for that bathroom hit to move in, even the short push too, which he may be able to pick 1 or 2 of these guys off on the initial hit, depending on how courageous he's feeling to stay in that what could be a fairly exposed position. Long pressure from Freakazoid is remaining a bit hesitant at this point, as most of these guys are still trying to push their way in from short. However, the boost for the stack really just kills itself, as they don't want to stay in it there. Off to even taking some Molotov damage, they start to push themselves into more default spots, and now 8 seconds on the clock. They're not even up on the site yet. They haven't even killed a single player. What is this? They move in 1 for 1, 2 for 1. They're not even going to have enough time to get this bomb onto the ground. Time's just going to run out in its entirety. They've got to run. Shazam holding the line here. He's trying to pick up at least 1, and he finds a 2nd kill, but still waited so long, and then when they went for the execute, they just didn't even move in to find the kills. They left themselves with 8 seconds to not only clear out that site, but get the bomb down as well.
Yeah, it took way too long there, and Winter Fox, just having those 5 Molotovs, were able to delay them long enough to make it an extremely sloppy take. And having to just force the bomb down. Now they're down to 3 Tech 9s, an AK, and an AWP. Winter Fox on a complete fully bought round. Looks like they're just opting for the B rush. Zeusy in the site, throwing all his nades, flashing, doing everything he can.
You cannot see anything on that site right now.
No, you cannot, bro.
And as they move in, Rix actually picks up the first kill.
He can see Imagine's head.
Roka jumping back down there too from Toxic Barrels. Him and Rix. The Chaos ends up working in Echo Fox's favor as this is brought into a 2-on-4. Offdo though on the flank. He's going to be blind and he just goes full spray. He's got to be careful. There's a flank working its way in. Thankfully for the rest of the members of Echo Fox though, he ends up staying out in the open where they will be able to punish him. APOC though moving his way back in. He's found 1 more pickup. The Molotov is wasted, tossed over into construction, but also you can use these flashbangs to hold these guys back. It's a perfect flashbang and they line right up there. The first one and the spray into the second one. APOC with a huge clutch, and with that, it all comes down to this timer, but I believe he should have it here. Winter Fox, they are going to go 16-8. And with that, they will take control of this matchup here, going 1-1, taking at least this map for the evening, and also trying to keep Echo Fox out of playoffs. That's a huge loss for them, considering the season standings at this point for the Winter Fox roster.
Oh, absolutely. That was a big L, man. That was a big L.
Took the big L.
That was a big L. I mean, and they looked bad on Overpass. Like, Winter Fox looked like a way better team, which is completely different than what we saw on Dust 2.
Yeah, Dust 2, it just seemed like a night and day difference there. Dust 2, their T side specifically looked very ill formed, like it was just the makings of a new team. And you would think in most cases, specifically among like North American squads, that would be like the first map where things really line up for a squad. But it's almost the exact opposite. On Overpass, a map where NA teams often struggle on in certain cases, was actually the map they did the best on.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, they looked like completely different, just a pure 180. Looked great on Overpass, really good CT sides. I loved how they didn't panic when they had their utility and they waited until Echo Fox showed themselves and then used it. That was the key to me on a lot of those rounds.
Yeah, and for Echo Fox themselves, obviously showing quite a few struggles there too, just not really able to find any. I mean, I think they pick up like 1 or 2 rounds at most on that T side at all, and they're forced aggression they try to go for towards the ends of the half there, where they end up working out just by the matter of them getting a couple kills, like that last round there, trying to move up with the smokes and whatnot. Yeah, really just causing massive chaos, and then APOC shuts it down.
Had a great retake. He read that really, really well. That flashbang he threw was like a medium flashbang and was just perfect. Perfect. That was awesome.
All right, guys, so the analysts are ready, and we're waiting to talk a little bit more about this matchup. So, guys, take it away. Let us know your thoughts on this match.
Thanks, Blaze. I just want to know how Blue has so much energy. Blue, how many Mountain Dews have you drank today? Should we check how many empty cans he has over there?
He's holding up a 6. 6? No, 6 or 7, I can't tell. It's a lot of Mountain Dew.
It is, but the guys are right. That's a big loss for Echo Fox. I mean, it's a decent win for Winter Fox. They still aren't mathematically eliminated it by any means yet, but it's even worse loss for Echo Fox for sure.
Yeah, that's a tough loss. I mean, to have such a dominant performance on Dust 2, to show that, you know, like, we can play as a team, our guys are going to hit their shots. Just basic good Counter-Strike is what we saw on Dust 2.
Yeah.
And it was literally the polar opposite. They got off to an early lead, and then they just, you know, they like, the second any comeback started, it was like, they're like, okay, well, we're done. And then they basically had no answers on T side. It just didn't look like Echo Fox was prepared. And then on the other side, it looks like this is, if maybe the reason Winter Fox looked poor on Dust 2 is because they spent so much time going over this map, because they were, they had clear T executes. They had good utility use, not only in the timing, but the locations. A lot of times teams will try to, like, throw flashbangs on the fly. They seem to have everything kind of coordinated and preordained and lined up ahead of time. And when you have that level of perfection and practice, it shows, and it definitely showed, especially that CT side.
Yeah, and round 8 was a big round. Winter Fox digging themselves out of a hole. That's what they do. They're foxes.
Yeah, and it seemed early. So Echo Fox had the lead early. You see here it's 5-2, and then they just started to get really aggressive on their CT side. Now Winter Fox did a good job of changing their tempo and their pacing. They sat back on this particular round, got a couple easy kills, and then they played pretty well on this map with the man advantage. They did a really good job of trading frags, especially at bomb site B. They caught a couple players off guard, and when you get that first entry, then you lose a teammate, and then you trade it back, you have such a huge advantage, and you know you're going to see a perfect example of that right there. And now it's a 4v2. They're playing with the man advantage, and it was basically the comeback seemed like it was starting right here, and then when it went to the halftime, they had, I think it was maybe 8-7, and I think Echo Fox literally just got one round on their T side. I mean, just completely blanked for the most part on the T side for Echo Fox.
Yeah, and then in round 20, they used all the dirt that they dug themselves out of the hole with to pretty much bury Echo Fox.
Yeah, and this is a good example of, like, good utility use. They put the Molly right there, and so Shazam's gonna get one really nice shot. Shazam actually had a really good game. But so much damage is done to these players. They get held back off the site. They don't get their plant down. Imagine's just playing around the edge of the smoke. Great flashbang blinds pretty much everybody in the site. He's going to get the kill on the guy planning and the guy next to him. And then another Molotov comes in and gets another kill. Like, this is great utility use. You could tell that these are things that they've practiced before. It was a way, way better Winter Fox on this map than on Dust 2. And it seems like this is a map. I was trying to figure out who vetoed what, because the veto process is kind of weird. It's kind of a blind veto, so we don't know. I would imagine what happened is, like, Echo Fox probably vetoed Mirage, and Winter Fox probably vetoed Nuke, and then so some of the other maps, I would imagine this was one of the 3 maps Winter Fox picked that they wanted to play.
Well, we can find out because we have an interview with APOC from Winter Fox, and he's going to be joining us, so feel free to ask away, Ryu. We already have a question for you. Get ready, APOC.
Hey, APOC, congrats on that win on Overpass.
Thanks, man.
We were just talking. Did you guys pick Overpass in your picks for this week? Was this a map you guys chose, or was this a map they chose?
It was our selection.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. You were a bit right. You're pretty much right. We had a bit of a break, and Overpass was one of our weaker maps, and we knuckled down and put a lot of effort into it this week, and thankfully it showed.
Yeah, it definitely showed. So you guys started out a little bit slow on the T side of Overpass. You were able to kind of settle down. They gave you a couple rounds where they were aggressive on the CT side. You were prepared and you punished it. You guys did a really good job of trading that out. What was going through the team's mind? What were the comms like, knowing you just came off a loss on Dust 2? You started out slow, that you guys were able to bounce back in that first half?
I think it was completely different to Dust 2. Even though we went down on the scoreboard, a lot of the rounds were really close and we were competing. Dust 2 was sort of just got, like, whitewashed everywhere we went. So we knew we get a couple rounds together. It's essentially, 4 or 5 with the ecos, and yeah, they came our way, thankfully.
So you guys aren't mathematically out of it yet. What is your team's mindset going in? Because this is a pretty big win for you guys. It's also an even bigger loss for Echo Fox because it's top 6 now, make it into the playoffs. Are you guys still, you guys haven't played nearly as much games as the other teams. Are you guys still confident that you can make your run?
We are. I mean, we're 6-6 now after this, which means, we're still split in maps, but we do have a relatively hard run home, but we're just going to take it as we go. we keep practicing maps, getting better at our maps, because our map pool was really letting us down early. But, you know, we're just going to do our best. And I don't think we're out of it by any means.
So you mentioned the depth of the map pool, something you guys have been focusing on. You haven't been playing in some of the other qualifiers that like all these other teams are playing like 5, 6, 7, 8 maps a night. How much of that time have you guys taken to strengthen that map pool? You mentioned Overpass that obviously showed today. How much of the other time have you guys spent to go a little further?
Pretty much the whole time. We came over, and the first week was pretty hectic. We played a lot of Pro League matches, and then we went to Toronto for the LAN. So we haven't really been able to practice the maps like we sort of need to. Now we've had a couple weeks off, and we've practiced maps. Hopefully our map pool will be pretty good now.
All right, APOC, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck into making the playoffs and for the rest of the season.
Thanks, mate. Cheers for that.
Cheers.
All right, well, that's a wrap for this day, and your predictions were pretty close, right?
Yeah, I took a shot on Energy over C9, at least in one map. I thought maybe the timing was right. That obviously didn't pan out, so we take a look at today's matches. And 16-5, 16-10, C9 pretty dominant fashion over Energy. Even when C9 just plays loose, they just have so much firepower, such a fun team to watch. SK over SPLYCE, kind of what we expected. I don't know if the scores represented how distant those maps felt, but SK needed those 2 wins to stay in that top 6 conversation. They obviously secured them today. And then I did predict the 1-1. I thought that the Battle of the Foxes, as Moses loved to call it, I thought that both teams had the capability to take the other one down. It wouldn't have surprised me if it went 2 the other way, but I just felt, looking at those maps, it was going to be a 1-1. And 11-16, and then 16-8, Winter Fox, Echo Fox, and it was a 1-1 on the night.
Yeah, Winter Fox looking extremely strong in Overpass. No surprise that Echo Fox won Dust 2, but Winter Fox is going to be playing Dust 2 again tomorrow, going up against C9. That's going to be a big match for them, and from what we saw, C9 not letting their foot off the gas by any means. Then you have Energy taking on Complexity. That's going to be on Cobble, and then Mirage, and then we have Dust 2 in Overpass between SPLYCE and Echo Fox, and yeah, I mean, they're going to have to definitely step it up on Overpass.
Yeah, definitely. And the one that was labeled Cobble looked like Cash, and if it is Energy and Complexity, and if it is on Cash, that's one that Complexity can play a little bit of spoiler. It's a map that they play pretty well on. They've had a couple of wins so far this season on that map. And right now, if you're Complexity, if you're SPLYCE, 2 of the teams playing in those last 2 sets of matches, you're just looking for a chance to play spoiler. That's pretty much, I think mathematically they're out of the running right now, but if you have a chance to take a playoff team and beat them, and it feels good to crush those dreams. We talked about that a little bit when Daze was here. Daze knows a lot about crushed dreams. Damn, I couldn't help myself. That one just presented itself. That was just a free shot. But yeah, when you have that very, very bottom of the standings right now, and you can take a top 6 team and maybe put them in a 7th, that's a little bit of extra motivation.
Yeah, or just to avoid relegation. No one wants to get into that as well.
Sure,
so.
Absolutely.
All right, guys. Well, that concludes day 20 here at the ESL Pro League. On behalf of everyone at ESL, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you again tomorrow for an awesome set of matches.